Welcome to Obstacle Running Adventures.
Over the last 7 years, we have consistently released weekly episodes focusing on
obstacle course racing, running, and other adventures.
You'll hear interviews, event recaps, conversations about our sport,
quick news updates about happenings in our community.
And now, here are your hosts,
Standing on the corner,
Michael Stefano and Caitlin Ritter.
Hey guys, it's Michael Stefano.
And Caitlin Ritter.
And
Michael, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too, from the future. We're in Italy, and we're talking a little bit quiet because we're in an Airbnb, and I don't want to disturb the woman whose house she let us stay in. So, yeah, let's get right to it. I want to keep the small talk of our honeymoon in Italy to next episode, but Happy New Year to all of you.
Shout out to our sponsors, Mudgear. Use code ADVENTURE for 15% off your next Mudgear purchase. And Caterpie, use code OCRReport20. And now for our patrons.
Wait, what about the New Year's one?
I thought that expired at the end of the year. Guess what? It is January 1st. If that code doesn't work, or maybe does, who knows?
It's a special episode, so we're going to thank all of the patron supporters.
Shout out Jason Dupree, Kim DeVos, Samantha Thompson, Matt Putton, Bradley Keel, Charlotte Engelman, Aaron Grindstaff, Laura and Stephen Ritter, Hank and Arlene Stefano, Cheryl Miller, Jessica Johnson, Scott the Fane Knowles, Christopher Hoover, Kevin Gregory Jr., Evan Irick, Ashley Rice, Brett George, Justin Manning, Logan Nagel, Angela Bowers, Asa Cunnington, Thomas Peterson, Seth Renderknecht, Bonnie Wilson, and Steve Bacon.
Thank you so much for the support, and to the OC Report for being a great home for us on the internet.
And to Will Hicks.
Podfather, check it out over at theocreport.com. I don't know what's going on with them. I'm on vacation.
I also don't know what's going on with our sponsored athletes because I'm on my honeymoon.
Fair, but shout out to Javier Escobar, Kelly Sullivan, Ryan Brzollara, Joshua Reed, and Kevin Gregory. Let's get to some poll results. So I asked for the important clip compilation, what did you expect for the duration? So 14% of people guessed 1 hour, 2 minutes. 50% guessed 3 hours, 48 minutes. 14% guessed 5 hours, 16 minutes. And 21% of people guessed correctly 6 hours, 7 minutes. It's a big boy.
That is a big boy.
And the people that guessed correctly were, by the way, I hate the new photos update on the iPhone. It's horrible. It looks like Yarnik Truer, Cole Schwartz, and Caitlin Ritter, who again must have cheated or something because she got that right again.
I don't cheat.
Meme of the week, we're going to skip. Going to go right on over to quick news, starting with Kelly Sullivan.
Kelly Sullivan posted, absolutely honored to have been selected as a Green Beret Fitness 2025 brand ambassador.
Yeah, congratulations to her. Next up, Faye Stenning had some news.
Faye Stenning posted on her Instagram, this January, I'm thrilled to announce the launch of Fit with Faye. She said that over the next 10 days, she'll be unveiling all of the details on what Fit with Faye has to offer.
This next news story comes to us from Hybrid Fitness Media, who posted DecaFit has added a event in Knoxville, Tennessee to the calendar for October 18th. So it's going to be the same venue as previous Knoxville events, the World's Fair Exhibition Hall near the UT campus. So that's exciting for the people that live close to that. Wanted to give a shout out to Alicia Keeker.
Alicia posted December 22nd, 2024. They got engaged. Congratulations to them.
Also, our well wishes go out to Isaiah Vidal, who's posted, I learned so many things throughout my life and the meaning of so many things. I realize how small our time here on Earth really is, and what we can accomplish is truly temporary. It's a long post, but it looked like he was in the hospital or something, so hope he feels better with whatever's going on with him there. Next up is Hawk Call.
Hawk posted, Zoe told me if I wanted to make it more than 3 years, I better make an anniversary post. So here's to 3 years and many more to come.
Yeah, congratulations to them. And one final news story from Amber Tate.
She posted, our tribe got a little smaller today. Although it seems like our time together wasn't long enough, I am grateful for the unconditional love, endless snuggles, and memories we made. Rest easy, sweet boy, forever in our hearts. I love those dogs because they have the little eyebrows.
We do.
The Rottweilers.
Secret link, there's 5 of them down below, so go and check those out. But let's get to what this episode is all about. So every year for the last 2 episodes of the year, I torment myself by doing a clip compilation from all episodes from that year. The second of which, this one, is the most important clips from all of the 2024 episodes, along with the quotes at the end of the episodes and everything. It also has a name compilation, which had 27 episodes worth of names missing. So episodes 371 to 398 just disappeared. So it drove Caitlin nuts, but I was able to find time on our honeymoon so names wouldn't be left out behind. So let's get to the name compilation.
My name is Francesca Curando, and I'm from the OCRWC podcast.
Hello, my name is David Claxton. I'm from the OFX podcast.
Jason Dupree from OCR Talk.
My name is Garfield Griffiths.
Sandra Gill.
Patrick Hazlitt.
I'm Teresa Calabro.
Ryan Prinzing.
I'm Tom.
Sean Rice.
My name is Conan Langlois.
Hi, Russ Hoyt.
My name is Haley.
Jennifer Maxwell.
I'm Caitlin.
My name is Joey.
Emily. I'm from Chelsea.
I'm Scott Jenkins.
Pete Kostelnik.
Corey Waltering.
So I'm Abby Jenkins.
David Zablaski.
My name is David Barkley.
My name is Lou D'Agostino.
My name is Gabby Callaghy.
Hey guys, my name is Ayman or Muhammad Ayman.
Hi, my name is Patrick Karen.
My name is Emily Whitcomb.
My name is Anthony Pong.
Ian Hamilton.
Trisha Calloway.
Elizabeth Terrell.
Brenna Harridge.
My name is Ellie Gamache.
Cora Bentley.
I'm Kelly Robert.
Anthony Foster.
Hi, I'm Liz Savage.
Lucas Hathaway.
I'm Mark Kennedy.
I'm Chris Montgomery.
Jeff Smith.
Reed Fisher.
My name is Steve Tall.
My name is Paul Encarnacion.
I'm Christine.
I'm Colin.
I'm Anouk.
Hi, I'm Karen.
Hi, I'm Mark Walter.
Hi, my name is Samrawi.
Yeah, hi guys. I am Sarah Grippy Snyder.
Hi, I'm Andy Reid.
My name is Heather Jo Cox.
So my name is Hannah Franciosa.
My name is Alice and I'm from Russia.
Well, I am Paul Wachant.
Hey guys, this is Michael Stefano.
And Caitlin Ritter.
David, I'm from Wethersfield.
I'm Christine Pavlicek.
Robert Landman.
I'm Ashley Harding. I'm from Long Island.
I'm Lauren Carlson. I'm also from Long Island.
My name is Melinda Noel.
My name's Mike Racine.
Greg Vigiano.
My name is Heather.
I'm Liz.
Kelly Sullivan.
My name is Taylor Wright.
Mike Tubiak, but they call me the Tubiak Maniac.
Lisa Warzanowski.
My name is Kiefer Callisto.
Amber Tate from Canada.
And I am Alexander Golick.
Hi, my name is Jessica Gregory.
My name is Zachary Tate.
Ken Murphy.
Kevin LaPlatney.
My name is Annalisa Evernham.
My name is Stephen Leonard. I'm from Atlantic City, New Jersey.
Jameson, I'm from Beacon, New York.
Nick Eichhorn. I'm Brian Everingham.
John Ricker.
Hi, I'm Kelly Schiavone.
I'm Mike.
My name is Mario, and I'm
Joseph Stripmater.
Aaron Cummins.
Kevin Donahue.
I'm Joey. I'm from Owego.
CJ Emmons.
Dean Legiro.
I'm James. I'm from Old Bridge. Melissa from Old Bridge, New Jersey.
I'm Esther Frestina.
Ryan Brizzalara.
Jarrett Newby.
Gabe Capobianchi.
Asa Coddington.
My name is Alexis Zalonka.
My name is Rich Borgatti.
My name is Chase Garvey.
Brian Sweeney.
My name is Tyrell Newkirk. Paul Giovanello. James Golisano.
Molly Crowley.
My name's Dan Forlasto.
Alex Katz.
I'm Lucas Borgatti.
My name is Andrew Wilkinson.
My name is Jane.
My name is Beth. I live in Vermont.
Joey Decker.
My name is Carrie Russin.
I'm Sarah. I'm from Quebec. Actually, I'm from Portugal. It's been 15 years that I'm living in Quebec, and I love it.
Aaron Sabia.
What's going on? My name's Jeff.
Asa Coddington.
Zach Wisnowski.
Daniel Yerrick.
I'm Jesse from the Super Smash Brothers.
My name is Darren.
Robert Foster.
Katie Callahan.
Joshua Fiore.
It's Billy Richards.
My name's Brad Lane. Eric Matter. Steve Bacon.
My name is Tom Mamming.
Noel Medina.
Evan Preparis.
I'm Hawk Call.
My name is Vivian Tran.
I'm Gwendolyn Bounds. People call me Wendy Bounds.
My name's Robin Pisciati.
I'm Tara Knapp.
I'm Beth Haydu.
My name's Dana Martin.
Sherry Dumas. My name's Jeff. I'm from Middletown.
My name is Tyler, and I'm from Black Hog Brewing.
David Alejandro. Rome Lakin.
Diane Vitagliano.
My name is Muhammad Malik Saber.
Lori Bizarrio.
My name is Tim Kilbride.
My name is Kate Donahue.
My name's Shannon, and I'm from Newington.
My name is Jess. I'm from Unionville.
My name's Shay.
My name is Phil Reith.
I'm Cindy Witter.
Steve Holland. Chris Haggerty. Kevin Donahue.
Sabrina Bahajer.
Cara Van Doywert.
Cassandra Gill.
Joe Rocco.
Kelly Sullivan.
My name's Jerris Williams. I'm Pete Burnham.
Daniela Pereira. Brett Redgate.
Trey Redgate.
Samantha, I'm from New Jersey.
Brian Kellogg.
My name is Bailey Numbers.
I'm Mark.
Hi, my name is John DiTrolio.
Hi, my name is Allie Birkenbein.
My name is Tony. I'm from New Jersey.
Yeah, my name is Stein Lagrand.
I'm Chanel Berg.
So I am Luca Pescalderon.
I'm Kaylee Weinsmott.
I'm Baxter Hummel. I'm Kimberly Rayom.
Jane Adams.
John Ricker.
I'm Trish Seglio. Hi, my name is Emily Lynn, and I'm from New Haven, Connecticut.
Hi, I'm Grace Gorman. I'm also.
My name's Shannon. I'm from Boston area.
Co-director of Viking Obstacle Race, I guess he calls me sometimes. Sometimes.
Grant Bursick.
Zach Nair.
This is Air Force Ken.
Brett Mazza.
My name's Lawrence Taylor.
Darren Haysbrook.
I'm Emmeline. I'm from Newton, Mass.
Kim, and I'm from New Haven, Vermont. I'm Amy Ikashira.
Yeah, hi, I'm Mallory, and I'm from New York City.
Steve Nelson.
Javier from Lawrence, Massachusetts.
My name is Sean, and I'm the brewer here at Stone Cow Brewery.
Evan Preparis.
My name's Brent Trail.
My name's Lucien Gleiser.
Chris Furland.
Taylor Phoebus.
My name's Alexis.
My name's Bubbles the Clown from Cheshire, Connecticut.
My name is Hartley Mafood.
My name is Christian Mafood.
My name is Neil.
My name is Jackie Desmond.
So my name's Sergeant Jeffs.
Sean Shalosky.
Izzy Sarofsky.
Sean David Nelson.
I am Jenny Overstreet.
Laura Conklin.
Lisa Adelman.
Jasmine Sonatas.
My name's Kaya. My name is Kayleen.
Katie Callahan.
Eric Lau.
Anthony from Woonsocket.
Josue from Woonsocket.
Jack from Cranston.
Jesus from Woonsocket.
My name's Andy.
Matt Cass.
My name is Carolyn Fritz.
I'm Becky.
My name's Jacqueline.
Connor Nolan.
Sandra Pearson.
Mike, and I'm from Ludlow, Mass.
Kristen, I'm from Turners Falls, Mass.
Angelica, I'm from Turners Falls, Mass. Dezar, Turners Falls, Mass.
Amir, Springfield, Mass.
I'm from Acacia.
My name's Lee Carney. My name is Tracy Carney.
Ryan McGowan.
Joe Cronin.
And Kevin LaPlatney.
Greg Hall.
David, I'm from Lowell, Massachusetts.
Joshua Fiore. Hi, I'm Amy Haskell.
Hi, I'm Andy Haskell.
I am Lynn Hall.
I'm Balin Bean.
Name Yadis Cruz.
Joshua Reed and Juror. Now I just turned to Joshua Reed.
My name is Jack Goris.
Hello, everybody. I'm Leon.
Ryan Reed.
Mark Gaudette.
Jamie Scott.
Christian Brown Johnson.
My name's Jeff Moulton.
Jenny Stipp.
Noel Medina.
I'm Victor. I'm from Ecuador.
Yeah, my name's Dan Kubas.
Joe Herman.
I'm John and I'm from the UK.
Hi, my name is Juan Bernal and I'm from Colombia.
Mike Badowski.
So my name's Wendy.
Jared Hanlon.
I'm Andrew. I'm from the UK.
Mallory. I'm from Orlando.
My name's Gordon Kate.
Dave Hayes.
My name's Jasmine Vincent.
My name's Kellen.
I am Sandy Reed.
Peter Costabun, nickname Blind Pete.
AJ Lang.
My name is Randy Olson.
My name is Alexis Vasquez.
My name's Duncan. I'm from Kentucky.
Bubbles the Clown from Wallingford, Connecticut.
I'm Nolan Goddard.
My name's Jennifer Wright.
I am DJ Fox.
Serena S.B. Wolf, known as Mama Manowar.
Michael Robertson.
Scott Lemus.
Tyler Veerman.
Mike Ronimus.
My name's Carl Boniface.
Felicia Lopez.
Michael, and I'm from Denmark.
So my name's John Thompson.
Megan Beck.
My name's Kevin Anderson.
John Castle.
Kevin Prater.
Francis Lackner.
Joseph Alvey.
Trevor Holland.
Andy Fish.
Cutler Holland.
Everett Sears. Scotty Campbell.
Haley Mlatt.
Jessica Johnson.
I'm Tyler from Norwalk, Connecticut.
Nikki Karamba from Johannesburg, South Africa.
Mappy Davis, Atlanta, Georgia.
Joe Rocco.
I'm Andrew Robinson from New Zealand.
I know this. We're going to go with Joe Perry.
Corey Edwards. Hi, I'm Abby Pyrus.
My name is Kevin Vanderwood.
Preston, I'm from Philadelphia.
Grant Polson.
Tina Essen.
Todd Essen.
Melissa Dugan.
I'm Deanna. I'm from Niagara Falls, Ontario.
Jules Estes.
I'm David Falar.
Okay, my name is Richard Heineck.
Welcome back. And now for
the important clips. It's a long one, but hopefully it inspires you and gets you ready to plan and tackle the new year 2025 during New Year travels or a really long run, because this is a long one. So let's get to that compilation. Yeah, starting with World Obstacle potentially bankrupting Bokra, which is the Belgian OCR Federation. There's a whole video that Mappy Davis did with Felipe Levy from the Belgian obstacle racing
Felipe.
fan.
That's what we were listening to the other day, right?
Yes, yeah, and it is
cringy.
Yes, this is just quick news, so we're just going to gloss over it, but I highly recommend you go and check out that video that Matt did. There's also a open letter, which I'll link down below too, from the Belgian, or Bokra, to World Obstacle and Ian Adamson. In more worrisome news, we have a news story from Garfield Griffiths, who is unfortunately has left his position as the race director, which is something he's been for years.
I sent this to you,
Yeah.
so you should read it.
All right, sure. He says, well, OCR fam, it's been a wild ride for 12 amazing years with OCR, but hey, the time has come for me to say goodbye. It's time to hang up the race director hat and chesty. Due to some changes at Spartan HQ, I've been moved into a new non-production department, bidding farewell to my role as a Spartan race director. Being part of the OCR scene since its early days has been a true honor, but after organizing countless races across multiple continents and working on some of the biggest and most complex events in OCR over the last 12 years from multiple companies, some good, some battle frag, it's time for me to shift gears and embrace more time with my family and my humidor. I'm just a big fan of his cigars. I've accumulated some mind-blowing memories in OCR, but most of all, I've made friendships that will long outlast our fun little hobby. But for now, it's time to pass the torch / hard hat. Sure, I'll probably feel a little FOMO moving forward, but it's time to hand off to the young guns. Except for Jay Barnesy and, Steve Hammond. They're old as fuck. He said he'll still be sticking around with Spartan, just in a different role, but he'll be helping find new sick venues, few savages, Spartans, or mutters. You get the drift. So, it's a bummer to hear, but yeah, good for him. More time with his family, I guess. There is that upside of it, definitely. And they will have single event payouts, unlike Spartan. Cash prizes for male and female. Third place is $350, second place $750, and first place $1,000. For the overall point series payouts, it'll be $500 for third, $1,000 for second, and $2,000 for first place.
I thought it was a good idea, really poorly executed. I mean, seriously, it was like short course OCR. OCRWC has proved it time and time again. 3K has its place. People like it. It's exciting. It's fun to watch. The problem Spartan had problems with the concept from the get-go that we all said were going to be problems, and we were right.
Yeah,
pretty much to a T. The things we said that were going to cause issues did. You know, the 1K qualifiers caused a little confusion, and I don't think that was the biggest problem, but they did cause confusion. And the fact that Friday nights, just a bad idea. So yeah, in the basics, we can discuss it more, but I think it was a good idea that was very poorly executed.
Entirely different. So it was originally planned to be the same as it was going to be in the US, and they released a schedule of races around Europe because obviously UK and Europe, smaller than the US, always been treated separately, but they kind of made it as a European series. And then suddenly these races were no longer on the calendar and everyone's a bit confused and like, well, is this series no longer happening? So they decided to approach it in a different way. And they had one 3K event, which was in Madrid the same weekend as OCRWC. And they kind of realized that it was too big for them to put on. Spartan, UK and Europe is a different team to US, and both teams are brilliant. I've worked with both of them. They just work separately a lot of the time. And what they decided to do was, instead of having it as a complete series, you would qualify at sprint events in UK and Europe. And then there would be the one final, which was in Madrid, as I say, the same weekend as OCRWC. But it was made up of sponsored teams. So each team had a team captain who then got the list of qualified athletes and could pick their own list. And then there was sponsorship tied into it. It was Red, Nirvana, and Mizo, and I think that was it. I'm not sure if there are any more. And there was funding going towards it, and there was prize money, and it worked out well for everyone. I think everyone had a great time. I obviously didn't pay that much attention because I was kind of busy elsewhere, but yeah, it worked out really well. It was good for the brands, it was good for Spartan, it was really good for the athletes. They had a good time, and it didn't have to be like everyone taking part in every single 3K event in order to do this. And then it was really nice to see people working together. It was great for kind of slightly lower tier athletes getting to be picked by people they really admire. It seemed, to be honest here, to work pretty well. It was a different concept, but it was pretty good.
I'll say that when I go to a theme park and I get on the roller coaster and they snap the picture and then you walk through and then pictures on the screen and they charge you $20 for it, I don't buy it. I don't ever buy it. I personally would not buy OCR photos, probably because I have a bazillion of them already. Maybe, I don't know, but I know when I do see them and they come out, I get them and I post them online because why not? They were free, but I personally don't see myself buying any.
It's a weird position we found ourselves in because this wouldn't have been a problem. It's a problem because this is a new change. If things started off this way, it wouldn't be so unexpected. But also, if things had started off this way, I don't think OCR would have blown up the way that it had because it did get its growth through social media. Are we still getting that growth from social media? The numbers don't seem to indicate that. So maybe they're like, okay, this social media stuff isn't really helping as much. Let's just charge and make some money there. That's the only thing I can kind of think of.
If you go to a race and you do a trifecta weekend, you're paying 3 different times for pictures.
Yeah, if you do 3 races that you have to enter 3 times, you don't get 2 of those races for free. Then don't buy them. I mean, don't go to any of the races then. Like, it's not mandatory.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's what it comes down to is people just, speak with your money.
It's with the speaking with your money, I think of like what happened with Netflix of how they're like, no more sharing accounts, blah, blah, blah. And everyone's like, oh, I'm not paying. But they did. And they made more money. So actions will speak louder than words for this.
Yeah.
If they find it doesn't work, they may change it. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah, because just like the 3K.
All right. So here's the thing. To me, Spartan especially, and we just said apparently OCR is in trouble where it's having issues and da da da. But why is it having issues and stuff like that? That becomes a real question. But when it comes to not paying for these series races, I'm going to give them the year because in my mind, we say we want them to catch up on paying athletes they owe. We want them to catch up on paying contractors they owe, on other people that they owe, right? We all know that Spartan is behind on this stuff and needs to catch up. So to me, if they were in that position and kept offering more and more money for races, that to me, if I was one of those people owed $10,000 or whatever, I'd be pissed. I'd be like, you're going to keep promising other people money you haven't paid me from 2 years ago. So this could be, and along with charging for photographies, a change in mindset and a chance to catch up. Because we say it's in trouble, the sport, but in reality, the open waves, especially in here in Canada, they're going great.
Insane amount of money. It is Saudi Arabia. So do we have any thoughts on like the moral ramifications of this? I know we go to Abu Dhabi, but Abu Dhabi is not the same as Saudi Arabia. What are our thoughts on the location, the prize money? Is it worth it? Do we talk about it? Who goes?
I might offend someone here with this opinion.
I love it.
Apologies.
Go for it.
I was very happy to go to Texas, where if I lived and needed to have an abortion for healthcare, I would be allowed to die. I think it's a bit rich when people live in those places to have opinions on other places and how bad it is. I know people who live over there and they're very happy and have good lives and they're well paid, and that's the reality that I know. I also know the reality of other places also suck, and we're all happy to enjoy it and promote it, and glass houses.
Who are we blaming for somebody that they might not be involved with? Like I always have been very disappointed with people that talk about the Russian athletes when they have nothing to do with their government. They're just people.
People are vile, and yeah, they are people that they're not the ones that are carrying anything out. They're humans who want to take part in stuff. And I imagine where the money's coming from will be quite apparent because the people who are giving the money will want to. It's like the same for the Abu Dhabi Sports Council. Their name is everywhere because they are giving a lot of money. They are sponsoring it. Therefore, they want their name there. So it's not that it's. I don't think it's going to be private. That it's where it's coming from. And yeah, Jason, really good point.
The Russian athletes was a good point. I remember there was one particular hateful comment, and it was like hidden on Instagram, and it blew my mind. The fact that some people I get people are passionate. There's a lot of horrible things going on in the world. But to take it out on the individual like athletes, like there's that he's not responsible for what his country does. And if he protests in public, they arrested like thousands and thousands of people in Russia. So like it's a tricky situation. You're right, you can't blame the people there. And as for like the athletes, there's no blame for chasing that money. There's not much money in this sport. Personally, I would love to see this money put into a World Toughest Mudder and see all the amazing people that show up. But they wouldn't fund that unless that was in their country too. So
yeah.
Thoughts on the fact that there's 2 world championships. How did it shake out this year? Like, where did the athletes decide to go? What is it going to look like moving forward? What do we think?
A lot of European athletes decided to go to Belgium because it's closer and it was cheaper. I think, unfortunately, for athletes, they have got used to a certain standard of racing, and they assume that somebody who assumes the title of World Championships, despite never having actually put on an event, and doing things like trying to place it in Russia, etc., great idea, would be able to put on a good event. And from what I understand, it was not only disappointing and dishonest, we had to contact them several times to ask them to stop using our pictures that Jack had taken and were owned by the OCR report of our event to advertise their own event. There are also issues like unsanitary conditions, not enough toilets, not enough parking, almost getting shut down by the city, no information on prize money until after the event when they decided there would be no prize money, nobody being paid that was promised to be paid who worked at the event, the Belgian opera being pretty much bankrupted by them. And I think people were left really, really disappointed.
I also want to say that the federations and stuff, people, it's understandable that people appoint themselves at first to get things started. Because, I mean, why do we all lead podcasts? Because we all said that we are going to lead a podcast. But eventually, as it grows, being a federation, it does, it makes sense for people to get voted in. Thankfully, in the U.S., we do have Ian Hosick and some others that we feel like we can trust, and they have the right motives to be part of a federation. And even when Adrian tried to do something like that and was taking memberships, like it's Adrian, I'll give my money to that. Yeah, absolutely. Even though it didn't go anywhere, I still trusted him with it.
Yeah. The biggest problem I think federations have, no, I shouldn't say the biggest because there's tons of corruption and all sorts. So one of the problems I think the federations have is they need to realize and start to understand they are not race companies. Stop trying to put on a race. Find existing races. Say, we recognize this as the Canadian Championship. We recognize this race as the U.S. Championship. Stop trying to build something that's already there. Like what they should have done in the beginning was went to Ray Adrian and went, you know what? We recognize your race as the World Championship. Done.
Which cool, great. They're allowed to do that. Like if I say it from our point of view, cool, okay, good for you.
Exactly.
But that doesn't give you any access to having any say over anything.
And it shouldn't.
But it would. And that's with the current setup. What they would then do is try and have.
The only thing I would like to see the federations have some say over is judging and safety.
Yeah.
Everything else, screw off.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what Ian Hosick and that team is going for.
Yep. And
they're not worried about putting races on.
And standardization, making sure the sandbags don't fucking rip in the middle of a race and everything there too.
Yeah.
I'll say right off the hop, reverse lunges were a terrible choice in the beginning in the design of the product. Just like building a bad obstacle that needs a lot of detailed rule book, it was not the great choice. That said, that ship sailed, so you got to deal with it. So you have 2 options now. One, for the lunges, which are specifically the biggest problem, you either get really, really strict ass judging, which is very difficult to make consistent, or you just open the barn door and let them go. And you just say, fine, do the jumping lunges. Because quite frankly, jumping lunges are fatiguing as hell. So even if you do the jumping lunges, you're going to burn out. So you really have those 2 choices. And quite frankly, I think they're going to open the barn door and let them go. As far as the ram burpees go, I think that can be cleaned up pretty easily. That's not too bad. You just got to make sure you just need a little more consistency on that. A couple of no reps at the end of that will tidy that up. And this is, like you said, this is not just a DECA problem. High Rock still suffers big time with the wall balls. And to a lesser extent, the burpees have gotten better and they made huge efforts to make it so. So they've gotten better with that. But it still needs cleaning up and it's tough to judge, especially in the mass partitions. Like when you're speaking of High Rocks in particular, they're not going to have an individual judge for every person going through those burpees.
The one that will come top probably won't be the most obvious. I'd say in third place would be Michael Schutt at World's Toughest Mudder, taking a nap of 3 hours and 16 minutes and then coming in second. That was amazing. In second place would be Nicole overtaking Lindsay at the finish line and with a little kick to the head and, on the cargo net and winning. And then my absolute top, and I didn't know it until the moment, was when Leon took a podium. And it just, I mean, Jason was there when we were doing the commentary. It was such a great moment and such a testament to hard work and what can pay off and couldn't happen to a better person. So I'm very, very fond of, and it made me very happy and kind of brought the whole spirit of the event home to me, and I loved it. That was a great moment for me, Leon getting a podium at OCRWC, especially on a distance that is not his speciality.
Definitely.
I'll go next. For me, it's a little bit more of a personal favorite, and I know this is very specific to me, but I hope that people can relate a little bit, because my favorite part about the year is being on site for the, and honestly, sometimes it was being at home, producing a live stream, watching these races as they happen, and being excited. Like I'm working and I'm pushing buttons and all that crap, but getting so jacked about what's happening in the race and being like, come on, you got this, like just getting so excited about it. So I hope that people, other people have that same experience when they watch it from home or on YouTube as well.
For one, I'm going to go with Ryan Atkins flipping off the spear throw in Abu Dhabi. Thought that was great. That was, it was exciting. It just showed how much it means to him to win that race and how much of a problem that obstacle has caused him in the past and how many times it's cost him. So that was great. And then I'm going to get a little personal on this one. Heather White and Bethany McChesney winning the women's Deca relay and setting a world championship. That's a big one for me, obviously, with a personal involvement there. And then my number one moment is Kevin Gregory winning the Deca Strong. And I know you guys weren't there, but Jason can attest, that place went. It was one of the coolest moments I've ever, and like I've said, I was glad to be a part of it. Thank you for letting me be a part of it. And it was just unbelievable, the electricity when he came off that bike, and it didn't stop until he crossed the line. And it was just, and then it went off again. And it was unbelievable. That far and away, I don't even have to think about it. That was my moment of the year and highlight of the year.
Start with number one, because that's no surprise to anybody. World's Toughest Mudder, as always, especially after my hiatus last year, where I had to go and do that pesky marriage thing.
Oh, how rubbish.
But the fact that so many people were like excited to see that I was back. They asked like how Caitlin was. They asked like how the wedding was. It just being able to catch up with so many people. But in addition to that, it was like the first time that I actually really felt like a team working with the OCR report, and that meant a lot to me too. I had a great time hanging out with everybody. Just the best time. It's always my favorite event. I don't see that ever changing. I love World's Toughest Mudder. Secondarily, I would put going to Palmerton. It was the first time that I ever had the chance to do that race there. Beat me down badly. Jason knows he had to give me taco in a bag to keep me from dying out there. And but I just, it was my one time I got to see the 3K event play out. And I was very fortunate to finally meet Thomas Van Tonder the first time I met Manuel Defoe, all these great athletes. And I lucked out in the fact that seemed to be one of the more robust fields. And so that was great. And then just being able to hang out with Jason in Scranton after that, it was just pretty much a perfect weekend.
And these one time a year events, they are so big. It's like, you can't really get your fill. So it's always like, I need more of that. So next year I've got to go back. And sometimes, some people get there, like they do all the goals they want to hit, and then they've had their fill. So somewhere along the lines, you might get that. But for the most part, yeah, it's hard to not be devastated to have to miss something like World's Toughest.
Yeah.
I think that's a testament to the brand in themselves and the brand identity that they have.
Yeah.
A lot of races, you could be like, well, yeah, I'd like to see these people. You know that if you go to, let's say, World's Toughest Mudder, like I've been to two. I love both of them. There could be totally different people. I mean, obviously, I'm not talking you guys, I'm talking athletes, and it would still be a great event. And it has such a strong and definite brand identity and really, really, really great community that makes it what it is. And saying those things, that's it's built. It takes a long time to build. It's hard. It's not something a brand can do by itself. A brand that those really, really brilliant things about events happen by the people who are taking part in it, which you cannot manufacture. And that's why it hurts to miss them.
If Spartan races, you'll know at the finish line. World's Toughest Mudders, you'll know as soon as you fucking get there. And my quote comes to us from none other than John Krasinski. He said,
I love him.
Yeah. He said, "This past year I turned 50 years old. It took me 48 years to find my dream job. What a wild and crazy ride it's been. Here are 5 lessons that I've learned. Don't ever let age hold you back. Success is never a linear path. Almost never a linear path. Never give up trying to live your dream life. Keep fighting no matter how dark things seem. And find your one person who sees your superpowers. I had 30 years of hating my career, but I finally figured it out. I'm proof to everyone to never give up."
I was, as a savage, I wasn't thinking I'm a savage, Okay, then I'm a battle frog. And I love the industry and I love the growth. But then all of a sudden, I think it was a few years ago, I was like, oh my God, it's all changed. Why are people not wearing kilts anymore? Where's the tutus? Because I'm like a mud runner. I'm old school. Like, it was fun. It was mud runs. It wasn't OCR, any cool stuff. And that's always been my kind of thing, is that I think that OCR lost a little something when it started taking itself seriously.
Why do you think it kind of got away from the fun tutus to like the super competitive stuff over
That is a great question, to be honest. And there's probably people way more educated than me that could answer that. But I'm really throwing out a guess. But it's when you start, let's say, OCR, mud runs, call it whatever the hell you want. You go out, you do a sprint, you do 3 miles. No, that was fun. And then it's kind of semi-human nature. You do a few of those. Even I did it. I was like, I'm going to go for, I think actually my first ever was 2012 as well. It was the Miami Super. And that's when the Supers were like 36 miles long.
Yep.
But I think it's just human nature to say, I want to do bigger. I want to go faster. I want to be better. Some people take it as a complete mantle and it takes over their life and they want to be the next Nicole Merkel or Ryan Atkins. They take it to the next level. But I think even Joe Public, even me, I was like, I'd like to I'm going to see if I can do a beast. Yeah. So you can't. So I think you, without realizing, you start pushing yourself. And as soon as you start pushing yourself, you're taking it a bit more seriously. You start fixing your diet. Okay, I need to get the proper shoes. And I think that's what the whole industry did. Again, totally spitballing. The whole industry just kind of kept progressing. And as we weren't filling it with a lot of new mud runner people, that's my uneducated thought on why it suddenly got to the point where everyone was taking it so bloody seriously and they stopped wearing tutus. For me, to be honest, my Mount Rushmore would be slightly different. It would be more like people like Yara, who just got like 60,000 trifectas in 6 weeks and all that. People like that who I think are just a heart and soul. Like the not the moral compass, but the heart and soul of it. Those are the ones that I would like to give my own Mount Rushmore to. There's plenty of those. Weather going on, we got lightning, we're calling out weather, everyone, we got to hide, we got to do this, we got into weather protocol. Then someone loses a child. I've had this happen before, where literally the weather was so bad, we had to evacuate the course and everybody out, we're done, we're closing down. But then we had a lost child at the same time, which is the rule is you lock everything down and don't let anybody out. So I'm like, okay, so I'm evacuating everybody, but I can't let them out. And those are the things that just, they'll fuck up a few people's heads. So I've always said that in times like that to my race director, I said, what you need to do is just stop dead. Because you're right in there. You're in this like 20 feet view. You need to stop. And whether you do it physically or cycle in your head, but step back out of the whole situation and start again. Yeah. And I know it sounds hard to explain, and it's kind of a reset in like the most stressful, because we do. I mean, it's sometimes incredibly stressful. People can be unpleasant. Athletes say the chiming chip didn't work, or this didn't work, or this guy cheated. And I saw, it's nonstop. It's constant barrage of just stuff, which is the job. So I think that kind of resetting and take a breath, step back, look at the big picture, and then step back in would be my biggest tip for a race director. And obviously know your skill set. You have to really learn all of the different pieces because, to be an RD, you got to be able to Obviously, design a course. You should definitely run them. I told all the RDs when I was working at the department, you really need to run a race. You can't RD a race without having any idea what the customer experience is. So that's another big one. Make sure you run the race, and just keep honing it, sharpen the saw, I believe the expression is. I've been doing that most of my life, and I actually read a book, and it goes into the same thing. And I was like, oh shit, I do that. And I read it. It's the Extreme Ownership book, the Jocko Willink, the Navy SEAL guy. And extreme ownership, that's exactly it. And I teach my kids the same. It's like, listen, when people come to you, and this is just me, when they come to you all pissed off and stressed or what have you, customer, my chip didn't work, my kid missed his heat, all that stuff. If you take the blame, or at least give them that, hey, look, I apologize that this has happened. That we should have done da-da-da. What can we have done better? All that kind of stuff. It diffuses it a lot. Because I tell you, when I'm a parent and my kid, as soon as I say something to my kid, oh, it was him. That pisses me off more. My kid, and they randomly will do it, be like, you know what? I just didn't think that was on me. I apologize. I'm like, okay. So like, okay, they just Garfielded me back. And I made a point of just every now and then of just stopping. I told the team the same thing. I said, guys, do me a favor. I get it. We're working hard. We're getting crushed. We got to do this. Just take this time. Like, take an hour. Take the buggies. Drive out into the desert and just look. And it's like, holy shit! I get to do this. And that was kind of my thing. Was you have to do that, because some people go and they just put their heads down. And I get it. It's a job. And at the finish line, all of my volunteers had pool noodles. So instead of gladiators, they just beat the shit out of your pool noodles. And then the last moment was, as you came up, they would hold up your medal. So you put your head down for the medal, and everyone got a pie in the face. Everybody got we had like just trays and trays of whipped cream and paper plates, and everyone got a pie in the face. And I was like, this is it. And the start line was where I first used the major foam machine. The start corral was 9 feet deep of foam. So it was just goofy, complete goofy.
I missed that.
Oh, it was amazing.
That's awesome.
And then there's color runs, there's zombie runs, there's this run. I was like, ooh, bacon. And that was it. So I created the Great American Bacon Race in 2014. As I was with Battlefrog, I put a few on around South Florida. We did well. We did like 1,200 people in the first one with very little advertising. And in the end, Savage Race actually bought it off me, because I just was so busy with OCR.
How has your position changed with the company?
So I'm now working with real estate, which is venue acquisitions, venue contracts, partnerships, working with LT. She's the director of that department. So that is where I am supporting. That's where the company wants me right now. So that is what I'm doing. A lot less travel, which is great. It's some years when it's 8 races as an RD, you're up to like, with site visits, like almost 30 weeks of a year traveling.
Yeah. And
I just don't want to do that anymore.
Talk about like what goes into this stuff that people take for granted.
So, there's definitely, and we had that with Mammoth, as you correctly said. When we did the site visit, there was still people skiing down the mountain. There was only a little bit. There was a tiny thread of snow the way they kept, and that was like June. It was crazy.
Yeah.
But so the process is, the real estate department, which is where I'm at now, will find venues. We'll do it. We'll do what we call a site scout. I just did one the other day for a venue up north to have a look at it. So obviously the race director side of things comes in very handy there, because I know what to look for.
Right.
So then we strike a deal, we do the contracts, get it all done, then we launch the event. From there, the planning team is usually well planned. Race director, project manager, and the construction manager. Then they coordinate a site visit. Usually, I've done them 2 months out, but 3 or 4 months out is the ideal. They'll go spend a couple of days, run up and down the mountain, run all over the place, GPS the crap out of it, look for build spots, look for parking locations, look for where the toilets might go. Is there any running water? It's a whole massive checklist of things that we go through on the site visit. Then we come back, we dump it all into like a big download, and this is this, and how about we do that? And we go back and forth, and then we submit it to leadership. And so it's very collaborative. And we just we have a bunch of things that we look for, a bunch of things that we look to avoid. But yeah, so it is quite a process. And then, as far as actually getting it done, we can be, OCRWC was a whole new brand for Spartan, at least. I've done it before, but all of the obstacles were completely unique to the Spartan build crew. So yeah, we were there for like 3 weeks.
Quote is from Morgan Harper Nichols, and they said, "When you start to feel like things should have been better this year, remember the mountains and valleys that got you here. There are no accidents, and those moments weren't in vain. You are not the same. You have grown and you are growing. You are breathing, you are living. You are wrapped in endless bundles of grace, and things will get better. There's more to you than yesterday."
Running is, it inherently breaks your body down. And strength training builds it back up too. So how do you find that balance to be helping combating injuries?
Yeah. So, I mean, for me personally, it's everything. I am the type of person, like, I want to go, 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 and try to take on as much volume as possible. But there becomes a point for everybody where, like, you hit diminishing returns. And some people are just so lucky and they're so gifted where they never get injured. Like, you can keep stacking on the mileage for them and their body consistently stays healthy. I mean, that's, I think, what separates even a lot of the athletes who become like those professional runners and the Olympians. It's that not only are they working hard, it's also that they have this unique genetic ability or like that perfect running form where their body just doesn't get injured with the same volume and intensity that a lot of other people would. With that, you realize, like, okay, you're not there, but then you also see the possibilities from that, and to be able to get tips and tricks from these other women and also encouragement as well, like, that's so important because obstacle course racing by nature, like, there's a lot of failures along the way, and you really have to be able to keep picking yourself back up and being like, okay, it's okay. You know what? I'm way off the mark with this, but what's the steps that I could start to take to get better and get better? And so that was really nice.
And you were ranked top 5 for most elite Spartan podiums last year. As a whole, how do you feel about that looking back on your 2023?
I'm definitely proud of where I've come so far in my journey. So last year for 2023, my goal was to just really focus on consistency and making the improvements that I wanted to be making and continue to be within reach. So the year prior to that, in 2022, there were so many chances where I'd go up to obstacles. It was a 50-50 shot. Am I going to make the monkey bars? I don't know how to really swing and get momentum naturally. So it was kind of like, maybe it's going to happen. Maybe you're going to freeze up. And very quickly, you can go from being in 3rd place in obstacle course race on the women's side to being 10th, 11th, 12th from just failing a couple of the obstacles. So that was my goal coming in. I wanted to be much more obstacle proficient, be very consistent there, and continue to be consistent with my training for running and building up to have consistency in terms of just being healthy. Because that's sometimes one of the most important factors, that you're able to stay healthy consistently and you can slowly layer on. Because for a Spartan race, a 5K it's a half hour or so plus. So if you were to put that in the context of track and field, like, that's the amount of time that 10K is, and that's the longest race you can do on a track. And a lot of the athletes who do a 10K, they're also pretty good at the half marathon. So while there is a huge gap in terms of the time for that, and the pace that you're going to be running is much quicker, at the same time, it still comes down to engine. And you need to have like an efficient turnover to be good at the ultra and that you're not breaking down, right? Like, yes, the pace is slower, but at the same time, if you're going to be running well, like, it's one of the biggest factors is just trying to get your body to the point where you don't hit that wall and you're able to keep moving. And keep moving means having a really good flow and rhythm. Everyone at these races, even in the most competitive 3K race, like, I was chatting, saying hi to some of like the girls that I knew were going out to Colorado that I like met for the first time briefly. And then as you're seeing different women more and more, like, I see Kelly Sullivan a whole lot at all the races on the East Coast. So you get to be better and better friends, like, with all these women over time. So it just makes for such a great positive environment.
And in being with the sport, what are some like life lessons that you've taken from the sport and kind of applied to your life?
Failure, being able to cope with failure. I mean, we all deal with like failures and different challenges like that in our lives previously before racing OCR. And if you haven't, then this is a perfect chance to really be able to confront failure dead on and learn how do you deal with it, adjust it, reframe it in your mind, and work to identify those next steps, because there's just so many chances to fail and so many things to fail at in these races. And like it can be frustrating, to say the least, or like you can't get hooked on the outcome when there are all of these factors. It's about being able to keep improving on all these little steps. Like there's so many different elements in these races, the terrain, the weather on that day, the obstacles, the situations that you're in with who you're competing against. And like those are all areas that you can improve upon. And like that's how I really like viewed last year for racing, is I need to get better at all of the types of the terrain, all of the types of situations, every single thing. And each time, like, while some of them will naturally suit you a little bit better or align better with your existing strengths, well, those are all areas that where you're not as good, you can improve technically the most.
I didn't have a good place to fit this in, but who is Cinnabon?
Cinnabon is my 5-pound mini Law. He is absolutely adorable, full of sass, loves to eat, and just a lot of personality. I absolutely love and advocate that I think so many more people should have pet bunnies. You don't have to worry about walking them. They are social animals. It's something that I really love, and that bunnies don't instantly trust you. Like you have to build that trust and build that love with them. So it's not just like, oh, I see you, I absolutely love you right from the start. So there feels something to be very genuine and rewarding about building up that relationship with having a pet bunny. And like he free roams around everywhere. Like when I'm home and he has his own room, kind of full setup, or he's like free roams in that room because we have it bunny proof, so he can't cause any too much in terms of chaos. So yes, Cinnabon is the absolute, like, one of the cutest little bunnies.
My quote is from Louise Kaufman, and she says, "Perhaps we should learn to love ourselves so loudly that it silences our insecurities."
I have a meme. I'm going to send it to you. I found it, which means Caitlin needs to describe it.
Okay. It's 6 comic strips and what?
Panels.
And on the top left, it's a red guy and a gray guy. And the red guy is like closing in on the gray guy. And the gray guy says, he's going to catch up soon. And then it zooms in on his face and it says, what should I do? Just give up? And then the red guy is saying, you can do it. And the gray guy says, I hear shouts of support. And then it goes to the next panel and it's 4 different people on their computers, one saying don't stop, one saying don't give up, one saying go on. And then the red guy is closing in even closer to the gray guy and it says, yes, not give up yet. And then, the last panel is 2 screens of YouTube, and the red one is like the content playing and the gray one is like the content loading, so it doesn't buffer.
I think we did that meme a long time ago, but I found it again, and it's a good one.
And what attracted you to the group?
At first, it was I'm in recovery myself, so it was just to try to find some people who are just trying to better themselves while being in recovery. Yeah. And then when I got there, I realized it wasn't so much about the running; it was more about a community sense that I've never felt before in my life. So just like accepted right away, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah, I love that, because when you are recovering from addiction, it's all about like replacing that with something, and community is hugely helpful for that, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Without community, I can't do it alone. I've tried multiple times and failed every time, so yeah, super grateful for the community.
what this all means to you to like grow up in this family. Like, how has it helped you as a person?
Oh, absolutely. I've worked in education my entire life, and it's because, Rick got into education. My mom got him in, and it just became something where I was like, I want to be able to give back. I now run the foundation. I'm speaking today to share that message and make sure that people understand that Team Hoyt is still alive and strong, and other people can participate and help people with disabilities to be included.
So Girls on the Run is a nonprofit after-school program serving 3rd to 8th grade girls. And we are a combination of a social-emotional program focusing on confidence building, goal setting, positive self-image, while also creating a healthy relationship with movement from a young age. So these girls, through their progressive season, are actually training for a 5K. And then it all kind of culminates together where they really run their happy pace and show that they are achieving their goals at our celebratory 5K at the end of the season.
I have a question. I'm sorry. How did the run get started?
So we have been, we work with a lot of queer folks and a lot of theater artists. And a lot of them said that, especially in athletic events, they don't feel included, especially with gender. And so we decided to make the most inclusive athletic event in Boston. So we've got no gender requirements about signups. We have no gendered awards. We're in an ADA accessible location. We're ASL interpreted, and we're 3 laps. So people can do all 3 or 1. So we really like to empower folks to come however they want and to participate however they want. And we also have a tiered ticket system. So it's 20, 35, 50, or free. And all tickets are equal based on the honor system. So when you come, if you had a free ticket or you paid a $50 ticket, no one knows the difference. Everyone's welcome at the Road of Rainbows.
Insanely inclusive.
I love that. I know. That's super cool.
But what do you say to someone when you tell them that you do ultras and they don't realize that there's anything past 26.2 miles?
I would just say, it's just a case of, mindset, really. I think just, go and find somewhere that you think you'd enjoy running, and then having, a bit of adventure, and then just moving down the trail and enjoying the experience. And if you do that, then you'll go further than you realize. You don't need to look at your watch. Just keep moving forward.
So ultra has my heart because I'm not fast, but I'm very mentally tough. Yeah. And I love going for as long as I can. My favorite event that I do is a 24-hour obstacle course race. And I got 50 miles and 55 miles. And it's just something spectacular to be able to accomplish these feats that you don't know whether or not you'll be able to finish, right?
Yeah, and I think that's the appeal of a challenge for sure. It's if you knew that a challenge was going to have a positive outcome, then it wouldn't be a challenge in the first place. It needs to have that element of risk, that element of fear, that something scares you, so it puts you outside your comfort zone, and you still dare to go for that goal anyway. And that's where you learn. That's the beautiful thing. You learn so much by yourself.
You talk about road trip. What I love about these races is the adventure aspect of it too. So I like your kind of concept of road tripping, but just running.
Yeah, no, I love it because it's when the whole road trip thing is you're going and you're seeing new towns, you're seeing new places, you're never seeing the same thing over and over again. And so that's what I love about it, because and you don't even know what to expect, because there's no way you could even scout everything that you're going to see. And so you have all these little pleasant surprises that kind of just come up and say, oh, hey, this this town is known for blah blah blah. And I think that's kind of what makes it so much fun.
And running across the country and then running from Alaska to Florida, you've had lots of these adventures. Do you have any mantras or anything that you keep inside your head?
Gosh, I think doing Alaska to Florida, it was just always embracing each day. And even if you're kind of going through and not counting down, so always counting up, not counting down is kind of the thing that I like to think. And I think I try to do that with every day. It's every day isn't just a means to an end to doing a race, but it's I really enjoyed this. And if you're not enjoying it, then I think that's when you have to pivot proactively rather than wait till you're in a rut.
Yeah, and see, that's awesome that your wife is going to do a 24-hour race. That's super exciting. And for you, that will be fun because, you can take all of the experience that you've had from your racing and stuff to then help your wife accomplish her goal, But at the same time, you have to remember, you still have to be able to take in your calories, your fluids, all of that. Because so many times crew gets so wrapped up into focusing on the runner that they forget about themselves, which, is great for the runner, but also terrible for the crew.
Yeah, it's almost put your own oxygen mask on first before you help other people.
Absolutely.
So talk about what makes a good pit crew.
I think being calm in the moment, knowing you need someone in the crew that knows your runner's limits. You don't need everyone to know it, but you need someone. And I think people that can flex whatever their role is important, because sometimes things don't go to plan, right? So you might have someone that was only meant to pace one section but it's going to pace two. So actually you need to that other person that was going to pace to be comfortable that they need to flex, etc. But I think, remaining calm and being flexible are probably the two main things.
Yeah, it's one thing to be pit crew. It's another thing to be a pit crew for your significant other, right? Because I hear a lot of people like, don't have your wife be your pit crew. It's like, but sometimes they can be your best. Like she's been my pit crew for a couple 24-hour events that I've done, and it takes a really special person to be able to be a significant other and be pit crew.
Yeah, I think I like it, right? Like we get to share an adventure together. We have funny stories when things go wrong. We laugh about them. But I also think that's one person that knows everything about you, so they can push you. So like for Scott, and I was saying it in the talk, like there was one time I pushed him too far and he got rhabdomyolysis. So, it's a learning experience. I now know where his upper limit is. But typically you know that you can be horrible to them, whereas someone that maybe doesn't know them that well, they'll be softer, right? And when they're in that state where they're tired, everything hurts, you need someone that can be horrible, because if everyone's too nice, then things slip and then they don't do well and then they're in a bad mood afterwards, which you've got to deal with, right? So when Scott DNF Bigfoot the first time, he was awful when he came home. I wasn't there, but like for a month it took him to get over it. Whereas I wouldn't have let him DNF, whether he was in a horrendous situation or not, even if he came last, unless it was something that he had to, right? So I think that's important.
Me personally, or
What's your role in all this?
So my role is to look after the brands, try and get all the exhibitors in, and just kind of get as many kind of variation of kind of shoe brands, kind of nutrition, races, and all that kind of stuff.
What are some things that you look at in like the smaller details in putting on an expo that people may not consider?
Probably the activation spaces and how you actually engage the visitor and make the experience a bit better. Because obviously it's fantastic to have kind of all the amazing brands that we've got on board, selling their products, but in terms of like getting, say, for example, having a gate analysis or the kids zone, which has been really busy at the moment. So I think it's just like having a good variety as well.
Yeah. Work goes into the planning to put this event on, but what is the additional job that you do while the event's happening? Like, what are you busy doing now?
Just keeping all the vendors happy and the brands, and building those relationships, because at the end of the day, we wouldn't be here without our vendors and exhibitors. And we kind of want to make them our friends, right? Because if we can just kind of call them up or go for a beer with them when we're over in Boston, that's the ideal situation, because we're looking at it as a long-term game, because we want these guys to be coming back year on year. So that's really important to us.
So neurochemically, you have big dopamine uptick. You got 250% dopamine uptick for hours, between 2.5 and 5 hours. That goes hand in hand with immunoglobulin response going up, norepinephrine going up, serotonin going up, cortisol going down. Then you have the myofascial tissue repair, right? Underneath your dermis layer, you have all that repair that's happening. Lactic acid, calcification, all of that's getting broken up. It is a huge anti-inflammatory, and it's so freaking awesome to feel it, to feel it. I'd say single biggest benefit for me personally is just to be right here, right now. It's like, I try thinking about what happened yesterday. Try thinking about your stuff you got going on tomorrow. Right. It's nice in the 21st century, especially. Very busy world. Anytime you can center yourself and just be right freaking here, and also be getting all those benefits at the same time, like, let's go. I'm in for that. Yeah. But what you are does not ask for what it wants. It knows what it wants. Just like, it's like, this is less about what you think you deserve and more about what I know you're worth. And you are worth this. And truly, like, if we can just, like, all the chatter and the noise and everything, it's all okay. It's all okay. And it's also okay to just be right here.
Quote is, in between where you are and where you want to be, there's endless, boundless peace. There's an opportunity to be still as you find yourself in the gap between the past and the future, knowing that this is the space where you are called to come alive. And it's okay if you feel uncertain here. You don't have to have it all figured out. You are free to take this moment by moment and see the wholeness of it all. Some things will be difficult. Some things will be easier. Some things will make sense, while other things leave you with questions. But altogether, those mountains and valleys create a landscape where somehow through it all, everything finds a place.
Do you mind telling us a little bit about your story?
Yeah, sure. So in 2019, I had a stroke and came out of nowhere. My husband knew the warning signs, so he got me to the hospital right away. I'm okay. Yeah. And soon after, I found Teddy's team, and I've been involved, and it's so rewarding to be a part of educating and helping people that aren't as lucky as I am have a chance.
Do you ever think about like what could have happened if your husband wasn't aware of the signs?
Every day.
Yeah.
Every day.
I remember you talked about the TED Talk about like things that need to change in the industry.
Yeah.
You wrote the talk in like 2021 or like years before the event actually happened.
Yeah.
And you said it fucking sucked that nothing changed and that the talk was still applicable. Would your talk still be applicable today?
Yeah. I have been trying to raise awareness for fat phobia and running. And I definitely think more people are talking about it. I think with the rise of TikTok and Reels on Instagram, it's so much easier for people to share stories in a way that's actually digestible. Right. Like, it's hard to tell a story in a photo. So I think a lot more people are talking about it, and no, things are changing. I just saw that Shape launched like a 4-week, I don't know if it was Shape, it was one of those women's health magazines. They launched like a 4-week body image resilience course that was free. And I was like, well, hot damn.
Yeah.
This is great. So I mean, in the running world specifically, I don't think anything has changed, but I think it's like moving a freight ship. I don't think anything's going to change quickly.
Right.
In order to ensure that you're doing it safely, you need to prevent your posture from degrading. So you need to be able to maintain a straight back and then know the form to hinge during the stroke. Oftentimes, too, people will kind of rush the stroke. You can't go faster by rowing faster. You go faster by pushing on your legs harder.
More efficiently.
Yes, more efficiently.
So this is Swift Running. So you can see the cyclists on the screen as well, but they have a run side of their platform. And what you're seeing now is a virtual world, and with live runners. So right now there's 14,000 people running or riding on the platform. And what this allows you then to do is to have a very nice visual distraction, but run in a virtual world. So what Zwift is able to do is to send a grade command to the treadmill. So instead of you having to, press a button or do something to put an incline or a decline, the software itself will control that. So you just, again, have to focus on the running.
So you see the hill, you go up the hill. Yeah.
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah, up to a 15% incline and a 3% decline.
Decline's important too. A lot of treadmills can't do that properly.
For sure,
so.
yeah. And training for...
Most of the stories come from the States, actually, that we do, because the UK it's just not that big, particularly not an ultra. And then the continent, our Spanish and French, German isn't that good. So actually, we interview so many American guests, and there's so many American epic races. So to be able to come out, and we've been delivering an ultra stage at the Run Show in the UK for 4 years now.
Oh, I didn't think you realized. Okay.
Yeah, so to be able to actually come here and replicate it.
In order for someone to accomplish something big, failure has to be a possible outcome.
Yeah. And another aspect of doing what you do is pushing yourself so hard that you can find out where your limits are and finding what your strengths and weaknesses are. It's been a journey, I'm sure, just for running, but like as a person, like how has it helped you in your day-to-day life?
It's been huge for me in my career as a husband, as a parent, learning what I'm good at, learning what I maybe need some help with, where I have weaknesses, and also just learning that I can do it. Yeah. Like, so many challenges come up in our lives in all areas, our job or our family life or medical issues, whatever. And just having that knowledge that, like, no, I can do this. I can push through it. Remember that other thing that I did? Yeah. I've got this. And just continuing to build up this reservoir of mental
fortitude.
Things that you can recall in tough times.
F. Scott Fitzgerald said, "For what it's worth, it's never too late to be whoever you want to be. I hope you live a life you're proud of. And if you find that you're not, I hope you have the strength to start over again." It looks like Spartan posted on Discord saying, "Unfortunately, there is no unholy grail for 2024. From our product team, Tough Mudder would like mudders to push themselves. Unfortunately, with the unholy grail, we have noticed some participants only doing the bare minimum to be able to get the unholy grail. This is not something we want participants to do, since we are about pushing ourselves outside our comfort zone and going beyond our limits. Having said that, we'll definitely reevaluate again for 2025.
Yeah.
Marathon world record holder Kelvin Kiptump tragically died alongside his coach in a road accident, and he was 24. He set the world record of 2 hours and 35 seconds at the Chicago Marathon.
That is insane. And also, the age of 24 is insanely young. Spartan Race has recently made organizational changes, resulting in the departure of several key personnel. Garfield Griffiths, who has been a race director since March 2017. I should add to that that's just with Spartan Race. He was with other companies long before that. Steve Hammond, who served as the course manager since 2015. And Gabe Steinberg, who I admittedly don't know as much about, but he was involved in volunteer and ambassador management since 2021. They have all been let go.
But of course, being part of, the Mud Gear Hannibal Pro team, there's different benefits with that. So now I'm considering, clearly it's an OCR race. Getting exposure doing a Spartan would probably be more ideal than a High Rocks, but I haven't done High Rocks yet. So what should I do? And when we tell ourselves no, we want to do it more. This is where I feel like the perspective of the more if you tell yourself not to do it, the more that your mind goes in wanting to do that. And that's kind of like when you go in an obstacle, you don't want to tell yourself don't fall, because if you say that, you're going to fall. That's it, right? Your mind is not smart enough. It can't hear no. It just hears fall and understands what that means. I like how you said try to, because of course a crazy buzzword is confidence building, and everyone wants confidence. And it's just confidence isn't a feeling, it's an action.
Yeah.
And
Messier Eckhart, and suddenly you knew it's time to start something new and trust the magic of new beginnings.
Nice. This comes to us from the OC report. It says Spartan announces 2 world championships from Spartan now. So there's the sprint and the 100-meter race. Real quick with your name, and I'm not sure if you know too much about this, but my wife wanted to ask if it's annoying to have the same exact name as the Kansas City Chiefs head coach. There's a Super Bowl today, and I don't know if you're aware of that.
No, I'm not very aware. Yeah,
that's totally fair. It's a uniquely American sport, pretty much.
So there's 156 countries in the world, and I then had to find out from each of those countries whether or not they had or hosted an OCR race in whatever, whether it's a small family one or a large corporate one. So I spent absolute hours checking the details, finding the names of these OCR races. Then I had to contact each of these different OCR races to build up a database. And the database is confidential, and it has the names of the person of contact and the contact addresses and so forth. So from that, I had to message out. We had to do a lot of publicity. So I'm not technically minded, and my way of doing things was to do messaging information of who we are, what our aims are. Anthony, he's more technically minded, so he was the guy who established our Facebook page and the logo. So that was how that side of things. And then, we got the contacts, we built up a database, and then we had to find people and make contact with members who came and joined our group. We've got family and friends and supporters who take you there. You need to be near to the registration tent. There's also issues around toilets. Have you got wheelchair access to toilets?
Right.
We also do address issues about sportswear. Sportswear for obstacle course racing is mainly for able-bodied people, whereas there's not much. There isn't any, as far as I'm aware, of Pacific OCR sportswear for persons in a wheelchair, an OCR, the equivalent OCR race in the Paralympics. So this is a really critical issue as, is it fair that on one hand, the Olympic Games has the 100-meter OCR pentathlon, and yet the Paralympics are not?
I mean, when you think of like Joe DeSena's like rip, 10 million people off the couch, this and that, like this should apply to everyone, whether you're an adaptive athlete or a regular person. So I think it is vital that like we spend the time thinking, what can races do better? I know we have a local race by us called Boulder Dash. Actually, that medal right there. They have a all abilities team. It used to be called Find Your Bold Team. It's changed names, but it has members of people that have autism spectrum disorder. It has a woman, Nina, who has cerebral palsy, I believe. She's in a wheelchair, and we take her out of the wheelchair and we put her over the wall, and it's a great time. And she has like a whole wave of just like the all abilities team, and that is I've been in the sport for a long time. That is the only race that I can think of that has made that extra effort into how can we address the needs of the people that other people don't think of.
You are not out of time. You have not missed out on what was meant for you. As long as you are breathing, you will know new beginnings.
Rugged Maniac posted 6 days ago, "We will miss the mud, but we will always have the memories. Our obstacle course will no longer continue in 2024. If you're already registered for a race this year, please be on the lookout for a full refund."
And this is devastating because Rugged Maniac was one of my favorite races. I haven't been able to do it the past couple years because things haven't been working scheduling-wise, but what are your thoughts on it?
I mean, it is sad. I feel like Rugged Maniac is like a good entry level. It's fun. It's not serious.
Right.
It's just it's fun.
And Warrior Dash being gone, Warrior Dash had gone downhill before the end. Rugged Maniac, to my knowledge, had kind of stayed up in quality. Other than Canada, I heard it sucked up in Canada. I heard that from Dave. But yeah, it's a bummer. And the terrain race with its, I don't know, is it dead again? I have no idea.
I don't know.
There's
you know
no
what
intro
Spartan
here.
should do?
And more terrible news, Chris Maltby steps down as Vice President of Product for Spartan Race and Tough Mudder. For those unfamiliar, he has been very big in the sport for a long time, both as an athlete, competing in World's Toughest Mudder. And so he's calling it quits after this weekend's Tough Mudder event in Saudi Arabia. So it says here on Inside OCR that Maltby joined the Tough Mudder team 10 years ago and was moved over to Spartan as Vice President of Product in 2023. Less than 1 year later, Maltby is moving on from the company. And I can say this now, I'm not surprised at all. I knew this was coming, and it's a bummer. I'm kind of surprised he's lasted this long because things are the way that they are in the sport today. So best of luck to Chris Maltby, and looking forward to seeing him whenever I see him again in the future. How does the sport work?
Okay, so you have jammers and you have blockers. The jammers are the ones that actually score. The blockers are the ones that the jammers have to get through in order to score.
Okay.
So the blockers go off the line first. 10 seconds later, the jammers from both teams are released. The goal is to get through the pack. The first jammer to get through the pack is called the lead jammer or the head jammer. And then you have to come around again. And then every opponent that you pass is a point.
Okay.
So if you're the lead jammer and you get through the pack and the other jammer hasn't gotten through, you can call the jam, and then you get your points and the other team scores nothing. If you don't call it off and the other team jammer gets through, they will also get points. So the idea is to get as many points as you can before the other team and call it. And that's how you score. And the sport has morphed, there's recent talk about, Spartan changes and that type of thing. But, it was a smaller community back in 2012, 13, 14. It wasn't mainstream. I would explain it to people and they'd be like, what is that? Now you can say Spartan or you can say Tough Mudder, and a person who's never done it knows what you're talking about. So I do miss that smaller community. I miss being beaten at the end of a Spartan race by gladiators. I will say that was fun. And it's good to see the sport grow and to see more people interested. My concern is that it oftentimes then will get watered down. And, because you're trying to please the masses,
and I get that, you need volume in order to make money.
Yeah.
That's why they're in business. But, I like that the unique quality of different obstacles each time. They're not afraid to change things.
Yeah.
Don't get into that cookie cutter rut that, that's disheartening.
Yeah. What's your origin story? How did the group first get started?
Well, I will bring up Gray Berets because that was the impetus for creating a female group. The Gray Berets have been around longer, and there were some women in the OCR community. They were like, well, I'm older, I want to join, and they were like, no, men only, blah, blah, blah. And being the founder of Gray Berets partner, I was like, you know what? I'll create one myself, and I made it 40 plus because number one, I was just over 40. And I found that in the OCR community, the number of older women is less than the number of older men.
Yes.
And I know that women like to have that feeling of belonging, that community that, you don't necessarily want to roll up to a race by yourself. You're,
yeah,
whether you're 25 or 45, it always feels good if you know someone, just like my first race, I didn't do it alone. Oftentimes you're not just, oh, I heard about this, I'm going to go off and run this race by myself.
Yeah.
So I wanted to build a community or a place where like-minded women over a certain age felt that they weren't alone, that they could share a love of a sport or be introduced to a sport with other women that are like-minded. I might be a pro bodybuilder, but I wouldn't consider myself a pro obstacle course racer. I run elite, I run competitive, but I know I'm not at that level. So, I came in first in masters, but it's not the same.
Right. Fair.
So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know some people, okay, you're over 40, so maybe you can't be as athletic as the people that are in their 20s. Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
One name, Heidi Williams.
Yes. I was thinking of her. I was thinking of Manuel Defoe, who's older too, as a guy. Yeah.
So, you want to win money, train harder. I mean, that's just where I'm at. I wouldn't say that you need separate money for masters. And I'm speaking as a master.
Yes. Yeah. I just think back to like the glory days of the sport. I'm like that's something that I feel like most people don't realize was a thing back then.
My quote is from Louise Kaufman, and she said, "Perhaps we should learn to love ourselves so loudly it silence our insecurities."
Switching over to Savage, there's 2 new obstacles.
The first obstacle is, oh goodness.
Yep.
Voulez-vous lâcher?
Voulez-vous lâcher?
Oh.
Yes. So, okay, then watch this video and see if you can explain it to the people.
So it starts off with a big monkey bar jump, like a full body, it looks like. That's a huge gap.
Mm-hmm.
And then it transitions into...
Panic on Caitlin's face.
Either long... Oh, so it's just like widespread monkey bars.
Yes. Those are lâchers. That's what a lâcher is. So that looks like it's going to be pretty difficult for a lot of people, and then very difficult for when it is wet.
It looks like I could put my hands on one end and my feet might not reach the other.
Yeah, it's pretty far.
And then the second new obstacle is the Bruiser. Thank goodness it's an easy name. You start off on a traverse rope.
Yeah, like a Tyrolean traverse kind of thing.
And then you have to shimmy, shimmy, shimmy on that rope. And then it transitions into another one.
Yep. Which the transition does add a decent amount of difficulty to it. It's not nearly as difficult as Goliathon, by all means.
And then you get to ring the bell. Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah. There was a change to the Spartan Z walls, or maybe we may not be able to call them Z walls anymore, but I haven't heard anyone else reporting this, but Scott the Fane Knowles on his I Am a Spartan podcast, recent episode with, I don't remember the name of it, but it was like their recap one. They went over how there is a rope that you kind of have to swing on at the very end of it too. I would love to find a video. If anyone has like a video, then I can kind of link to that. But for now, just listen to their episode. They did a good job explaining the changes of Spartan Race this year.
What are your thoughts on there not being a payout for the race series anymore?
I was really annoyed because I was like, man, this is my time to get some money.
Right.
I don't love it for for the company and for the racers who are going to go to these races. I don't think they're going to get a lot of people at like the series races because of the payout. Like, I mean, for us, we're in Tennessee. Like the other races are in Big Bear and in Utah. So like it's going to be a lot of money for us to just travel out there. And so if I were to do well at those races and get a payout at the very end, like would it cover our expenses to actually go out there and lodging and all that kind of stuff? I don't know.
Right. So do you plan on going to the rest of the US National Series races, or are you just one and done?
Yeah, we're just one and done. The carries, because I'm not a good carrier. I also haven't practiced carrying at all. Like the last carry workout that I actually did, that was probably last fall.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so I haven't done any obstacle training at all. It's literally just been running. The carries put me back a lot, like in the back of the pack. So that was probably the biggest concern that I had. And the speed, because all those girls are a lot faster than I am.
And then what was your biggest success in the race?
The Z wall for sure. That's just where the race changed. I didn't get it on the super on Saturday. And so I was just replaying in my mind how I was going to do it for Sunday. And so it just kind of worked out on Sunday. I just figured that a lot of the girls before us had failed the Z wall and were currently on the penalty loop. And so I leaped for the bell, got the bell, and they told me I was in second place. So I just like sprinted out of there. I was like, oh crap, now I got to hold this so no one passes me again.
My quote is, give yourself 6 months. Take care of your body, mind, and soul. Give yourself 6 months to get into the habit of practicing self-care and self-love. Delete the app, block the number, wake up earlier, get dressed up even though you're not going anywhere. Eat healthier, journal, have spa days, and exercise. This is your only life. Do what you can to love and enjoy every aspect of it. No more waiting. Be the person you've always wanted to be. This will not be like other times. This time you will change and you will stick to your habits and you will see your results.
Nice.
Tough Mudder released the news that there's going to be a Tough Mudder before World's Toughest Mudder.
Yeah, so the OCR report posted Tough Mudder announced changes to World's Toughest Mudder, with World's Toughest Mudder weekend set to debut this year. The biggest change this weekend will be the addition of the 3 to 5 mile Tough Mudder on Saturday morning based on the same course that the WTM athletes will run later that day. So past years of World's Toughest Mudder have included a hot lap on Friday before the race. Last time it was a shit show because none of the obstacles showed up. But hot lap participants tended to be pit crew members, younger family members, and a handful of WTM athletes looking for a sneak peek preview of the course. With the debut of the Saturday morning 3 to 5 mile Tough Mudder, the Friday hot lap has gone away. So in the announcement, Tough Mudder named the main objective of Saturday morning waves to curate a crowd to come out for the challenge and stay for the competition. And the World's Toughest Mudder weekend will be November 9th and 10th, blah, blah, blah. Let us know what you think. Caitlin, what do you think?
I don't care.
I don't like it.
I know people are complaining, but I feel like people are going to complain just to complain. Also, I think it might, like, boost a little bit of morale. Like, you see all these people and, like, they're excited. I am worried, like, the pit's going to have to be, like, heavily monitored.
That's
and
actually
you're
going to
you're going to lose an hour of daylight, which at first I was like, it doesn't matter because then you'll get the daylight in the morning. But Michael Cantor?
Maybe.
His last name?
Yes, yeah, who we were with the other day.
Yeah, made a good point. Like, your daylight is best used with fresh legs.
Yes.
Like, that daylight in the morning, you're going to be trashed anyway.
So we didn't even get to those changes yet, but keeping with this change, I don't like it because I liked the hot lap. I liked doing the hot lap. I planned, yes, I planned that far ahead in episode coverage. I planned to do an episode on the hot lap and release that, like, the night before, and so people could listen to it before doing World's Toughest Mudder. So that change kind of personally bugs me too, but also just, like, I really liked the hot lap. I thought it was a great idea to do things beforehand. Now it's going to be right before, and it just seems very needless. I think it's them trying to soak a little bit more money out of it, but they are a business, so that's their prerogative, but it is what it is. And this is the first time we've had you on the show, so can you tell us about your athletic background before obstacle course racing?
No, I don't have a background. I tried to start training when in my childhood, but they found that I have some peculiarities in my heart, and they said it's not allowed to do any sports They sent me to do operation, but at the clinic they said that it's okay to live like this, but no sports. So I had to stop training. So I didn't train at all. And only maybe in 2015, I just tried to one time a week to run because I got bored working in the office. And first it was only for teams. Then the company began doing races for like athletes, but instructors can only work on the course. We were like judges. Also for athletes, we cannot race ourselves. One time they made a special race for instructors, but I couldn't win. Also, I think I disqualified also on one obstacle. Yeah. And one race our company was doing in Azerbaijan, Baku, and they said, okay, this race is abroad and instructors can race. And suddenly I won the race, and I was like, okay, maybe I can try to train.
Yeah.
Yeah. So after this, it was late 2017, and I was not training, like especially for the races. And in 2018, I tried this European Championship Spartan and OCR European Championship, but got bad results. But after that, I decided to find a running coach and try to train more, be more disciplined, more systematically.
Yeah.
For my surprise, in 2019 in European Spartan Championship, I got third. I was really surprised.
Yeah.
Spartan World Championship, it is short course.
Yeah.
We were doing a bit different trainings.
3K.
And before Spartan, we were thinking maybe, yes, we can go try this Alula, but we didn't change our training plan because we were training for Spartan. Only after Spartan, I think we took like 1 week rest because also it's emotional. You can get tired after big event.
Yeah.
And then we decided, okay, maybe we have to begin training. Our muscles were getting cramps, some even here, like in my back. Yeah, but I didn't try to do these fast movements. I was just keep going in my pace. But obstacles are not so hard. But after several laps, I was tired of going underwater and stuff. And sometimes in water comes inside ear everywhere like this. This I didn't like.
Yeah, that's one thing.
And there was ice bath. You have to go under wall, and this was really cold. I even felt like my feet were freezing after the water. Yeah. But you continue running slowly. It gets warmer. Yeah, I know that I won because I already saw Nicole. She was meeting me at the finish line, and I understood that they didn't go for the last lap. And I didn't know who was third. I was so happy that Janko got third.
Yeah.
Very unexpected results because I thought maybe other girls also will fight for the first place. And I didn't expect that it will turn out like this. Yeah. And especially that I will win. I didn't. Even now, sometimes I cannot believe that I was the first. And if now come back like before the race, now I won't say that I will win because something unexpected. Yeah. Any country, any city can apply and just wait for approval. Usually there are like semifinals. It's 7 sections with different obstacles for different skills. Something for grip, something for balance, a lot of stuff for teamwork. Like it's not like a ordinary OCR. It's not OCR at all. Maybe only, for example, this year there were like maybe 2 hanging stuff, only 2 obstacles. the others were more like for teamwork, a lot of balance stuff, jumping like stuff, and for every section you get some points. You have to get a lot of like as much points as you can to get to the finals. Maybe I cannot even decide. I used to think that it's standard course like 10-15 kilometer, but Sergey, my husband thought that I'm better on short courses. Now he's like confused. Maybe you are good in ultras. I cannot decide. Even I don't know which is my favorite.
What do you enjoy the most?
Maybe standard courses, not too long and not too short, because short is also very hard because the speed is so high and the obstacles you are doing in with a really high heart rate, and you feel that in your arms. It's lactate.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's had some obstacles to do.
Yeah.
It's not easy, but in a standard course, you can be more, how to say, even.
Take the time to notice all the little things that bring you joy and do them often. We are just here once, so enjoy it.
Nice.
And I had a quintuple bypass. I was doing rehab and, typical bicycle, treadmill, and so on. I got through that phase and I started lifting weights with a trainer. And I was getting bored. That's okay, but I was bored. And so I started looking around the internet for something. And I came across this thing called Spartan. And at that time, they showed an A-frame and a couple of people crawling underneath the wire in nice grass where it was nice and soft, nice and cool. And I said, heck, I can do that. And they are the primary sponsor of American Warrior. And this group raises funds to provide service dogs to wounded vets. And they started out with a small sponsorship. And okay, that's nice. And so we got the T-shirts going, and some of my Spartan friends got involved, and they bought the T-shirts. I presented a check to American Warrior, and they turned around and gave me basically a pass and said, go for it. And so now they are my primary sponsor. They pay for travel, lodging, a rental car. So,
and more recently, the OCR report took notice of that you completed 200 Spartans at the age of 83. How does it feel to have done so many of these events?
Fantastic. I didn't realize I could do that. I had never in my life thought I would do that, even when I was, even last year, the year before. But just to go back a little bit, that 8 at 80 we talked about.
Yeah.
That was something all of a sudden that just popped up. Well, wait a minute. I can do 8 trifectas and I'll be age 80. That was my wife's number one priority. I don't get hurt.
Yeah. Yeah. What does your wife think about all this?
Well, she loves it. She's 100% behind me. She's been to several of them. She won't do them herself, but she's 100% supportive. Yes. Yeah. I couldn't do it without her.
Yeah. So. And something else in doing all these events and all the places that you've gone is all the lives that you've touched. So, there were countless likes on the Instagram post, but over 100 comments. I read through some of them. Some that stood out to me was Chris Etherington said, I remember back in 2018 in Florida when he gave my wife and I a Band-Aid in the middle of the event. Someone by the name of Edward says, nothing but respect for this man every time I run into him. Someone else tagged a friend and said, remember this man? We took a picture with him. He's a beast for sure. How does it feel to see all these people out on course?
It's good. Knowing that I am touching so many lives is a really big motivation for me to stay there, to keep doing the Spartan races.
And I lied, one more question. What would you say to somebody else who might be listening to this and think, I'm too old to do a Spartan race, or I'm too blank to do a Spartan race?
What I would say is look down to the ground, and if you have 2 feet, we will take you on a Spartan race. Because all you have to do is walk. I can't run anymore myself, so I'll walk it, and I'll say I'll walk with you. If you look at Monty Montgomery, you know Monty, you must know the name. 97 years old, and him and I are close friends, and we just walk together. And although he'll outrun me, there's no question about that. He guy can run. But walk it, and I just tell you can do it. It's in your head. All it is trying to just get up there and one step at a time. And it doesn't matter how long it takes. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We're not getting a podium. We're not going to win money. We're going to get the same banana. I was going to say the same fit aid, but we're not doing fit aid anymore. But we'll get the same rain, REIGN. So we'll get the same medal.
Yeah.
So why not have fun and we'll get to meet people? And I think that's one of the things I learned is I started interacting with people, and that's how I became friends. And I say, hi, how you doing? Where you from? Blah, blah. There's a whole new world of friends out there.
My quote is really long. I know your computer is dying, so.
That's okay. Do the quote. It's at 5%.
And on the really hard days when it takes everything inside yourself just to affirm that you're enough, remember what it took to get here. Remember the times when you didn't want to admit to anyone, but there was that small voice in your head that said, maybe this isn't worth it. Maybe I can't keep going. Maybe I'm not strong enough. And remember that you still found something inside yourself to make it through another day and another and another. And you've made it through every impossible day you've ever lived. And can't you see you're trying to convince yourself that you are enough when actually you're this incredible and fierce warrior? You're a powerhouse. The energy of the entire universe flows inside you. You're courageous and passionate and stunning and such a gift to everyone who has the honor of knowing you. Your kindness, your empathy, your light, your love, all of it is a big and grand and extraordinary and so much more than just enough. So please, when you're trying to convince yourself that you're enough, remember who you are. Remember the path you traveled. Remember the stubborn and resilient heart that beats inside of you. Remember still, you are so much more. That's from Zanana Keithley. Bone Frog canceled all events for the 2024 season.
Yeah, we'll definitely get to more of that in a little bit. But that is a bit of a bummer, and we didn't see that coming. Reached out to all 3 main owners, I would say. One not only declined a comment, but he told me not to mention him in it. And the other 2, no answer from them. So not looking good. It looks like they're dead again.
On March 20th, Chris Rogowski posted, I was supposed to be back in Tennessee at the Frozen Head giving the Barkley Marathon 100 my best attempt this week. Instead, I'm out with a meniscus tear and will be lying on the couch a few more weeks. So that's a bummer.
Yeah, bummer to hear of her injury, but if there's any silver lining, maybe she'll start to slow down a little bit. And I don't know, she does a good job with the recovery, but I feel like youth doesn't last forever. So, yeah, hoping she recovers soon and gets back out there. Next up, Jasmine Paris is the first woman to finish the Barkley Marathons. She finished with a little bit more than a minute to spare, and that's pretty impressive. There were also 4 other finishers, including John Kelly, who we had on the show very recently. So you just kind of fucking stuck with us for this episode. I was planning to do a interview with one of the owners of Bone Frog. As I said, one was less than interested to being on the show. So instead we're going to do another OCR eulogy, which we haven't done in a while, which is a good thing. But we haven't had the chance to really go through our total feelings and memories on the recent batch of OCRs that are now gone.
You know what's so weird about Warrior Dash that I learned in my research?
What?
That each participant had the opportunity to raise funds for St. Jude's Children's Hospital, but Warrior Dash did not contribute any of their revenue back into St. Jude.
So that's incredibly common, too. You go to a place and it's like, would you like to round up to the nearest dollar to
Is it
donate?
terrible that I usually say no?
No, because the company themselves don't donate. Spartan did something very similar, and I think they might have gotten in trouble with, they would have like the charity things, but they would never pitch in themselves. It was just other people doing it.
From my research, it was kind of crappy that they didn't offer, when they closed in 2019, they didn't offer any refunds, and they took money from participants and continued to advertise, even though they thought they were closing.
Yeah, no, I remember that.
So that's crappy. In September 2013, the producers of Shark Tank actually contacted the founders of Rugged Maniac and asked them if they would come on Shark Tank. And they said yes, and the original investment was $1 million for 10% of the company. And they eventually reached a deal with Mark Cuban and settled on $1.75 million for 25% of their business. Since appearing on Shark Tank, the Rugged Maniac event had expanded to Canada. They increased their sales by almost double, and they expanded to 28 cities and created a second race called the Costume Dash 5K, which debuted in Boston.
Nice. So what they did well is lowering the barrier of entry. Hey, it's free, anyone can join. So I think that made it very easy for people to show up to their events. What they did poorly was putting on events and continuing to stay alive and communicating what's been happening, and the constant acquisition over acquisition after acquisition. We had Dustin DeRoe on the show not too long ago, and he was a very big part in trying to get them to rebrand and show a better face and this and that. And he tried his best, and that didn't work out. And I think they've been acquired twice again since then. So, yeah. Did you ever do a terrain race?
No, I haven't.
You didn't miss out on much. To anyone listening, Warrior Dash was good back in the day. Rugged Maniac was great forever. They never diminished in quality. That's, I think, what sucked most about that. Terrain race, it's okay. It was okay.
Quote is from Dr. Seuss. He said, "Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened."
It's fitting.
Hey guys, this is Michael Stefano.
And Caitlin Ritter. So Michael, how was your weekend? I've not actually watched Balboa yet, but I have understood there's a fantastic quote in that film which says, it's not how hard you can hit, it's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. And that is how winning is done.
Obstacle Racing Media posted Spartan Race will be awarding the following prizes for the U.S. National Series races happening later this year, applicable for both men's and women's. So for the Big Bear Super and the Utah Beasts, for third place, you'll get $500, second place, $1,000, and first place, $2,500.
Awesome. So what's weird about this?
Don't they still owe athletes money?
Yeah, that's the big thing. Also, Annie Doobie posted out, what about Jacksonville? Which I'm pretty sure she won Jacksonville. So it's a 3-race series. They're only paying for the second and the third one. But the thing is, they made it clear that there wasn't going to be payouts for this year, which sucks. Objectively, that sucks for the sport. Our sport is doing very bad. I'm not talking about OCR in general, like the rolling in the mud and all that stuff. The sport, the athletes, the elites. It's not good to not have money. But this was supposed to be their down year so they could pay their employees, pay their affiliates, pay their this, pay their athletes. So many people that they need to be paid. And all of a sudden they're like, hey, we're doing this again. It's mixed signals. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Figure out what they're doing and go with that. It's typical Spartan. If it was any other company, I feel like this would be bigger news, but people are just like, yep, this is
Obstacle Racing Media posted Spartan Race will be awarding the following prizes for the U.S. National Series races happening later this year, applicable for both men's and women's. So for the Big Bear Super and the Utah Beasts, for third place, you'll get $500, second place, $1,000, and first place, $2,500.
Awesome. So what's weird about this?
Don't they still owe athletes money?
Yeah, that's the big thing. Also, Annie Doobie posted out, what about Jacksonville? Which I'm pretty sure she won Jacksonville. So it's a 3-race series. They're only paying for the second and the third one. But the thing is, they made it clear that there wasn't going to be payouts for this year, which sucks. Objectively, that sucks for the sport. Our sport is doing very bad. I'm not talking about OCR in general, like the rolling in the mud and all that stuff. The sport, the athletes, the elites. It's not good to not have money. But this was supposed to be their down year so they could pay their employees, pay their affiliates, pay their this, pay their athletes. So many people that they need to be paid. And all of a sudden they're like, hey, we're doing this again. It's mixed signals. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Figure out what they're doing and go with that. It's typical Spartan. If it was any other company, I feel like this would be bigger news, but people are just like, yep, this is
Breaking news. We have just been made aware of a new governing body that has been formed. Raul Fedor, president of the Romanian Obstacle Course Racing Association, has been elected chairman.
What advice would you give to someone that's thinking about taking on their first DECA event?
just go out there and do it, because you don't know what to expect until you go out there and do it, and then you'll get addicted to it, because every time I come back, I want to do better. So you'll if you do it once, you'll know what you need to train for. You'll see your strengths and your weaknesses and go from there.
I would say probably just same advice for Deco, which, maybe people have heard before, but pace the first half, because you're going to need it for the second half. And I think the same holds true for the ruck. So.
Yeah. And what made you choose Underdog Fitness as your location?
So I came here to do a fun event for Deca Strong a year and a half ago, and the community was awesome. The people, the family, the community. And I've done a lot of athletic events, and I've never felt more welcomed at All Abilities here. And Kevin is just awesome, and I love his wife, Jess. Literally, I was instantly welcomed, and everyone pushed each other to be better. So I love it.
There's probably a range of being visually impaired. So where are you on that spectrum?
I'm like this, extreme tunnel vision, very, small window. And when it's overcast or something like this, actually it gets a little more worse, because I got cataracts along with an eye disease I have called retinitis pigmentosa. Okay. So, which causes me to lose my night vision, my peripheral vision, and ultimately go blind.
Oh my gosh. So as his guide, what are your biggest challenges?
My biggest challenges were to make sure that he I didn't want to go too fast or too slow for him, and then I wanted to make sure anything on the ground, like some of the course has ramps as turnaround points, so I wanted to make sure we kept it close to keep the course short, but not so we hit it, and then making sure the course was clear of runners to get him to the stations he needed to be and set up his stations fast to make sure he could beat his time, which he did. He wanted under 30 and he got it.
They provide guides to athletes like myself and people in wheelchairs and all that kind of stuff. So
that is really cool. I'm a special education teacher, and I currently have 2 visually impaired students. So when I heard you were out there, I was like, I need to go talk to him, just because it's I teach 3rd grade. So in my realm, they're 3rd graders, but one day they're going to grow up and be adults.
The reason why I do what I do is because I hope there's that kid out there that's actually seeing me out there doing it and going, oh, I could do that. He's doing it. So.
And like us, you drove over 2 hours to get here. Why particularly Underdog Fitness?
Love this gym. Love the community. Very welcoming here. Kevin and Jess are very, very easy to support, and very easy to get behind them and their brand and what they do for the sport. They are, just 2 of the best people I've met since I've started doing OCR and hybrid racing. So it doesn't matter where the gym was, 2 hours, 3 hours, I'm actually a huge advocate for being disconnected in this world. We're straying away from how humans are supposed to be. I don't think we're supposed to be attached to technology. Obviously, I love listening to podcasts. I love YouTube. But there's just something about having as little screen time on your phone as possible. And I tell my friends, I joke about this, I'm trying to be part of the control group of people who just don't have technology in their lives, which is, the irony of it is I work in IT, I'm a network administrator, I'm about as at the end of the day, I'm about as big of a nerd as you'll ever meet, but I'm the biggest advocate for disconnecting from technology as possible.
What is it that you love so much about this hybrid racing sport?
Teams.
Yeah?
Seriously, you become better friends when you race teams together, and when you go to war in a DECA's team together, you just cannot be best friends at the end of it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For me, teams definitely. I also love the community, and I know that's a super cliche answer, and that's what a lot of people will answer, but once you're in it, it's very true, and that is the root of everything. And coming here for the day, for the weekend, and being able to spend time with all the people that share similar likes and interests, and also passion for the sport, it's an infectious atmosphere, so it's awesome.
So we started Underdog Fitness actually during COVID, and when we were looking at how we wanted to model our gym, we were thinking about the 2 of us and how we were in sports, and we were both always pegged as the underdog, so it just kind of fit, and we were we are the underdogs. We want to be that gym that tells a story. We root for everyone, we cheer on everyone. We don't care what your background is, what your fitness background is, where you are in your life. We're here to support you. And then it just kind of was built from that, and us being we don't care if you're a top athlete or someone who's just starting. We want to just be able to support everyone and be the true underdog story.
And then we created the Podium Chasers because so many people saw Kevin doing well and they were like, hey, I want to train with you. And we're like, well, we're looking for like very specific athletes. Like we want the people who are going to be like working hard, have a sense of community, come here, be able to like cheer others on. And we've really built like such a family with it. And that's really what we look for.
Speaking of awesome people, you came all the way down here from Canada. What do you love so much about Underdog Fitness here?
They have the similar community to what we do in our gym, so it makes it very enjoyable when you come down here. So we're just one big family. Like a lot of them are wearing their like our underdog, like our pure underdog shirts that we've got made up for both our gyms because we're a very like one team but two different gyms.
And then just the time and effort that you put into like making sure that this was built to like for people to get their PRs. Like as someone that competes in this, you know what makes a good course, right?
Yeah, I was out here on Thursday measuring out all the width of the stations. That way it was uniform. And that way each athlete had room because you can make it tighter for the mile, but if people are elbowing each other or worried about getting kicked, that's going to slow them down and their anxiety is higher. So that decreases time. The strong, you want it tighter. And the mile, you just want it fair. So sometimes it's stacked deep. If you notice, Mikey raced today, Caitlin raced today. They're next to each other, right next to the in and out. So whether you get to the first station or the last station, you're not at a disadvantage. Right. You're not trying to climb over somebody.
You're just living and breathing, hybrid racing. What does it mean for you to have this sport come to fruition and continue to do pretty well?
It means a lot. As a child, I wanted to be a professional athlete, and you think mainstream sports, football, baseball, hockey. I play college lacrosse, there's pro, but it's not something you can make a living off of, really. And then this has been something, I'm not making millions of dollars, but I'm making a living, and I'm helping a lot of people, and that's a huge thing for Jess and I both is like our purpose in life, I guess. Well, I think when you race Spartans every weekend in OCRWC and Tough Mudders, you get used to seeing certain people because they're diehards like you, and they show up every week, and those are your friends, even though they're not local. They become the people you see more often than your other friends. Yep. But these, because there's so many options to race DECA, like you could test yourself any time. It's not like, oh, I screwed up Killington. I got to wait a whole year before I do it again. And the people, like, you can call a buddy and be like, hey, you want to go to this race? It's 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks away. It's an hour away. It's not $130 and you got low barrier to entry on the cost side, the travel side, because there are a lot of affiliates. And then you just keep testing yourself, and it's basic stuff. You don't need to learn how to do handstand walks and stuff.
Yes. And before we get into your race, I apologize for not recognizing you, but okay. When's the last time we talked?
We talked in 2021 at Newbie Sanity Ultra.
Yeah. And maybe why didn't I recognize you?
So I weighed 272 pounds back then. I was a fat guy. So
what are you down to now?
I'm down to under 200. So I lost like 85.
How does that feel?
Amazing.
How long did it take you? How long was this fitness journey for you?
So it took 5 years.
Yeah, I guess the gist of what I can tell people is that we're closing our location that we've been at for 7+ years, and we're working on a new spot not too far from there. Okay. We're just waiting until the ink dries on some things to make that announcement. Okay.
Yeah, we do it to support Gabe because he supports the whole community.
Yeah. So I only just met him today, but I drove 4 hours here to support him. He seems like a very nice guy.
He is God sent. He does a lot to motivate people. He's inspiring. His whole aura, this is his beautiful girlfriend. Her name is Trish.
I'm talking to her soon too.
Yeah, because of him, you want to do so much more. Plus, you want to give back more to the community because of him, because he does so much. Yeah. He works so hard. He's a people person. He has so much love in him and so much. He has a huge heart for everybody that doesn't have one.
He donates to my school, and that's my mom.
Yeah,
awesome.
He donates to my daughter's school,
which
is Plattekill Elementary School. He has done a lot for them because people motivate you, and the good thing about it, you're on the trail, people look out for each other. They may not know you, but they'll make sure, hey, are you okay? So it's good.
When you drop your AirPod. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you even helped me. Yes.
Pat myself on the back for that one.
Yes.
And what would you say to people about that have heard this that haven't come out and checked out the race yet?
Oh, this is a great family atmosphere race. Definitely, Gabe supports the community with everything he does out here on the course, and it's a great local race to do. So check it out.
GPS watch today?
I did have a GPS watch.
Did you have more than 5K? Because I had significantly more than 5K.
My first lap was 3 miles exactly. My 4 laps got me 12.92, and that's including 2 runs to the porta potties.
Interesting. Okay, I got way more than that for some reason. I had 12 miles for 3 laps, and I don't know, unless I miscounted. Wouldn't that be awesome if I did 5 laps?
That would be awesome if you miscounted. Yeah.
I don't think that's the case though.
It's like an intimate atmosphere. You know, it's not a ton of people here. You get to engage, and then the swag. Like, there's beer over there. There's Gatorade. There's Gatorade if you want it. There's like cupcakes with like, you know, really cool decorations. The swag.
I know.
I mean, this is just overall, it's really well done. I think that I'm gonna make sure that I remember how good this was, and I'm gonna shout it out from the rooftop so that everybody can understand that if they're in the Northeast, they really need to be out here doing this event.
And I drove like 4 hours to get here. You got to support these.
And it's totally worth it. If you think about it, there's people that drive 8 hours to go to a Spartan race.
Right. It seems like music and movies are almost like time machines. People can have a song and they can be transported to an exact memory and moment in time. And someone said that to me. Someone said, music is actually, we do have a time machine, it's music. Yeah. You know, it can send you right back to a moment, a feeling, a heartbreak or whatever. So I like to talk about those things on our podcast and why we like music so much and what connects us and why we geek out about it. Just like with trail running, how we geek out about it.
Totally. Every single race I do, I always donate somewhere somehow. Whether it's, I've donated a ton of stuff to the Walden Humane Society many years. I've donated bicycles to the Plattekill Elementary School. I donated a lot to the homeless shelters down in the city of Newburgh where I work. But I've really stayed with the Plattekill Elementary School. And so for the past couple races, I've donated headphones for their Chromebooks, right? Because I don't know this, but apparently there's the headphones are always going bad, so they're always in need of them. Okay. So a couple races ago, I donated like I don't know 30 or 40 sets of headphones, and I didn't even know this, but they're always in need of bottled water. I don't know. Yeah, she says, yeah, bottled water. So we're going to bring down a whole bunch of bottled water. So I always take money from the proceeds and then I kind of throw our own in there. And we just try to always try to redonate with every race.
That's
But I'm hoping by the October race, we'll have the zip lines up.
And that's one of the beautiful things about obstacle course racing, more specifically permanent courses, which I've always said is the future of OCR. You can just keep building year after year, right?
You really could. Yeah. You really could. And
last year it was Viking, Gabe's with Obstacle Wonderland, and Rob McCoy at Fit Challenge, their final event. So those were the 3 events, and that was the first of the Northeast Series that we did last year. So going into this year, unfortunately, we lost the OCR version of Fit Challenge. So I wanted to obviously keep this going, look for a replacement, and I wanted to really expand that. So combining that thought process with some of the sentiments from Spartan CEO, or his official title, Joe DeSena, and then also Adrian from OCR Worlds, that they really want to incorporate, they want to work with race locals. They sort of put that statement out there, and I talked to some people, talked to Gabe. We were on board, and we were looking to see what we could do next. There has never been a sort of traditional ultra distance series. Spartan sort of had that availability to put something like that, and they just never really capitalized on that. But with the different brands that we have that are part of the series, I reached out to those. They were on board, and sort of, and from my perspective, the linchpin to all of that was to, again, approach Spartan, and also via them Tough Mudder, because they're all in the same family now, to sort of put those as sort of a centerpiece event that is really going to get some additional exposure for our local brands.
My quote is from Mr. Ecker, and and suddenly you know it's time to start something new and trust the magic of new beginnings.
And said that Spartan have announced another large payout for the OCR season with races in Croatia on October 11th and 12th. So we did talk about this like small course thing that they're going to be putting on. But for the 100-meter prizes, it's going to be $2,500 for third, $10,000 for second, $20,000 for first. For the sprint prizes, $2,500 for third, $5,000 for second, and $10,000 for first. And then he said that this is the largest championship payout for Spartan outside of Abu Dhabi Beast World Championships. But let's finally get to what this episode's all about. So this is the third New England OCR Expo that has been put on, and this is the first time that I've been on the board and have put this much work into it. I've been meeting with the Expo people every other Thursday and then every Thursday for months now. So I'm very glad to see this finally come to fruition.
And last year the book was relatively new, I believe. How has sales been? How are you feeling about it?
It's good, very good. Yeah, it was it was relatively very new last year, so it's been out just over a year now, and the result has been fairly good. Enjoying the sales of the book, but it's more so the stories of people that have read it and used it in their training have come back and been like, "Wow, this was very helpful."
I think that's vital. When you see the logo, you immediately think of military, but you're exactly right. There's firefighters, there's police, there's all sorts of other service members that deserve to have a little extra care in getting back to normal life.
I agree. I think it's really important to remember that military isn't your only form of first responder, that everyone's out there, and it's really important to take care of them when they come back.
Absolutely. What advice would you give to someone that's listening to this, maybe struggling through some dark times of their own?
Reach out. It's a hard thing to swallow your pride and reach out for help. OscarMike.org. Reach out. There's a lot of us, and we're here for that very reason. So yeah, by all means, don't sit alone. You know, that's the worst monsters are inside our own heads, and we all know that. So, you know, getting out and finding a group of like-minded people who are willing to push their limits and actually live life instead of existing, that's the best advice I could give.
Race Ready Obstacle started 2019, I believe, and it all started because my wife said she couldn't do Twister and told me to weld her one. So I did. And then, you know, since then it's progressed into, you know, travel around building for multiple races. I weld and powder coat grips and sell those, and build permanent obstacle courses. That's what I do for a living.
In multiple races, we just covered an event last weekend in New York and saw some familiar Twister there. It was your Twister from Obstacle Wonderland. They were very proud to say, hey, this is from Race Ready Obstacles. It's got a certain expectations with the name now, which is great, right?
Yeah, and I mean, just growing it organically, I guess. Just keep doing my thing and, you know, try and make good stuff that people can train on to, you know.
And now let's talk about Midwest OCR. This is going to be the first year putting it on. How are you feeling about it?
Building the course won't be a problem. I'm good at building the course. Admin side of stuff has been a little bit more of a learning curve, but, you know, we built for a number of races and finally been talking about it for years and decided that we should probably just do our own, you know, and then all the fun little obstacle ideas I've had for, you know, years and haven't made, I get to make for my own race.
How are you enjoying your time at the Expo?
It's awesome, man. This is my first time here. Like I said, I kind of niched into this community a little bit more my passion for OCR and Spartan. And like about 2018-19 is when I really ignited it again. And that was just like, I used to be a competitive bodybuilder, power lifter, a little bit bigger, stronger, but I wasn't a good runner. And like, that was a new challenge for me. And, the community brought me here over the years, the more passionate people. The Expo is awesome. Everyone here is supportive. Like, you know, I'm talking to how many people are doing the Jersey next weekend. And it's just like, and you get excited for them, they're excited for you, and one awesome person. And it's like, people want to get into the sport. It's awesome because, like, whether you're doing the Beast or the Ultra this upcoming weekend or whatever it is, like, I'm doing the Ultra, she's like cheering for the Ultras to go by. The Ultras are high-fiving the Beast going by. And it's like, I think it's contagious, and that's what this Expo all is about. You know, if I get some business from it, great. But I told my wife, I'm like, I just want to have some fun, meet some people, make connections, and I have a small podcast myself and just, like, network and meet people. And
then my quote, my grandfather posted this, and it doesn't matter if it's true or not, it's a cool story. But it says that Charlie Chaplin once told a joke in front of an audience. Everyone laughed. And he told it a second time, so only a few laughed. When he told it the third time, no one laughed. Then he said these beautiful words. If you can't laugh and laugh at the same joke, why do you cry and cry at the same pain and sorrow? So enjoy every moment of your life. Charlie Chaplin left a great legacy without saying a word or hurting anyone's feelings. We remember these phrases that touch the heart. Nothing in this life is permanent, not even our problems. I love walking in the rain so no one can see my tears. The day you waste the most in your life is the day that you don't laugh. So yeah, saw that and I liked it.
My biggest, I guess, advice that I can give for any ultra endurance sports, or OCR especially, slow and go. Don't sign up for like the 2,400 miler Start like a little bit slow. Start the Beast, try the Ultra, then try the 24. But really see like where your limit is first, and then keep going from there. It's a lot about time on feet. Everybody talks about mileage all the time, but it's really time. Time is the most critical part. If you're not putting the time out there, the course is going to chew you and spit you out. So you can do all the mileage you want, like running on flat, like and things like that, but really putting like the tough runs in the mountains. And obviously you have to have the upper body strength. So like things like pull-ups, I do pull-ups, push-ups every single day, basic stuff. All right. And then obviously having great coaches like they have here and other places, absolutely critical. If you haven't had a coach before, even as like an elite athlete, I had a coach for the first time a couple of years ago. It was the best decision I ever made. They'll look at you and say, wow, you're doing all the things you're great at. You're not doing the things that you suck at. So, and they'll also kind of reel you in a little bit too. So that's the best advice I can give. Yeah. Does anybody know who Chris Roglowski is? Good. Yeah, I know. She's like the most badass woman in the world, right? She's a good friend of mine. And I actually told her when she got 100 miles, first woman to ever get 100 miles, the world's toughest mudder. I know. I was going to tell her that everybody's clapping for her. She'll smile because she's injured right now. So she's a little bummed right now. But I watched the video afterwards because I had a bad race. I just had a bad race. And I watched her the entire time and she was smiling. And that was my secret when I won in Iceland in the past. People said that to me. They're like, you were smiling the whole time. And I forgot that. So like you literally just smile. Like when you're suffering, you're hurting, you're trying to get that mountain, smile. It's amazing how much better you'll do. It's amazing. You'll literally trick your brain. You'll trick your brain. So just smile. Like just laugh at it. Be like, this is ridiculous. I'm on a mountain. Like I'm paid for this. I'm getting my ass kicked. Smile. Just have fun. If you're not having fun, why do it? So, for example, has anybody heard of the death race, the Spartan death race? I finished it 4 times. All right? I looked in a mirror every single day before that race, before the first time I ever did it. For those that don't know, it's like 75 hours long. If you're wearing a rucksack, no sleep. They just beat the crap out of you. I was on the staff for it this winter. It was so much fun. I know. No, yeah. I know. People pay good money for this, again. So I literally looked in the mirror. I didn't say, I'm not going to finish. I just said, I'm going to finish the death race. I'm going to finish the death race. Same thing for my first Killington Ultra. I'm going to finish the Killington Ultra. And I've had numerous times where I've been in that pain cave, where I've been injured. This past World's Toughest Mudder, I almost broke a rib.
And just like, this is the thing that inspires me about OCR in general. You see other people who have like really a harder time than you for any number of reasons out there giving it their best, giving it their all. And it's just such an inspiration to me because like when I get to that point or that age, I want to be, putting in the effort just like them.
Sorry, I'm just some people have told me like the race doesn't start until you get to the assault bike. So that's like another way of thinking about it too.
Oh, I couldn't agree more, actually. That's definitely because, and again, like those actually, I felt good being an endurance athlete with those two until I get to those ram burpees.
What hurt me the most is like just the compromised running or the compromised working out is like it just burns your lungs so badly, and you don't really get that in ultras.
Oh, absolutely not. Like you have that kind of rest. Even I haven't done like the Deca Fit or the Deca Mile, but it seems like even that running, even though like you're still going at a fast pace, you at least get to like have that blood return back to your legs, back to like everywhere else, instead of just being like distributed into your arms and you just toasted by that point.
In the perfect venue. I think everyone agreed that this was the best venue that we've ever had for the Expo. How do you feel that the Expo went?
I think it went great. I was working on the 100-meter side. Selfishly, I put myself over there so I could play on the 100-meter the entire day. But that being said, every time I popped over here, look at the Expo, we saw smiling faces, happy people, just people talking, having a good time. A biased opinion, but I thought it was the best venue. But like honestly, right? Like we were able to set up a 100-meter course indoors. We were able to hold the Deca indoors with plenty of space. Vendors had their space and everything. Like there's games going on. Like it really was a place for people to hang out, talk, catch up, play the game. So I loved having it here. Truly loved it.
Anything that you noticed that you can improve upon for next year? Maybe we'll listen to this next year. Remember?
God. That's really hard right now because
more judges for Deca.
More judges for Deca. Yep. That's a tough. I mean, and I mean we're literally here at the very peak of the event. It's hard to really even think about that right now because it's just so overwhelming, positive, celebratory. I mean, we do absolutely want to take some time and, all right, what went really, really well? Awesome, we're going to do that again. Yeah. What could have been done better? Awesome, we're going to focus on that. Yeah. You know, what more can we do to get the word out? What more can we do to bring more races and more community in?
Not my joke. My quote is from Brene Brown, and she said, "I don't have to chase extraordinary moments to find happiness. It's right in front of me if I'm paying attention and practicing gratitude."
Oh, I'm always chasing extraordinary events so I can get happiness.
Maybe you just need to practice more gratitude in your life.
Maybe. That was supposed to be my word for this year. So this is something that we've discussed for a long time. I just thought Caitlin was annoyed that it's very vague, but I didn't know that she actually questioned that a podcast is a show, which is ridiculous.
It's a podcast. It is not a show. I don't say when I get my car...
Podcast is a type of show.
I don't say when I get my car, oh, I'm going to listen to a show. No, I'm going to listen to a podcast.
And so she's like, well, you know...
Podcast is like the brand name.
No,
it's like
it's not
when
a
people
brand.
call it like
it's not a brand at all. No.
Yes.
A brand is Apple. A brand is Spotify.
Okay,
Podcast
it's like
is not a brand. Your other bad arguments were that, okay, well, it's all audio. Okay, well, a radio show. Or, okay, well, it's on demand. Okay, we were watching Netflix. It's a TV show. And luckily, 83% of people agreed with me and said, yes, it is a show. 17% of people are like Caitlin and said, no, it is not a show. And we did have someone write in saying, saying, in my opinion, if it has video, yes. If it is just audio, it's an episode.
Ooh.
And I'm not saying, I didn't get permission to say who he is, but I said, okay, that's fair. Caitlin agrees with you. I would say it's an episode of our larger overall show. So that's
podcast.
Yeah, a podcast is a show.
I think it just drives me crazy when we're at like the New England OCR Expo. You're like, oh, do you want to be on the show? Like, no, you have to say podcast. People don't know what kind of show it is.
True.
Usually,
it's
then their
vague.
next question is, oh, is it video?
Right.
So I think if you just called it a podcast, you would.
I agree with you there, but a podcast is a show.
Runners of like the New York City Marathon and any other marathons that go over the bridge, they want a fee. And do you remember what the number is?
Jesus, $750,000?
Yep, it says the New York City Marathon is being asked to pay roughly $750,000 a year to make up for the total revenue lost while the
revenue
lost while the Veronazzo Narrows Bridge is closed.
Yeah, this is going to be an explicit episode. Blow out your ass. The amount of money that these races bring in from people traveling to New York City.
Is even just seeing people there, different sizes, different ages, they inspire me. It's like I have an excuse and sometimes, I help them and they help me. And that's why I try to video that. I want to show the world, like, you're not the, you don't have to be, like good fit to do a Spartan race. And like, they look at, Casey, like no legs, and all those, like the Oscar Mike or the More Heart and Scars, like they're in the wheelchair. And like, so I try to, like motivate other people. Like, this is not only just for, good people. This is community.
What is Pinoy OCR Alagua?
Okay, Pinoy OCR, that's the group. Pinoy is in Filipino.
Okay.
And OCR Alagua is my dad's nickname.
Oh, cool.
But my original dad, my real dad, he is deceased now. He was passed. So I carry his legacy as Alagua. Alagua is in our, I grew up in countryside, in barrio. We call it barrio in Philippines, countryside. And my dad is a heavy equipment driver. And one time he is a bus driver. And that nickname Alagua is meaning that he always speed up. He's a crazy driver. It was like that's known in our neighborhood or our barrio that Alagua. Alagua is fast driver, crazy driver, fast driver. So I don't know. One day, like, oh, that's a good name right there. You're kind of unique, and so I carry that name Alagua. So that's my dad's nickname, Alagua.
I love that. I'm so glad I asked. Tell me about this giant milestone of completing 400 Spartan races. Like, how did this come about?
I had no plan. I have no plan. I planned at 300, and it happened in Sparta. My
Nice.
So that was really, I really appreciate that I had to have 300 before going to Sparta because to, I want to have my 300 in Sparta. And I know sprint that all my friends will, they told me that they're going to join me because I'm slow. My pace is slow. So when I know that if I do the super and the beast, my friends will be gone. So I really planned my 300. So most of my close friends, they joined me to do my 300 in Sparta. And after that, it just like, if it happened, it happened. So and they announced me, and he called me to the States, and Big Johnny was hiding something in his back, behind his back. So like, this is Tom Manning, blah, 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 blah. Today is his 100 Spartan race. And he gave me a shirt. And the shirt is 4-0. A shirt 4-0, the black and 4-0. So I didn't expect that, like my group will do that to me, like a special thing. And I was, you give me the microphone, I cannot talk. You can tell me you want to say something. I can't talk, but I was crying. I was like, I can't remember. I cannot hold myself because I can't believe that he will do that to me. That's why I always, when I go to race, I always wear the armband with 4-0 because of 4-0, I made a lot of friends because I used to be just alone,
The source is Austin Tang, if you're a real person, but it says, I love this analogy. You're holding a cup of coffee when someone comes along and bumps into you or shakes your arm, making you spill your coffee everywhere. Why did you spill the coffee? Because someone bumped into me. Wrong answer. You spilled the coffee because there was coffee in your cup. Had there been tea in your cup, you would have spilled tea. Whatever is inside the cup is what will spill out. Therefore, when life comes along and shakes you, which will happen, whatever is inside you will come out. It's easy to fake it until you get rattled. So we have to ask ourselves, what's in my cup? When life gets rough or tough, what spills over? Joy, gratitude, peace, or humility? Anger, bitterness, victim mentality, or quitting tendencies? Life provides the cup, you choose how to fill it. Today, let's work filling our cups with gratitude, forgiveness, joy, words of affirmation, resilience, positivity, and kindness, gentleness, and love for others.
Doing hashtag sweat check whenever they worked out and they shared it in their stories and stuff. And I got wind of it. So I did the same thing with the Get It Core Fitness gym people. It was just within us because all the gyms were closed. Everybody was staying home. So, well, work out, sweat check, this, that, tag some people. And well, they did it and they tagged me back and they tagged more people. And then, from there, more people tagged more people and so on and so forth. And even after COVID, I mean, the sweat checks from a lot of people kind of stopped, but I just did it even more and more and more. And then it went from my gym and the people that I knew in my city happening at races. And now people do it in their normal workouts. And that's it. It's just transferring energy over, essentially.
Yeah, it speaks so much to accountability because acknowledge you, another team acknowledge you and invite you in. How did that feel?
Wow. Good question, Michael. Oh man, yeah. Exciting. I mean, I've been to a lot of races. I mean, of course, I'm usually sweat checking video and stuff, but I've been to a lot of races where like nobody knew I was at, middle of the pack, and just racing and going back to the hotel or something because I didn't really know anybody, and
yeah.
But so to go from that to like you just said, it's exciting. I mean, I was referred by a few bumpy races, man. I'm like, dang, like this ain't starting out too good. I bombed it at the Jacksonville Series Spartan race. I was nowhere to be found, though I did both race. I did Saturday and Sunday races. Then there was a local race before that in Miami, the Native X race. It's like I didn't do as good as I wanted there, so I'm like, man. But that pressure was added. Now they didn't add it on me. It's just how I saw it. So that's another thing too. You gotta control the emotion with it, and you can't be sad. You can't be happy. Just I don't want to say it again. Shut up and work. Project Mayhem, Fight Club.
Yeah.
You know, what goes on here stays here. You know, you're gonna learn some stuff, and you're not gonna teach anybody else. No, nothing in the post was like, we're gonna learn how to do this. We're gonna learn how to. We're gonna be better runners. It was nothing like that. It was. I mean, the post is there. I don't have to say it, but it's inviting a team of people to live together. So it's essentially what I already do in my free time and what I already want to do. And I'm like, dude, he's calling me. He's calling me. I mean, I saw the post when I got off work one evening, and I sat in my car and I was like, dude, I'm filling out these questions right now. Like every second counts. Like, I don't know who else is going to submit anything, but I mean, we're talking opportunity for sponsorships. We're talking opportunity for merchandise and ambassadorships. Most importantly, a bigger network.
What advice would you give to someone like if they're thinking about like making the trip out to join you guys?
Stop wasting time, man.
Yeah.
Stop wasting time. I mean, this isn't just about training or, you know, using cool stuff, or even a lot of this for me is learning new things. But the biggest thing, and a lot of people I wish would capitalize, you know, this is a movement going on. I mean, Ultra House wants full-time athletes training, competing, helping each other reach these goals.
All right, so my quote is, and this is from Things That Make Me Happy. This was posted by...
You love the Facebook quotes.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I guess, where I'm getting... I used to start off with, like, real philosophic ones. I should get back to that, because that's my background. But the credit originally goes to Carrie Solomon, I guess. But it says, as I was pulling into work, I was following this car. The sign in the back window said, "Learning stick. Sorry for any delay." Knowing this information, I was very patient with their slow shifting, and honestly, they were doing pretty well for still learning. Then I asked myself a tough question. Would I have been just as patient if the sign hadn't been there? I can almost definitely say no. We don't know what someone is going through. We don't wear signs that illustrate our personal struggles. You don't see signs taped to people's shirts that say going through a divorce, lost a child, feeling depressed, or diagnosed with cancer. If we could read visually what those around us are going through, we would definitely be nicer, but we shouldn't have to see signs or have reasons to treat strangers with kindness. We should do it anyway, whether we know what is going on or not, whether they deserve it or not. Let's give everyone an extra dose of patience, kindness, and love, and happy and healthy New Year. So that's an old one, but yeah.
Participants get to bear crawl through the kids course, and you get to win or receive that orange medal once you...
Which I've always wanted.
Yes.
Since City Field had the orange medal, which they don't do that anymore because they're no fun.
So once you complete your bear crawl, you get the orange money, not orange money, the orange medal, and it is to raise money to purchase teddy bears for children in kids' hospitals.
Yeah, it sounds like they're going to be doing them all over, but we only know about the Boston one.
8 cities.
Okay, that's pretty cool. So I'm definitely looking to take part of that. I've always wanted to earn a kids medal, and bear crawling the course seems like a great way to go about doing that. How was your experience for Tough Mudder Alula?
It was amazing. I mean, if you want to hear like the full rundown, you can head over to Strength and Speed Podcast. I did like a longer run, but essentially, I mean, I flew in and it felt like it was a private event for the best of OCR ever.
So speaking of Tough Mudder, this weekend you achieved your 100th OCR podium. How do you feel?
Feel good. It feels like most of the pressure is from myself to myself. Like no one's tracking things very well, right? So it's just a goal I had set probably about 5 years ago, and I've just been chipping away at it. So it kind of feels good to have that like burden lifted off my shoulder. Yeah. At the same time, it like most times when you hit like a really big goal, it's sometimes you feel like lost. You're like, and now what do I do? And this time they changed the rules, so we signed up. The first and last lap had to be together, just like always. But the middle laps were all one man on course, or you only had to put one man on course.
Forgot about that.
So it was kind of weird. Like you'd run, and then you'd be like, "Now I wait 2 hours," and that's with a fast team. Right. If you have a slow team, you might run a lap, wait 5 hours, run one more, wait 5 hours, and then run your last. Like you might only run 2 laps if
Yeah.
you have a slow team.
I'm thinking back to when I interviewed Chris Maltby last year, and I kind of called out the fact, like, it seems like you're prioritizing Tough Mudder Infinity over like toughest mudders. And he's like, no, that's not the case whatsoever. But if you think about it, Infinity is getting to happen while like regular Tough Mudder is happening, and it's in the daytime. And I'm not an expert on insurance, but I imagine insurance fees go up when it's like in the nighttime and you're doing all this crazy shit.
Yeah.
So I get why, even though they say they're not like focusing on that anymore. But there's also like there's only like
That was the hardest Arctic Atom I've ever seen.
Really?
Yeah. So it was. It had a board just like normal, where like you kind of jump in, and you have to submerge, you have to go into the board. And then they had a second board, maybe about 6 feet away, except in between the two boards was essentially like cage crawl.
Oh.
It was a low fence, and if you just brought your head straight up, your nose I think would be out of the water, but your mouth would be in the water, to give you an idea of how close the fence was.
Okay.
So most people came up and went sideways to breathe, or they panicked and they shot their head up and they hit their head on the fence, or they hit their head on the board. And then the second pit, the part you exited, like after you went on the second board, they put so much ice in. I mean, it was probably like 6 inches. It may be more, but it was several inches worth of ice. So when you came out, you were like breaking through ice. The parts that stick out the most are ones, I'd say the ones where my expectations was not, I didn't think I was going to podium coming in. When my results exceed my expectations, those are the ones I feel like I was most excited about. So
awesome. What is the plan for the future of the sport? So are you willing to come and check out some local OCRs in the New England area with me? What's the plan with that?
Yeah, so I'm definitely I'm still planning on racing. It will be more local. So if you're in New England area, I'm sure we're going to cross paths a whole bunch over the next 4 years. I'm still planning on racing kind of those local brands. I'm not really planning on traveling outside of, say, probably about a 4-hour bubble of Boston. I think I might go to World's Toughest this year as media. I think that would be fun.
That would be great.
And
It is a lot of fun. Yeah.
And I think I could provide a lot of insight for people watching as far as like details of the obstacle, and like methods of crossing. And I think I could be interesting and entertaining and provide value to people who are watching the event live. Also, as someone who's competed at that level with some of those guys, I think I could provide some good insight. It's so funny. I do so much writing and like podcast production, and sometimes, sometimes you get no feedback. Sometimes you get a little feedback. It's usually nothing. It's usually just like I'm sending information into the abyss.
Mm-hmm.
So anytime someone says something nice, it really means a lot. And especially like on course, I've had people say stuff on course, and to me that like always just cheers me up and gives that little extra burst of energy.
Yeah, and hopefully more of those will pop up too. I think it's really good for the sport to have these pro teams around and to get more sponsors involvement. And I think you're doing things right with that.
Yeah, it's really, in some ways, it's really like a mini union of like athletes, or a little cohesive band of athletes working together to make something happen.
Yeah.
So there's nothing stopping from other people from doing it besides the amount of work it requires.
My quote is, embrace the hard. There will be times in your life where everything aligns to what you truly desire and success shines through, but it's going to be challenging before you get there. You're going to want to give up a million times. I hope you never stop trying just because it gets hard. Embrace the hard, and soon enough, success will come to you, and you will be so happy that you never gave up.
Race Brain talked about how, they talk a lot about athletes keeping receipts, remembering what people say about them. They suggested that you might be one of the ones that has the most due to like added pressure that you put on yourself. Do you feel like that's accurate, or?
Yes and no. I mean, there are definitely times when when people ask like, oh, are you gonna follow in your father's footsteps? Are you gonna be the next great call of the sport? That kind of stuff. And so there are times, but I feel like my family and my parents have always done a really good, and myself included, have always just done a really good job of like, yeah, we want to compete to the best of our abilities, obviously, but there's no point in putting that extra pressure on ourselves. Like, if anything, it just hinders our training, and it's like, it doesn't do you any good in the long run. And so I feel like we've done a good job at trying to avoid that. But yeah, every once in a while, there's definitely a little pressure there of like, oh, is he going to be the next great? It's like, And I totally understand it. Like that's just how sports are, you know? Like you want to have like a legacy to follow, and you want to have like you always have people that you look up to and want to compete against, and so it's totally understandable.
Yeah, it's one of those things like writing these questions and try to figure out like what I wanted to talk to you about. I'm like, I need to make sure that I'm dressing you as the athlete that you are and not just the son of another athlete. Because like I want to hear about you too. But what people don't realize when they're watching the live stream is they see the stream and they see like a picture in picture sometimes, but what the commentators are seeing are a whole bunch of squares with a whole bunch of people, and it's really hard to keep track. But when someone like yourself wears like something that stands out, like pirate shorts, it really, really helps too. So
I'm not trying to be cocky by any means, but I was just like this early into the race, in the hill shape that I know that I'm in. I was like, if everyone around me is already power hiking, I was like, this race is over. I was like, I got this. And so I took the lead basically like right into that first climb. I took the lead and then yeah, I just from that point I never looked back, to be honest.
how are you feeling as you kind of grow to be like not an older athlete, but you're kind of growing up as an athlete? How are you feeling like your floor and your ceiling rising still?
Yeah. I mean, I have specific workouts that I'll do like periodically throughout my training that actually have like time or distance associated with it.
Right.
So that I can track it from, time to time. And so, yeah, going into Big Bear, I have this hill. It's called the Widowmaker on Strava. That's what it's called on Strava, is the Widowmaker. And it's 0.24, so basically a quarter of a mile with like 550 feet of gain.
Damn.
And so it's basically it's an average of like 40.1% grade or something like that. So it's basically just straight up the side of the mountain. It's brutal. And last year it was taking me, I was able to do repeats on it at about 6:05 to like 6:15 like minutes to get through that quarter mile. And the week of Big Bear, like 4 days prior to the race, I went and did 2 repeats on it, and I ran like a 6 flat and then a 5:55. And so I was like, okay, I'm in the best like steep hill shape of my life up to this point. Probably 5 or 6 weeks before the race, before Alula, and same thing just happened again. It got super inflamed. It was super painful the last like 2 or 3 miles, and then the next day I could barely walk on it. And so I was like, there's just no way I'm going to be able to do an 8-hour race. Like, it's just not going to happen. Like, I can barely go over 2 hours right now without it getting really bad. And so, unfortunately, I just wasn't able to go. And since then, it's gotten better since then, but now it's kind of plateaued again to a point to where it's not getting better, it's not getting worse. I've basically just got it contained right where it is. And so for the distances that I am racing this year, I think I'll be fine.
Good.
But for anything that's going to go over probably 3 or 4 hours would just be very iffy for me on whether or not my foot can handle it. Like it's just sensitive, which is very frustrating.
Right.
But if I punch a ticket to the Golden Trail World Series race, then I believe that one falls in like November or December. I'm not really sure when that is. Then I'll definitely go to that. But again, it just depends on how the earlier races in the season go. And then what's it called? Dubai is still totally up in the air. Like I said earlier, like I would love to go to that race. I think it would be a ton of fun. I've been telling myself I should go for the past like 4 years, but with Spartan taking 9 to 12 months to pay me, then it's just going to end up being a financial decision, was what it's really going to come down to. It's a great community, but it's not always a great business. This is what it really comes down to. It's like the people are great, but sometimes, they just make financial or business decisions that are like, it just doesn't make any sense. So,
hypothetically, in a world where Spartan returns to its more former glory with sponsors and television deals and all that, what do you think like your split would be for interest in just trail racers versus OCR?
Oh, I definitely love obstacle course racing.
Yeah.
If it got back to the point to where they actually cared about their elite athletes and they made an effort, then I would definitely show up for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Still hoping for that day.
Yeah, me too.
Quote is, you do not have to have all the answers right now. You do not have to sort it all out right here. It will absolutely feel that way. But at the same time, this is true. As the world moves around you, the ground is steady beneath your feet.
But she has to run over 100 miles a day for a total of 350 miles. To break the record, she'll only be able to sleep 20 to 40 minutes. She said she's been training harder than ever. It's a very personal challenge to her because her children are half Irish. And so she finished, and there's a video of it, and yeah, good for her. She was pretty emotional at the end, as you can imagine. So we said, that's insane. Congratulations. And reached out for a potential interview.
So
He's posted that there is going to be the final raid, July 27th, 2024. They've been around for a long time. This is reportedly their last event that they're going to be having. So that definitely bumps it up in terms of priority, in terms of me getting my butt there. To cover it one more time, because I've only had the chance to cover his event in person one time. And Asa has done so much for the community. So definitely make your way out there.
Lindsay Webster posted, an end to a very special era. I want to say a huge thank you to Live Human.
Yeah, it was... Before that, it was Human, and before that was Beat Elite.
Oh, a sponsor who was the very first to support my athletic career back in 2014 and has stuck by me ever since. The end of May marks the end of my partnership with them as I transition to this next phase of life. Of course, I'll still race, but it will be when my heart wants to, and training won't be my main focus anymore as our tiny family member steals the spot.
Yes, for those that haven't been listening to the show and just aren't aware somehow, Lindsay Webster is pregnant. So congratulations again to her.
Everybody's having
a bummer
babies.
about the sponsorship opportunity. That's a big thing to let go of, and it's good to see her being vocal about that. And Spartan sent out an email saying, thank you for registering for the APAC Gold Coast Spartan Trifecta weekend on September 7th through 8th. We regret to inform you that due to circumstances beyond our control, the event this September has been cancelled. However, we have exciting news! The Spartan APAC Regional Championships will now take place at our Spartan Fiji Trifecta weekend on November 14th to 17th. While we understand this news may be disappointing, we are committed to ensuring you can get back into the mud as soon as possible. And very recently you got added to the Mud Gear Hannibal Race Pro team, so how does that feel?
It's exciting. I actually, funny story, I actually tried out for their team. I put in an application for their team in 22. I think at that time, I just wasn't ready yet. I didn't have the accolades. I didn't have the experience. But after 2023, when I did really well in the Spartan Age Group National Series, and I had a couple of other wins too in OCR, yeah, I got the invitation to be a part of the team, and it was a great experience. The team is so supportive, and we have so many tremendous athletes on it.
Another area where you've noted that you're kind of weak on in terms of like strengths. So Hercoist, chains, all that. How have you been doing with improving those?
Hercoist was actually back in 21. I was probably around 22, 23. I actually had to gain weight for this sport. I was closer to maybe 118 and 122 back then. And so I actually I felt like I didn't have a lot of strength back then. My first time realizing that I wasn't good at Hercoist was at Grit Games in 2021. They had the strength course in the beginning, and it took everything in me to finally get that bag up, and I ripped my hands just on that.
So let's get into this weekend's race. I want to hear all about it. I thought I did an episode on this race a long time ago, but I couldn't find it. So the ASCO Spartacus Dash. What does it stand for?
ASCO. I know that they're a company that rents out like heavy equipment to construction and to different industries. And so they put on this local race. I think I don't know when the first race was, but I mean, all the proceeds go to charity. It's to stop human trafficking. It's one of the heaviest trafficked area actually within this golden triangle within Dallas. And so it's a fun race. It's one of my first OCRs that I did back in 2021. It's comparable to a Spartan Sprint.
Spartan race. We briefly talked about how you won your age group last year. This year you're in the Elite Series. How are you feeling sitting? I think you're in 6th place right now. How are you feeling so far?
I'm in 6th. I'm I'm just blown away of how amazing these women have been. Like I knew going into the elite division was going to be tough. In fact, I actually jumped into the elite division in 21 and 22. And I was I was getting ahead of myself because I wasn't ready yet. That's why I went back to the age group series. I'm like, look, I'm gonna progress. I'm gonna like really just try hard to like be a better runner, be better in obstacle proficiency, and like build from there. And so coming back into the elite division still is eye-opening, still is very humbling. Watching Annie, watching Casey, Jordan, Julie Best is someone that I've known since 2021. They're a phenomenal athlete. It's so ironic for me because I could do really hard obstacles in the dead of winter in Wisconsin, but it was Jacksonville, Florida that knocked me out on monkey bars for the first time. So it's really been a race against myself. Like I can't even think about like what Annie and Casey and Ashley Heller are doing, Julie.
Going back to Big Bear too, I've heard of how difficult of course it is. And again, you being in Texas, not known for mountains. I know there's like hill country, is what I've been told, but it doesn't really equate to elevation and mountains. So I'm impressed that, you stuck it out. How do you feel about the third and final event of the series?
Oh, Utah? Utah is hands down one of my favorite venues of Spartan. It's between that and Hawaii. It's beautiful. I feel like I ignore the pain because of how beautiful it is.
This says Old and New by All Taken Nicknames 11. They said this was originally posted August of 2022. Just listened to your guys' last episode. Really good. I really appreciate what you do. I usually listen to you on Spotify, but came over here to leave you a review. I thought I wrote a review a couple years ago, and it looks like the last one was never sent. Anyway, getting ready to run Monterey Spartan this weekend, and I think it's very cool that you guys go over the podiums. Those names are crazy. Also appreciate the interviews of elite OCR athletes. Keep kind of hard to find nowadays. Keep up the great work. This says, embrace the hard. There will be times in your life where you want everything. Reading is hard.
Yeah.
There will be times in your life where everything aligns to what you truly desire and success shines through, but it's going to be challenging before you get there. You're going to want to give up a million times. I hope you never stop trying just because it gets hard. Embrace the hard, and soon enough, success will come to you, and you will be so happy you never gave up. Poll this week was, do you consider listening to an audiobook the same as reading an actual book? And 33% of voters said yes, and 67% of voters said no.
Okay, so I understand you think it's some sort of gatekeeping. I do think that it gives you the same amount of information, but they are two different verbs of listening and reading.
But you're still, like, gaining the knowledge of the story.
Yes, but it's a different skill.
Okay.
Completely different skill.
But, like, I would say I've listened to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've listened to 8 audiobooks this year, and I've read 1 book. I never would have read those. I wouldn't have consumed those 8 books if it wasn't audio.
That's nice. Yeah, you consumed them. But if you were to say that you read 8 books or whatever, that's a lie. You did not read 8 books. You read...
I consumed 8 books.
Yes. Or you could just say you listened to 8 books. That's perfectly fine. I don't actually listen to a lot of audiobooks, but I think that's a great... It's like a brother to podcasting. I think it's pretty great, but... Yeah, it's not, you did not read those books.
I consumed the books. And I think I'm a better audio
Yeah, it's
person.
More convenient for people. You can't read a book while you're driving in your commute. I'm all for audiobooks, but don't say that you read a book. I wasn't sure if I was going to use it as a quote, because it's pretty much a quote with a visual medium, so I found it. Caitlin, you have to describe it.
Oh goodness, so it's like 3 pine trees and like a little baby non-pine tree. And it says, there are moments to divide your life into before, and then the next panel says, and after, and the pine trees are cut down, and the non-pine tree is sad. And then the next panel says, he's still sad. It says, no matter how much time passes, things will never be the same. And then the next panel is the non-pine tree crying, thinking about his 3 pine tree friends. And it says, it's okay to miss the safety of before and to question why something so awful happened. And then the next panel, the final panel, is the non-pine tree. It has a little happy face, and there's an owl there's a squirrel, there's a bird with eggs in it in the nest saying, but leave room in your heart for the biggest question. What will you do with your after?
Yeah. CAB Sports not working with Tough Mudder anymore. So CAB Sports was the group that put on the big Alula Tough Mudder, the Tough Mudder Infinity. And they posted...
With all the money?
Yes. Following a hugely memorable 8-year period of hosting our events in the MEENA region, CAB Sports today says goodbye. Our events have provided us with some wonderful memories, and to see the number of participants grow so significantly during that time is a testament to fantastic work produced by everybody connected to the brand.
Well, first of all, thank you for noticing the end notes and the research. They're among some of the hardest things that you do in a book, right? There's a lot of like blood, sweat, and tears at the end of it. So you get big points for even having looked at them. I don't know that many people do. I'm a journalist. That's my career. I'm a journalist and I work in media by trade. So I've always been a writer. This is my second book. And I set out to write this book because of some things I was hinting at before, which is that I think when we reach midlife, I'm an age group racer, and I race now in the 50 to 54 category. I can barely believe I'm saying it, but that is the truth. We start to think we're kind of fully baked as people. I think this can start to happen to us, honestly, Caitlin, in our 30s and 40s, right? We know what we're good at. We know what we think we're not good at. And it really pigeonholes us into a very narrow band of sort of thinking about our life and engaging with things. 100%. I mean, I remember being your age and then being at that same crossroads. And I think you all probably have a very interesting perspective that's different from a lot of your peers, and that you're a part of the fitness community, right? And you host this podcast. And so you probably have a little bit of I don't know you personally, but I know anyone who's going to be in the sport has to have some dedication and sense of discipline. And so that probably gives you an advantage over picking your next path. But you don't know what that's going to be. And that's both very exciting, right, in many ways, and daunting.
15 minutes of your life impacted the rest of your life.
So you're a very careful reader. Big points for that. Like you've clearly gotten some of the nitty gritty out of the book. No surprise. You said you're a teacher, right?
I am. Yeah.
Yep, no surprise. So it's interesting that you ask about. So my first book, actually called Little Chapel on the River, it actually opens on the day of the September 11th, 2001 terrorist attacks, when I lived next door to the World Trade Center towers, and what followed after that day, and that was as pivotal a moment in my life as my decision to embrace obstacle course racing. Like when I think of two milestones as I have, grown older, like those are really it. And 9/11, I ended up, I left New York City. I moved into the country. I took a leave of absence from my job at the Wall Street Journal, where I was a reporter. What do you want to be when you grow up? Mm-hmm. And I remember and this is in the book, sitting there and thinking like, boy, nobody asks you that anymore when you start to get into your 40s. They even stop asking you probably in your 30s. And the truth of the matter is we kind of stop asking ourselves. We think, I am a doctor, I am an artist, or I am an author, I am a journalist, I am a teacher. But we then pigeonhole ourselves into being that. And I woke up the next day and I got on the computer, and I still, Caitlin, have no idea why I Googled this, but I Googled, what are the hardest things you can do? And the algorithm threw out to me, what are the hardest physical things you can do? Right. I dropped down to this weird thing called Spartan race. And I was like, who would ever do something like this? Crawl under barbed wire, climb a rope, carry heavy things.
Was that a hard thing for you to do?
It was in the beginning. I'll be super honest. I wish I could say like, hey, I snapped my fingers and saying no to everything was, a cakewalk. But I liked a lot of, and by saying no, like these were saying no to dinner invitations of people who were kind of friends, but not close friends, right? Things that might have been fun, but then I wasn't going to necessarily be able to train the next day. It was saying no to myself about kind of, I'll just jump on Instagram and kind of go like this and spend some time. And there went 10 minutes that if I bucketed it with another 10 minutes and another 10 minutes, I had time to get a quick workout in between meetings, right? It was just a lot of these things we find ourselves saying yes to, but they don't necessarily at the end of the day add up to anything that we look back on and are very meaningful. And so, you talk about the crop. I was driving down on the coast of North Carolina, and as you know, because you very carefully read the book, I saw this farmer on his tractor, and I had pulled over literally to text somebody back at work, and I was like waiting for their reply, and I was just watching him. He's like, hand on the wheel, and he wasn't looking at his phone, and he wasn't like scrolling through Facebook. He was just like, I'm on these rows and I got to stay on these rows because if I don't, my crop dies. And I'm like, so what's my crop? It's going to be my family, my health, obviously earning a living, and obstacle course racing. And everything else is kind of tangential to that.
You got to meet Faye Stenning, and I saw Faye Stenning works at the OCR Report, which is like our umbrella company. And I saw that they're also doing like a little giveaway or promotion with your book.
Yes.
So it's like, that's so cool that one of the first athletes you recognized, Faye, is now doing the Do It From Anywhere workout. But then I later learned she's also your coach.
Yes.
Which is incredible. But like, what is that emotion that you must feel knowing that like Faye Stenning was like the first elite athlete you were able to recognize, and now she's not only your coach, but she's helping you along the book journey?
So today's like a pretty pivotal day for me. I'm in the publishing house, Penguin Random House, that published my book. I just got the hard copies, which are, sitting behind me. I've got my first one right here. So there's open races, which are the non-competitive heats. That's where most of the racers are, right? Like that's the majority of racers, at least in Spartan racing. And the truth of the matter is, I'll tell you what my favorite thing to do at a race is to be done with a competitive heat, and then just to kind of go back out in the open and to find people who it's their first time and to be with them. Maybe they're not racing with anybody. Maybe they are, maybe they got left behind, but to like race for a little while with them, to help get them to a wall, like to help them get over a wall, to help them with to watch that look on their face the first time, they do something they didn't think they could do, to remember what that felt like for myself.
Grew up with a golden retriever that we had to put down due to cancer. My parents still have golden retrievers like in their home, and Dolly's passing devastated me. How did you find the courage to write such a vivid story about her life?
So, had a little time in between it, but I hope, right? You never know, but you just talking about her, it honors her, right? I mean, absolutely. I think pets can be like children. And what was the name of your golden who died that you were so close to?
His name was Domer.
Okay. So you're talking to me, a person who was a stranger until a little while ago, about Domer, right? This is how much animals can resonate and just be such a part of our life. And she was so brave through her treatment of cancer. She was like one of those like dogs. I feel like, their soul is a part of your own soul. And I wanted to be able to honor her, but she was also a part of my journey in racing, right? Like once she died, that's when I finally was like, now what do I do? I've been taking care of her. I mean, I don't have children, so I don't know what giving birth is like, but I have put another book into the public, and there's like this moment where you just let it go, and then the story, you start to meet people, right? Like here I am meeting you. The most incredible thing about writing a book is how many people you get to meet that you wouldn't have talked to otherwise, and the connections. And so that process is just starting right now. I'm not sure when.
Mr. Ecker, and suddenly you knew it was time to start something new and trust the magic of a new beginning.
Matilda Stensgaard
posted DQ for me today at the OCR European Champs. It breaks my heart to do this update, but unfortunately I got DQ'd today. I forgot to collect my wristband after my penalty round, and this resulted in a disqualification.
Yeah, so just a continuation of it's not just the 3-band situation. I don't know. Just this rule book is just a little bit ridiculous, it seems. It sounds like she did the penalty, but she didn't grab the band. So because of that, she was disqualified. Because obstacle course racing is all about grabbing bands and not, running and doing obstacles. And that should pretty much be the only two things there. Penalty loops if needed. But yeah, very, very annoying and disappointed for her.
Man, this place has got me on my feet and going to do it. Man, I love it, these people. I actually was just getting out of a wheelchair when, I think my first one. And before I came to Gaylord, I could hardly walk. Places, miracles are happening here. I mean, I'm walking, actually going through this, like I said, for the 7th time. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And Gaylord gets the credit for that. Yeah.
Were you intimidated the first time taking on this course?
I was intimidated, but I was excited to have another accomplishment under my belt so I could keep moving forward down the road. I mean, at one time I was told I'd be lucky to take 50 steps the rest of my life. So,
can you talk a little bit about your peer mentorship is with stroke patients?
yeah.
Okay.
It's it's whoever they give me to go see, but mostly stroke patients. Yeah. So I go in and I share my experiences with them, or whatever they want to talk about. I more or less don't do a whole lot of talking. I just like to say, I had a stroke, and I just want you to see what can happen if you don't give up.
Right.
And if you work hard and do work hard in here and do what they tell you to do. I want, it's more, I think they get more out of just seeing somebody what's down the road that they're on. And
our 400-acre campus in Wallingford and said, gosh, have you ever thought to do like an obstacle course or a 5K or a mud run? Yeah. And of course we hadn't, but with that nut of an idea, the Gauntlet was born. This is our 10th year running it. Yeah. It is coordinated completely by our staff here at the hospital. We have 24 obstacles, fire, mud, water. 30 to 40% of it is upper body work. The rest is all lower body. We have natural and man-made obstacles. So there are areas that are Tarzan swings, there are zip lines, but we have water slides and we have crawl under the mud. So there's just so much here for people. You're bound to find something to challenge you, and you're able to also go around it.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful venue too. I've been doing this sport for about 12 years now, and this is obviously the first time I've ever done a course at a hospital, which is pretty crazy. It's unique.
Yeah, so the proceeds of the Gaylord Gauntlet 5K go to our adaptive sports program that's called the Sports Association. It is one of the largest adaptive sports programs in the region. We have 17 adaptive sports, and they include things like adaptive archery, water skiing, snow skiing, rock climbing, golf, tennis, quad rugby. I mean, the list goes on. And we do this so that recreation and leisure and competitive sports can be accessible for all. Yes. I think I was saying to you earlier, you and I can just go out and buy a bike, and we might spend $75 for a really basic bike. But if somebody who has had a stroke or is paralyzed wants a bike, it's about $4,000 for a recumbent or a hand cycle. And that is an obstacle that is very hard for people to overcome. And they've already overcome an initial health obstacle. And so we're able to step in, remove those obstacles, and make sure anybody who wants to can get back into the game of life, and that they can, find their competitive spirit again, find something new that they want to do, and live life to its fullest. And so the success of this event is critical to paying for those things, because we charge little to nothing to our participants so that they can fully get involved in anything that might interest them. And we, really believe with adaptation, anything is possible.
Yeah, well, I love to hear that. So you don't know much about us, but our full-time job, I'm a behavioral therapist for autistic kids. My wife's a special ed teacher, so we are all about meeting kids and just people where they are. And at the start for a while, we love so much about working at Gaylord.
I've been at Gaylord for 22 years. Okay. So to say I like it is an understatement. Every day is different, and our patients inspire us every day. Our patients in the hospital, they come in horizontal, they leave vertical. They see a lot of times with the Gauntlet, what I love is patients right now, they'll come out on a Saturday, they hear all this noise, their family is visiting, they go to the food trucks, they watch, and sometimes their therapist will say, Fred or Harry or Mary, this could be you next year. And they're like, no. And sure enough, next year, they run it. And they don't think they can. They're still in a wheelchair. And they think, there's no way I could do this. And they'll say, that guy right there who's at the start line at the 10 o'clock wave was a patient here last year. And it's true. Anthony was here last year. And now he's running this in a wheelchair.
I'm representing Achilles as the part of the operations team. Achilles matches guides with athletes that might not normally be able to run a race.
what was your athlete's like adaptability? I don't know.
Yeah. What's the best? First of all, what's the best way to ask that?
You could say what
was their adaptation?
It's okay to say what's the disability.
Okay, yeah.
They're considered the abbreviation is AWDs.
Okay.
So athletes with disabilities.
Okay.
And that's how they're termed in the New York Marathon or Boston Marathon. They're actually the AWDs.
Okay.
Athletes with disabilities in a separate category.
I also want to announce this event has been so supportive and allowed our program to grow. As Sonia said, this is our 10th year. And over the past 10 years, this event has raised $800,000 for our program.
How great is it coming out here and being able to see such a variety of adaptive athletes?
It's exactly what I thought it would be. Amazing and unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's where when something tragic happens, when you are suffering in a tragic accident, makes you adaptive. The only thing that gets you back out is sports, or is adaptive sports. Adaptive things like this, events with other people where you don't feel so closed off or so trapped in the closet. You know, you're not put away here. You come out here and shine.
We're all doing the same course. We're all loving it.
Exactly.
Yeah, when I was a patient here, I had done a couple of gauntlets before my accident. And when I was here and I heard about them, I said, I'm going to come back and do it. And at the time, though, I couldn't stand.
So how did it feel to make that kind of progress and be here today and finish the course?
It felt really proud.
Yeah.
I have lots of support. My family, they just couldn't have done it without them.
So originally I am from Afghanistan. I lost both of my legs above the knee when I stepped on first landmine. It blew off me to the ear. So when I came down, another one is explosion. It was two bombs at the same time. And then I was in bad condition. So I came to US for treatment. And I really appreciate Hanger Clinic. So they take care of me right now. And I am very happy to be here, safe with family. And I work full time. I like to continue my sports. I used to compete in China and Korea for Paralympic swimming.
What did you think about the course? Was this your first obstacle course race?
This is the first time I just learned to run 2 months ago.
Okay.
I've never even done a 5K before, even before my accident. So it was insane. That obstacle course was insane. I didn't skip not one obstacle though.
My motivation to come to work every day, that is some of it. Some of it is just because I like to get out of bed and know that I can try to do something that makes a difference in the world on any level, whether someone walks or not. Our other guy, Anthony, did this entire course in a wheelchair, an hour ago, and that's also wild and insane. I would say that what gets me out of bed to get to work every day is just having a chance to get my hands dirty and do something that's meaningful.
Making a difference in other people's lives is something that I've always wanted to do, and I think as a PT here, especially at Gaylord, we get to see that every single day, and it's just really a life-changing experience for us, not only for the patients to be able to achieve something like this after such a hard time in their life, but for us to be able to, guide them through and give them the tools that they needed to get through it.
Spinal cord injuries. I do physical therapy for people with spinal cord injuries, right? So if your goal is to get through an obstacle 5K, we're going to find a way, whether we have to adapt or we attack it head on or we have to change and modify the way we're doing things. If your goal is, man, I just got to be able to get in my car and drive to see like my 5-year-old nieces or get to someone's graduation or dance at a wedding, that's the goal, right? So physical therapy is very goal-driven. It's important for whoever is working with us to let us know what's important to them, and that's what we're going to strive to accomplish.
That was ultimately my goal at the end. When everything happened, I just wanted to be able to live my life normally, being an amputee, so I accomplished it.
So in recovery, was this something that you circled on your calendar and were kind of gearing up for? How was that process?
Even before the amputation happened, we had talked about the gauntlet, and I kept that in my mind, this is what I want to do. I only got operated 4 months ago for my amputation, so to be back and doing this, I proud of myself. It's a lot of hard work, and
if they can tackle the course, like what's our excuse with doing stuff day to day?
That's it. When you want to complain about if it's too hot, too cold, whatever, when you see what they go through and the inspiration that they are to others to keep on going, it's wonderful.
So how do you feel like looking back on your career, like all of the lives that you've helped? Like, is there any way to kind of conceptualize all of that? Is it like
that's a
right?
That's a tough one. No, it's not easy to do that because you think that as you're doing things, it is such a small contribution because they're the ones doing the work and you're guiding the path. But when you look at it over a long period of time, it's more impressive.
Yeah, just an incredible amount of ripples I can imagine just affecting so many different people's lives.
Think about just like the population of people that you and I work with every single day and thinking like, our students could do this, our kids could do this, like if they had accessibility to events like this.
Yeah, I mean, I teared up a little bit doing some interviews thinking about like, how would I face these kind of obstacles if I had lost a limb? I'd probably feel really down on myself and beat myself up and not like, I would like to think that I'd be badass like these people and come out here and can still continue to live and have these events to kind of support and kind of build me back up. But that's a huge life change to lose a limb or to have a really bad spinal cord injury. And these people are here to pick everyone back up. I'm going to keep showing up to these events. I hope we make it out next year. More importantly, I hope we help out with a adaptive athlete team or something next year too, because I'd like to take it out and kind of run for a fun lap quickly and then come back in and do something with other people. But I just had a blast today. Any final thoughts, Caitlin?
No, people, if you're local, if you're within like a 3-hour radius of this event, you have to come.
Yeah. I also think, and we didn't get the chance to talk to anyone about this, but they need to make it so it's open to more than 1,000 people.
Right. If they're going to sell it at 1,000, they need to figure out a way to make it bigger.
Because bottlenecks are going to happen regardless when you have someone in a wheelchair. And you know what? That's fine. That's part of the event. Deal with it.
I do. My quote is from Frida Kahlo, and it says, "If I could give you one thing, it would be the ability to see yourself through my eyes. Only then you will truly understand how special you are." Would you be willing or able to help us cover the event? And 27% of people said yes, and 73% of people said no.
I appreciate all the people that said yes. Unfortunately, we couldn't use any of them because they were all running the competitive heat, and what I needed was someone to take video of me doing the interviews and to kind of hold people so I can interview someone and go get ready for the next one. So I did what I could, but I do appreciate all the people saying that they were willing to help. That did mean a lot. And some more exciting news. Caitlin, you want to take this from Jessica Johnson?
Yes, she posted my last chemo treatment. Just so much relief, and feeling all the support from family, friends, nurses, and strangers was too much to hold in. She said nowhere to go but up from here. My blood markers and biopsy came back normal. I just have to get a CT scan in 3 weeks, but everything is looking good and I should be all clear.
Yeah, very excited for you. Way to kick cancer's ass.
And how you feeling?
I feel pretty great. Competing a Spartan race at a ballpark is, pretty epic. There's only a handful of these that are spread throughout the year, and I'm glad that I could undergo one.
Have you done this stadium before?
No, sir. This is my third race as a whole. So I competed last at the Cincinnati Beast, and I was able to win that one. I have a strong background of athletics, and I just got into Spartan racing just last summer. So I'm looking forward to continue racing and just being against some other pretty great competitors out there.
And you're representing Underdog. Tell me a little bit about them.
Yeah, they're awesome. I jumped on their team this year with Kevin. It's been a really cool partnership so far. He and I have an interesting coachy relationship where I kind of still program by myself, but then he says to me like, hey, maybe you should stick this in there. Like, there's a hole here or something. Try this instead or add this to your program. So it's been really cool trying to like the DECA stuff and things like that is kind of a little bit outside my wheelhouse. So it's been fun to get into those and have him give me some pointers since he's like the best in the world at that stuff, so it's been fun.
Haven't seen before here today is
Tunnel Top.
Yes, how was that for you?
It's fine, it's good. It's a lightweight, kind of repetitive rep type of thing.
Yeah.
We just do 15 of them, but it's like a pull and a push all together. Yeah.
And then I heard some complaints from the first finishers is that the course marking wasn't the best. Did you have any problems with that today?
No, there was just one part maybe at the beginning where there wasn't really a good marking. But other than that, it's a pretty good race.
Well, as you can see by me just putting the medal on and it instantly being drenched, that ought to tell you that it was a pretty hot race. Overall, I felt really good. There's a ton of steps. It's my understanding that City Field probably has, the most distance, we'll say, the most running involved. So It definitely is a great challenge, mixed up really well. So I felt great. That tonal chop in the beginning was interesting. Okay. I wasn't sure what to expect. It was tricky because a lot of people were looking to run by it. Right. Because you don't know what the hell it is. You know, it looked like it was part of the stadium or something.
The highest wall where I messed my shoulder up.
And actually, one more question for you. Making the step up from a kid's race to a more adult race, what's some advice you would give to someone that's thinking about doing that step up too?
I would run, if you can, your first one with someone who's already done one. Yeah. I ran my first one with my dad. He helped me with some of the obstacles. Yeah, I do that just to make sure you can get the obstacles straight and someone to encourage you along the way.
Anyone could do these races. The thing to do, just do it. Just sign up for the race and just get out there. My first Spartan race was a beast, and my friend lured me in and signed me up.
The New Jersey beast?
It was New Jersey, yes.
Not an easy beast.
It was awful, yeah. So that was my first race ever, and
Jersey beast.
Yes! No, it was like, I didn't want to do it. I kept telling myself, no, I'm just going to drop out. And then my one friend who, she's done all the races, she's like, just do it. I've never trained for it. Just do it. I do them all the time. I was like, all right, I did it. And I just ended that race like, oh my God, like I can't believe I just did that. Yeah, it was unreal.
It's been an incredible week. Like a book is a little bit like a baby. I mean, I sat, and maybe even longer, because I was alone in my office writing it for 2 years, 90,000 words. You never know if you're going to actually finish, if life's going to get in the way, and then what happens when you publish it. But honestly, I have to sort of take a minute right here. You and I are standing in the middle of Citi Field where this entire thing began for me. And if you had told me that day when I fell off that rope and I almost quit, that I would be standing here talking to you and having completed, I think, my 51st race today, it's just amazing. And holding a book about it. Like, life is a beautiful thing in many ways. It's very difficult and hard, but that's what makes you see the beauty.
Thanks for taking the time to talk to me, and the sport's better for having you in it first. So thanks for being here.
The sport is better for having you and Caitlin in it. You guys do an incredible job with your podcast, and I know how much hard work it is. So thank you for being there for all of us.
Thank you. It means a lot.
And similar to Bailey, my grandmother unfortunately passed away from metastatic breast cancer 2 summers ago, and I joined BCRF over 5 years ago now, just because I knew how much they were making an impact on research and ultimately a cure. And I'm just so grateful that I get to work with a team every day who is making a change for women and men worldwide.
Absolutely. I'm glad that you said and men too, because it definitely does affect men as well as women. And even if it did affect women, like we need more support for all of this. So yeah. How are you enjoying your time at Citi Field today?
I love it. It's been great. It's been an early morning, but everyone's been really excited to be here and interested, so it's really cool.
No pressure, but have you ever done an obstacle course race before?
I haven't, but I have a feeling I'm going to sign up for one by the end of today.
Okay.
Yeah, so Tonal is a smart home gym that's pretty flexible as far as the number of different types of goals that someone can try to achieve, whether it's performance goals, lifestyle, injury recovery, and a plethora of different things. And of course, athletic performance, which is why we're here today.
And you guys have an obstacle out on the course too. Could you explain to me a little bit about how that works?
Yeah, so what's happening with the obstacles out there on the course is that they're doing a wood chop, basically. So a rotational chop, and they have to do 15 reps of it. Whatever side they choose to do is totally up to them. What's going to happen is that each rep that they do will be counted once it's actually completed through a full range of plane of motion.
And my quote is from Morgan Harper Nichols, and they said, "Hope is not wishful thinking. Hope is the audacity to believe that after everything you've been through, there is more ahead of you. It's the courage to trust that as long as you're still breathing, you have not missed out on what is meant for you."
This is the final verdict of my knee. The worst what could have happened.
He's Belgian, so
okay.
Yeah.
The worst what could have happened. I need surgery if I ever want to do OCR again or be able to run safely in the mountains. 2 of the 4 knee ligaments are torn too badly to recover without surgery. It would take years to get back at running without surgery if I ever would be able to, and this would mean no OCR anymore for sure.
Yeah, then he continues, "What happened? Well, I pulled my heel to get on the ramp. The popliteus muscle in the back of my knee, that's where the popliteal is, snapped. That's where I heard the pop sound. Since that muscle snapped, my body weight and the power I used to get up suddenly shifted to my knee ligaments. So recovery is going to take a long time. It says 4 to 6 weeks, no walking on that leg, 9 to 12 months to get back at the level he was. So let's see how this goes. So we are wishing him the best."
Going back to survival running, is that almost like adventure racing? Explain how it is.
Yeah, the name sounds more
Exciting. Yeah, the sport is exciting, but the name implies fighting for your life, and that is really not the case. I don't know why it's called like that, but it is basically an obstacle run, only much more emphasis on obstacles rather than running.
Okay.
The format for the rest is the same. So there is an 8K format, 13 kilometers and 20 kilometers, and there is a year-round competition. There is a competition and there is a fun version, always at the same event, so the same course, but sometimes different rules. The difference is the type of obstacles, I would say. So there are many more. They're almost exclusively made of wood and ropes. So the Tyrolean traverse and rope climbs are endless amounts of times included in these races. Last year in Hungary, I won the standard course, which for me was quite surprising. I knew I was in good shape, but the year before in Italy, I got 11th or 12th place. So I was hoping, for a good placement. I did a fast 10-kilometer time, and the race would be flat, but then I won. So I was feeling quite some pressure from myself going into the race in Italy. And this was made worse because I never did so much for a specific race. I am delaying my masters. I went to France. I went around. Everything was going into this event. So yeah, the more you do for it, the more important it gets, and the bigger the pressure builds up. Yeah, and I think this nervousness wasn't particularly good for my confidence. Also, knowing the course was mountainous, I wanted to run a really good race, but I didn't want to say to myself, I have to win, because I was afraid that if I would have a good race but wouldn't win, that then I wouldn't be happy. So it was a bit mixed feelings, to be honest, because I never experienced this pressure like this before. And I do the whole race like this. I was able to finish strong. I crossed the finish line. I knew I did a good race for myself. So I was happy, but I didn't know about placement. And there is a video some bystander made. It's me. I'm a little bit walking around the finish area. I give a handshake to Jesse, and I think I'm talking to Leon Kofod.
Yep.
As Mauro, the race organizer. He comes to me and he points. He says 1, and yeah, you can see on my face that I really couldn't believe it, because the short course, there were really Leon, Jesse, Gian Maria. I thought they are going all out for this race, and I hope to do very well. And if I do well, I will be on the podium. But to beat them, and by quite a margin, that was never my expectation. Maybe that's why I did it so well also.
It's a great video. I'll link it down or something to do, like she did the penalty loop, but she didn't do the band. Do you know what that situation was?
Not particularly. I read something about it, but I was hiking when this came up, so I didn't read all the posts. But what I think happened indeed is when you do a penalty loop, the band that is cut, you physically get it back from the marshal standing at the penalty loop. And the rule is you cross the finish line with 3 bands. So after you do a penalty loop, you get the band. And if you have to do 2, you get 2 penalty loops, you get 2 bands. And in the end, you always cross with 3. And I think that's what the problem was. Ida did 1 or 2 penalty loops. This, I don't know. And then she didn't grab or receive the bands and finished with 1 or 2 bands. Yeah, and the disqualification is it's a clear rule, and I think everyone knows it, but it is a severe consequence.
Right. Yeah.
For not grabbing, it takes 2 seconds, and it's 30 meters before the finish line. So my goal is and was the standard course, but I also knew, and this was a bit the safe way, that I have a gold medal now. So even if something goes wrong tomorrow, I will be happy looking back. And I think that helped a little bit to reduce the pressure, and that also makes it easier to not make mistakes, because when you make something too important, it doesn't improve your performance at one point anymore.
And then how did it feel winning all 3 events?
Yeah, that was incredible. Of course, after the standard course, I was very happy that I could win this race in that terrain. Yeah, that was a really incredible feeling. But then immediately, I think I get some remarks, or maybe even on the morning of, like, hey, if you win this, then you guys are the favorite for the team. You can win all 3. So, yeah, before the feeling of winning the standard course really settled in, there was already, okay, we have to stay focused and stay sharp because we want to do well tomorrow. And yeah, we were in Italy. Team Italy is strong. They're gonna go full gas to try to beat us. But to finish the weekend, because in the end we won with a very good race, a strong margin, and yeah, there was such a burst of energy. The final 100 meters of the course. We published it on our Instagram. You can see us, we're jumping across the line, and it was really incredible to have done so well at the championship. I could have never imagined.
My quote is from Morgan Harper Nichols. Keep trusting the process. Keep trusting that even though you do not know what lies ahead, that does not mean you have to feel directionless. You are allowed to be uncertain while also trusting that even in the uncertainty, light is pouring in, illuminating the path beneath your feet. So it's 6 panels. On the top 6, it says, on the top 1 of the 6.
Top left?
Top left, it says, when I was younger, I was always told I needed to toughen up. Be less sensitive. Act like a man.
So you're just going to read it instead of...
Well, in the first one, it's like a little kid with a teddy bear. The second one, it's somebody pulling the teddy bear and he's crying, like pulling the teddy bear out of his hands. The third one, somebody rips the head off the teddy bear and there's people laughing in the background. And then it's the guy older sitting on the couch with, I'm assuming, his wife and baby. And it says, now I am a man with a family, a home, and a job. And I have a million responsibilities. And he's watching Up. And then the last one, it says, so I'll act however the F I want. And he's crying, saying, this movie is so beautiful.
Nice.
Lindsay, Dawn Webster, and Ryan Atkins posted, welcome to the world. Esme Grace Atkins, our hearts have beyond melted and our perspective on what is important has certainly shifted. She arrived 5 weeks early and it sure was a whirlwind of an entrance that made us very grateful to live to one of Canada's top medical centers here in Quebec. Longer version of the story to come in time. Gotta go snuggle, baby girl.
Yeah, so very excited for them. And yes, it was much earlier than...
Yeah, and then I got there and I was like, oh gosh, I am way out of my... I am like, these people are so far out of my league, it's not even funny. And my mom and my aunt went with me, and they didn't admit until afterwards that they both thought, oh, I hope she just makes it through the course, and I hope she just finishes ahead of one person. So there was really, like, none of us really had much faith in me, but it went really well. I watched, the Ring the Bell is Spartan's kind of YouTube channel that does like how to do obstacles and different ways to do them. And so I watched a lot of that, and I hung it was somewhat convoluted. We have an old shop, and from the rafters, I climbed up in the bucket of a tractor and hung a rope from the ceiling from the rafters so that I could practice like rope climbing and swinging and all that stuff.
That's awesome.
It was, and then I would even record myself because I was like, okay, I don't know if I'm doing it right. So then I would like climb it, and then I'd watch the video, and then I'd watch the YouTube video on like how you do the different footholds. And I mean, so I just like kept doing this, and I like hung a cup, like another something else from there so I could practice like, just the feeling of like swinging and pulling yourself up. And I think you did make a really good point though, like on the burnout part. So when I rodeoed, I practiced a lot. Like it was hours and hours. Probably 4 days a week, and then rodeos 2 days a week. It was, and I did it a long time. And what what I realized was like it was really easy to start to dislike it and kind of get burned out. And I thought, you know what, I like obstacle racing so much. Like I don't want to turn it into something I don't like. So if you know, and I'm competitive enough that I want to do well. So I will, you know, like I will put the time in to train and in to like be a better runner. But I don't ever want to like start to dread it or start to hate like, oh, the last thing I want to do is go for a run. Like if I'm wiped out at the end of a day, I'm not going to go for a run. It's so different. The obstacles are different. I don't know how to say that. It just like it feels different. I mean, how many places are you going and running and they are shooting like wads of tannerite, making explosions, like gunfire, flamethrowers, you know, it's just so it's so much different. The obstacles are like really unique. You know, you're going and I think like one of the most unique or a couple of the most unique ones, not necessarily like the hardest, but are like going in the culverts that are submerged in water. Like the mental part of that where you're like, I know I have to be underwater to get, you know, in or out. Yeah, they're just cool, I think, because they're different, you know?
And then I also saw online that there was another event after the battle challenge with shooting. Did you participate in that?
Oh, I didn't do it this year. I did it last year and it was super fun.
Would you mind what exactly is that event?
So you start out in like a pod of maybe 10 people and they like sort of lead you through maybe the first half to 3/4, maybe a mile. Like as you're like moving through, I mean, I'm sure it's not like a war zone, but that's the idea is like you're moving through obstacles as a war zone. So you're moving through like as a group. I'm like finished the race and I knew I was in first because I could hear the person like who was like doing the OCR report, like that was running along there. I could hear her talking, you know, so I kind of put together what was going on. Like, oh, I'd moved into first. And then I was just terrified because I was like, oh my God, now I really have to hurry.
Right.
And
the was on.
Yeah. It was like a ton of pressure. And I come into the finish and I've never won one. So they're like, oh, okay, come over for an interview. And I'm a little flustered. So I'm just like, I just got to get I need water. I'm really thirsty. And then I'm going to need food real quick.
Right.
So I go over to the interview tent and my mom she didn't see me finish because we were coming up that big hill. And so then I go over to the interview tent. So I don't see her now for another maybe half an hour.
Oh my God.
And I thought to myself, this is a little bit weird. Usually she's near the finish line or whatever, comes and finds me. And then you ask her, we finally put together what we were both doing. And she's like, I just thought you'd had such a bad race that you just needed a little time to yourself. And I didn't want to fuck you. And so I get finished and whatever. And I go over and she's visiting with a lady. And so I'm visiting and, kind of talking and whatever. And God bless her. She's like, you know what? You ran a great race. And I can kind of tell that maybe now she has no idea what's happened.
Right.
And I said, yeah, it was great. I won. And she's like, what? You won? I thought you were way at the back.
Oh my gosh. But what a sweet, supportive mother you have that she didn't care if you were first or last place. She was just happy to be there and happy to see you finish the race.
I'm looking over the mountains and I am seeing these clouds, but I'm like, they're they look like ocean waves. Is like,
oh my gosh.
yeah, and I was sort of speechless, and I was trying to like point and tell people, and finally I'm like, you have to stop. Like, look at those clouds. And so yeah, we got a video, like I got a video of them, and they lasted. So it's something when like the air is going like faster above, and it's going like slower below or in a different direction, and it makes these, yeah, it was, I didn't know it was this phenomenon that happened.
My quote is from A.R. Lucas. There's ever a slight chance at getting something that will make you happy, risk it. Life's too short and happiness is too rare. Ooh,
yeah, that says open tab. I like this one. Actually, really good for mental health now. This has been on my computer for a couple weeks.
It's a ninja cat running through like a forest of wildflowers, and behind it is like a scary monster that says, "You will fail," and then the ninja cat is saying, "But I won't quit."
This is like, do you think this is like watercolor?
Yeah, it looks like it's watercolor.
It's beautiful, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, another one? Oh, and then it's the same ninja cat and the same monster, but now the ninja cat is like traversing through a rope.
It's like not a Hercules, Tyrolean traverse.
And the monster is saying, "Someone else will be better." And the cat is saying, "No one else will try." And now the cat's having a nice little cookout, and the scary monster is behind him. And the scary monster says, "Giving up already?" And the ninja cat says, "A warrior needs rest." And now the ninja cat has its sword out, and it is in a field of grass, and the monster is saying, "Pain is inevitable." Inevitable. Say it again.
Inevitable.
Inevitable.
Yeah, like Thanos. It's inevitable.
Okay. And then the ninja cat is saying, "Suffering is a choice." And now, is that another ninja cat?
Nope, that's the same one, because he has a scar on his eye.
Okay, and then the ninja cat is now in, like, the trees formed a cute little heart, and the ninja cat is yelling, "I have come to save you!" But it's the same ninja cat, so he's talking to him. Oh. It's a reflection. It's the ninja cat. It's a reflection in the water, and now the ninja cat sees its reflection and says, "My hero."
Yeah, I like that. Sometimes you gotta save yourself. Yeah.
That's because I like Spartan race, because when I do the races of trail running or sky running, you have just to be focused on your pace or on climb up 2,000, 3,000 elevation gain. And during Spartan race, you'll never know which kind of obstacle is behind the wood, or so it's mental. It's very tough mental, but I like it, and yeah.
Too, you mentioned the climb by the waterfall. Were there any other obstacles that were more unique there?
Yeah, we had a very nice obstacle. We have carry inside another carry. And this was a very tough obstacle. You have to put the sandbag on your back, run for 500 meters, so it's very long. Put down the sandbag, pick up the chain carry. The chain carry then was to climb up a slope, a very steep climb, yeah. Do a loop. You come to your sandbag, put down the chain, sandbag, and finish your loop. So it was a carry, about 10 minutes carry, and it was really, really tough. Yeah, it was for sure. Yeah, nice for me because I'm not a runner, a very muscle, and so it went perfect for me. Yeah. Race because I do my thing. I don't have pressure in the first kilometers when all the other people starts, and I just was focused to maintain the heart rate a little bit lower, and after it went perfect.
Yeah, it's hard not to get caught up in the excitement. It's a smart thing to do to not get caught up at the start, because I remember not apex of an athlete, but my wife, when she did her first half marathon, she did her first 5K as a 5K PR. I'm like, that's not good. you gotta run the second half of the race. You got to think about that.
And it's very difficult because the other people, they push you to go faster.
Right.
But I was really focused to maintain this pace and this heart rate. And after you see my time was wow.
Yeah.
After 7 hours for such a long race with a lot of elevation gains and 77 obstacles, for me it was a perfect day.
That's great. Yeah, and that speaks to your mental strength too, to not be caught up on that in the start line. Yeah. So how did it feel crossing the finish line, knowing that you were the Spartan Ultra world champion?
Yeah, that's a really, really special feeling. Because in the last years, when I go also 2021 to the Liwa Desert on the Beast World Championships, I saw crossing the finish line Albon as world champion, Atkins as world champion, Perelin as world champion, and I every year say, well, maybe one year I can be a world champion, but it will be really, really, really tough. And this time it went everything perfect, and now to be a world champion, it's a special thing, and I really enjoy it for this year and next year. I tried to do my best again at the Ultra World Championship and try to keep this title as a world champion.
Yeah, I'm not an emotional person, but watching your finish for the Spartan European Championships, it's hard not to feel something. Seeing that excitement of just as you cross the finish line. How does this rank with all the other accomplishments that you've done?
Yeah, that was also a very, very special feeling last year at the European.
Year previously, you lost to Albin, who is an athlete that just about everyone looks up to. Do you ever take the time to think that there might be some younger athletes that look to you the way that you look to Albin?
Yeah, for sure. I hope also that young athletes come to do the Spartan race, and for sure in the future, in the next years, they will become younger athletes and look up to me. And one day they will pass me and beat me. And after that, they can switch sport and give them the key to be the world champion.
Yeah, love that.
Mike, you didn't give me my 3 minutes.
Oh, wait, did you? That's why you asked where you wanted your 3 minutes.
Oh, I can do it now.
Okay.
So, a little side note, Mike, I know you don't love AI, but I thought it would be fun to ask AI or like ChatGPT what the podcast Obstacle Running Adventures is.
Oh, so I know a little bit about this because Alex typed in my name in Obstacle Running Adventures and it wrote up something very, very nice about me, which was kind of cool.
Oh, well, I just did Obstacle Running Adventures, and I had to do it twice because the first time gave false information.
Like what?
It says, the podcast Obstacle Running Adventures is a show dedicated to the world of obstacle course racing, or OCR, hosted by Michael Stefano, Caitlin Ritter, and Brenna Calvert.
Brenna Calvert. That's fascinating. So Brenna Calvert was the co-host of a show with like Jacob... Brenna was with Evan Preparis on Strength and Speed.
Oh, okay. So I didn't know who that was.
Yeah.
So then I listed a bunch...
She has been in the sport for years.
It did a whole paragraph. Wow. But then I texted it again. And I said, what is the podcast Obstacle Running Adventures? And this time it said, Obstacle Running Adventures is a podcast that focuses on obstacle course racing, or OCR, and related events. Hosted by Michael Stefano and Caitlin Ritter, the podcast covers various aspects of OCR, including race reviews, interviews with athletes and race directors, training tips, gear discussions, and updates from the OCR community. It serves as a resource for both beginners and seasoned OCR enthusiasts, offering insight, advice, and entertainment related to the challenges and experiences of participating in obstacle course races around the world.
That's pretty accurate.
But it's interesting because the first time when it talks about Brenna, it butchers the spelling of my name.
Interesting.
But then when I asked it a second time and it didn't mention her, it spelled my name the right way.
Yeah. Also keep in mind that this is the worst AI is ever going to be. So that's crazy.
My quote is, everybody wants to reach the peak, but there is no growth on the top of the mountain. It is in the valley that we slog through, the lush grass, the rich soil, learning and becoming what enables us to summit life's next peak.
But it got me out of the house. If you were listening to last episode, you know that mental health update, not great. So making some efforts to try to do better that way too. So,
but better this week, right?
I think so. Yeah. trending upwards. Couldn't get much worse.
Thank goodness.
Yes. Jason had a huge issue behind the scenes and fixed it. And then
Yay, Jason!
I said he will likely talk about it on OCR Talk, and he did. And I listened to it, and it was kind of borderline unlistenable because his GPS was talking like half the episode. Very annoying. But he gets like a little emotional. You know, he messed up badly, but he was able to fix it since that episode. So there will be coverage. So that'll be good. It's tough when like the whole coverage of the entire sport pretty much relies on one person. It's a lot of pressure. Don't want that.
Do you think
pressure.
his back hurts?
Yeah, he's definitely carrying the OC report, that's for damn sure. Said, tune in this Monday to see me take on the qualifying course on season 16 of American Ninja Warrior. And I realize I'm a big proponent of like plugging and shouting people out for being on American Ninja Warrior. I don't think I've ever seen a single episode in my life.
Really?
No, I've seen bits and pieces and it seems very cool, but I don't watch TV, so yeah.
Oh my goodness. What is that shape?
That's their logo.
It looks like the Olympic medals.
Yeah, it does. I mean,
like
gold, silver, bronze. I feel like everyone's been doing that, but more specifically, they look very, very, very similar to the 2016 OCRWC medals put on by Adventure back then.
Oh.
So I said, wow, well, as I say, imitation is flattery.
I like the sloth in their post.
Yes, that was probably the coolest part. I don't know why. Oh, because it's in Costa Rica.
Costa Rica.
But I didn't really get consistent with like OCR until about 2021.
Okay.
Where I was doing more. Like, otherwise it was just the once a year Michigan race because it was close and I knew it was here.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. It's so funny because so many people that I talk to are like, yeah, I kind of like stumbled into OCR, or a friend of a friend was like, I think you should try this. Like, I feel like rarely somebody like intentionally is like seeking that out or like trying to find like something else to be doing.
Yeah, it was like the perfect blend of competition because you get done with doing, sports and everything, and you're looking for something to stay competitive in, but you don't have endless hours to just only train because you're an adult and you have to do adult things.
Right. I know. I say it all the time. Like I wasn't a college athlete. I played lacrosse in high school, but I was like, it is mind blowing to me that I would like be in school from 7:40 to 2-ish o'clock and then go to sports practice from like 2:30 to 4:30 and then come home and do homework. I'm just like, I don't know. So you do live in the eastern part of the US. Do you have any plans to take on like the Savage series or?
I mean, this year it didn't really work. I would love to take on, some of the series. I really wish that they were a little more like central in the US so that I didn't have to fly, which that was the biggest reason why I haven't, done like a Savage series yet or haven't done some of the recent like Spartan kind of national series is flying for every single race makes it quite expensive.
Yeah. And like it's not just flying, it's like flying, getting a rental car, getting to the airport, like
and paying for the race.
Yes.
But it's really cool to see where they come from and just kind of helping them along that journey and being like, hey, I remember what it's like, when I first started, trying to learn how to do all these different things. And, it takes time. You might get frustrated and some things just might never feel easy. The better you get at a plank, you can just add weights onto it. So,
Right.
But that's been kind of cool. It's just building that community and being able to help others because fitness has just done so much for like me and for like my life, and being able to show others how much it can benefit you, especially from like a parent and an adult standpoint. Like, okay, you can do all the things with your kids. You can also teach your kids to enjoy it, and making it where like fitness and having proper nutrition doesn't have that like diet culture. They might not be able to like just kind of like make a meal as they're driving. It's probably has to be super convenient from that standpoint. So just kind of showing like good, better, best. And again, same as like in person, it's just meeting the person where they're at and kind of getting to know them, building that friendship first, just so that it's like, hey, you reached out to me. You want help with figuring this out. I'm not the bad guy here, but also this is what you asked me to help you do. So, there's going to be a little bit of tough love here because, you kind of have to have that give and take where it's like, yes, you got to show that you care. But at the same time, it's like, hey, we talked about, tracking. It's really hard for me to help you if I have no idea what you're eating.
What is it like? Like, you're clearly her role model. Like, what does that feel like? What is it like to know that, like, yes, you're other people's role models, but like you get to come home and like have that relationship with your children?
I mean, it's pretty special and really cool just because showing them what they can be capable of and showing them that, you can have fun together, you can push themselves because they do, competitive gymnastics.
Oh, that's awesome.
So it's not just me telling them that, hey, you have to work hard if you want something. Like, they see it helps because I focus on being strong and the fact that, okay, in order to be strong, in order to be able to do what your body wants you to be able to do, like, you got to make sure that you're having your protein, that, you're eating your fruits, your vegetables. Now, granted, they're kids. They're going to have, junk food here and there, especially when they go to like Nana's house or like, things like that. And it's like, hey, do you know what? That's fine. Like, just be mindful of how much that you have, because if you have too much of it, you don't feel great, and just kind of associate it with the fact that, do you know what? It will still be there if, you have some today and some tomorrow, and save it for like the next day. You don't have to eat it all at one time just because it's there, and being like, hey, like, it's okay to have this, but also realize as an athlete or like what you're trying to do, it's not going to help you if you only eat this types of food. Yeah, it might taste great when you first do it, but then, you might be like, oh my gosh, my stomach hurts. So it's just kind of rewording how like food and nutrition is kind of thought of more as like fueling your body versus me like, oh, like I'm working out to, look like a model, or like working out for like that bikini bod.
And then my quote is from Morgan Harper Nichols, and they said, when you start to feel like things should have been better this year, remember the mountains and valleys that you have. They are not accidents, and those moments weren't in vain. You are not the same. You have grown and you are growing. You are breathing. You are living. You are wrapped in endless bounds of grace, and things will get better. There is more to you than yesterday. My quote is from Maya Angelou. She said, I've learned that whenever I decide something with an open heart, I usually make the right decision. I've learned that even when I have pains, I don't have to be one. I've learned that every day you should reach out and touch someone. People love a warm hug or just a friendly pat on the back. I've learned that I still have a lot to learn. I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel.
Nice. How about a joke? As of now, this is the final Viking OCR, correct?
As of now, yes.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, we did send an email this morning announcing September 8th will be our last OCR, but we are still proudly holding Doggy Dash 2024 in October. I was asked why. You all deserve to understand too, so here's my reply. Truth, I'm old. The physicality of producing the events...
Physicality?
Yeah.
Yep.
Of producing the events is a lot. I recently went back into my old line of work, working in the field of substance use disorder. This was always my exit plan. It just doesn't make sense to push it off. I work full time. I teach in a couple of gyms. I'm still running the nonprofit Find Your Bold.
Yeah, so the full news story, click down below. But this hits us pretty hard. This is up there, not quite with Fit Challenge, but pretty up there. I mean, we just covered the last Viking obstacle race last weekend, and that's a huge impact too, but that's also like 3 hours away. Boulder Dash is only an hour away, and they've been around since 2011, and they have like the All Abilities team. We've helped out with like Nina with cerebral palsy, get out of her chair, go over the walls. So it's not entirely unexpected. Numbers have been down. I continue to volunteer, and every year I'm like, that's it. Those are all the people that cross this obstacle. And so September, I plan to be there. I hope I'm missing out on some of the things, but I want to be there and try to make sure it goes out, not in a whimper. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. But I understand.
Logan posted, proud to announce I won the 2024 World Boomerang Championship. The World Cup is held every 2 years after finishing second in 2016, second in 2018, a COVID cancellation in 2020, and finishing third in 2022. This win was a huge honor and
pretty much it.
And then what are your favorite obstacles out there in Savage?
Oh, I love Colossus.
Yes.
I love it. And you know me for the standard, side flip, dive, butterfly kick. And this one I came out and stepped out of it. So I executed it pretty well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And then final thoughts on why people should come out and support Savage Race.
They're great people. All the founders, are they have good hearts. They participate. They have good families. And the obstacles are well done.
Yeah.
They're not rickety, falling apart. And it's stimulating. Every single race is different. Every single venue every year is changed up.
Yeah.
And I really like that. And it doesn't favor a certain type of athlete. Like, you really got to put it all together for Savage.
So we were talking about that a little bit. You said you went out to Mammoth last time. A pain to get to, but you said it's worth the drive.
Yeah, Mammoth flying. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna drive all the way from Rhode Island. Honestly, it's worth the drive. The scenery is nothing you'll get on the East Coast in New England. So for me, totally worth it. Spend more than a few days out there, which you did the last time. This time we're spending a week and a half out there.
Right. And then how was the experience of the courses? I heard a lot of things about the 3K and the 15K.
I really enjoyed the courses out there last year. I know a lot of people didn't like it because it wasn't spectator friendly, but for me, I'm coming from the East Coast. I don't have a lot of people to spectate, so for me, it's just about the experience.
Yeah, really fair.
Just amazing. I started out, I think almost every woman had passed me. I was pacing myself very slowly at the beginning. Yeah. And slowly I just started passing one by one by one. And I was like, I have to just be more confident in myself because I was running and I was like, okay, I'm just losing this thing. I'm coming in dead last. And then I went on and I was like, okay, oh my God, I think I got this.
What do you love so much about Savage Race in particular?
Best obstacles, by far, 100%, yes. Everything just gets so repetitive at other races, and Savage constantly changes it up, and I could not have more fun than, being able to, I play on rigs. That's all I want to do when I come to these things, is play on rigs, yeah.
Well, I'm very excited for you. Where can people follow you on social media? To take a quick turn, state of the industry, got your bug on me. What are your thoughts on the last Viking and soon to be the last Boulder Dash?
It's heartbreaking, honestly. I wish I could have gotten out to the last Viking race. I've just been traveling nonstop all year. It's an expensive sport, and I have so much going on this year with my work, my personal stuff, working for USA OCR, and I volunteer quite actively with the Phoenix. I do so much. It's so depressing to see what's happening to this sport, and unfortunately, it's just there's not enough exposure. Asa, I know. I'm not blaming you. Asa, he is the number one hardest guy working in this sport, promoting every single thing, and his race wasn't getting much people out. I know Lynn has a lot going on. She has promoted the hell out of Boulder Dash, and it's still not getting the same amount of numbers. Fit Challenge died out last year, and Rob is still running trail races, and he's not seeing numbers. There is a community. People are still showing up to Spartan, to Savage, to Tough Mudder, but the locals are dying, and this is the thing we've been warning about for years, and it's breaking my heart.
And you were just recently on my buddy Scott's podcast talking about France, the ultra there. How did that go?
It went well. I finished 5th overall in the Pro Championship, so that was exciting. I was the top finisher for male or females for the U.S. and North America overall, which was exciting. Yeah. Also, a wonderful, humbling experience just seeing some of the best women in the world and how good they are at different types of specialties. The Spartan races in Europe have much longer and more extensive heavy carries, and then the technical terrain and the descents was unlike anything I have seen personally. And a lot of the top runners for the men and the women's side are the sky runners. So I never thought I would do a sky race before.
Great seeing you again, and congratulations on that podium placement.
Thank you so much. And if you guys weren't here, the sport wouldn't exist. So we are eternally grateful for you to come out.
I appreciate it. We're trying.
But X-Men Race, which is a race in Canada, they came down to have a presence at the New England OCR Expo, posted, "Dear X-Men Race participants, partners, and community members, it is with great sadness that we inform you of the cancellation of the X-Men Race Stoneham. After careful consideration and due to current circumstances, we have made the difficult decision to close the X-Men Race company. We understand the disappointment and questions that this announcement may raise. We would like to express our gratitude for your support and commitment over the years. Administration will be communicating in the coming weeks to update you on next steps, including the steps to follow for those registered for the event. Thank you for your understanding and loyalty. Sincerely, the X-Men Race Team.
One of the ones which we talked about on the Strength and Speed podcast, we're talking about like some events you're just not expecting much. Muddy Water OCR was something their actual event exceeded my expectations severalfold. And the other thing for anyone who's a race owner, the one thing they cool is they had like local brands sponsor specific obstacles. So you'd run by an obstacle and be like, this hurdle jump brought to you by Farmers Insurance or whatever the local brand was. I just think that's a really cool way. And that way brands get their pictures when they take a picture of that obstacle, the branding is in the picture. I think that helps with, reciprocity when it comes to the obstacle race brands and their supporting sponsors. Especially if you're willing to travel, I would definitely fly across for like Mythic, Hazelwood, and Casey Timber. The Siege and Muddy Water, I would drive far for those. I don't think I would fly for those. And these ones I would drive if you were within a couple hours. So Filthy Monkey is one of those. With all of these brands, my recommendation is if you're in the Midwest and you hear about these brands or you're going to be traveling in the West, go and like their Facebook pages, because some of them, because they'd only draw a local crowd, they don't announce it a year out, like Tough Mudder or Spartan. Right. So it's Pegatron, and it is very high on the difficulty level. Yeah. And it was, if you've done it pre-2021, it was easier than it is in 22, 23, 24. I think it changed in 21, so I think 21 was the new one. Oh, wow. But they basically, essentially it's traverse holds on the feet, pegs for the hands for about 5 feet, and then you traverse with just your feet dangling for about, say it's probably about 16 feet, and then you go back to a footholds. And starting in 2021, about halfway through, they black out the bottom set of holds, so you have to stay high. So if you start at the low set of holes, you have to climb up to go across. Wow. It is hard. Yeah. And again, with a brand new series, it's more important than ever to fly out to something like that, because you take a big loss in year one, a lot of people will be like, maybe that's not worth my time or effort.
Exactly. We don't want that.
Yeah. And their marketing, or at least their concept, was really cool, where it was like, they were calling it a tour, right? Battle of the Lions tour. Right. So when you go to their website, it would be like, here's where you should eat. Here's where you should stay. Here's when we're going out to dinner. They tried to make it a little more like community inclusive. And, maybe if you don't know anyone, you're like, oh, well, I'll just go to this hotel because that's where everyone's staying. And they tried to make more brand partners in the area. It just largely timing and industry, right? Just post 2020, it was 2021. Things didn't quite come back as strong as we were hoping.
Miss those.
And the prize for winning was like a Captain America shield. Sick.
You guys had some awesome awards out there.
Yeah. Lot of great prizes. I feel like if you're a pro looking for cash money, I think East Coast tends to be better for that.
Yeah.
But like tchotchkes and trophies, Midwest.
Yeah. Lots of swords and all that. But yeah, I hope this was like a fun, like a good reason for, like, if someone's in the area, like, oh, I didn't hear that this event existed. Hopefully, like, that gets more people to them. But also for the events that are no longer around, like, I hope, it's fun to talk about these events, because if people didn't get to go to them, they never like hear about them and all that too. So hopefully there's like YouTube videos of people doing the courses. I know GoPros are big sometimes, depending on where people are racing, and hopefully there's footage out there, because it sucks. Like when you have a good memory of a course and it's like, it's gone forever now.
Yeah. And if anyone wants to hear more about some of the history, I wrote a book called OCR Bucket List, Muttering Guide's OCR Bucket List. Right. At this point, it is largely a historical document, because as we just mentioned, all those brands are gone.
CrossFit Games posted, we are devastated by the passing of Lazar Duick. Our hearts are with Lazar's entire family, friends, and fellow athletes. Out of respect for the family and in cooperation with the Fort Worth Police Department, we will share updates when possible.
Spartan posted, prepare to unleash your beast in 2025 as Spartan races enter the year of the boar. Symbolizing strength, determination, relentless energy, the wild boar has deep roots in ancient Greek mythology, often depicted as a formidable opponent for heroes and hunters alike. Embrace the spirit of the boar and tackle the fiercest challenges yet, from the trifecta weekends to championship events. Awaken your inner warrior on rugged trails and through daunting obstacles. Whether you're a seasoned Spartan or new to the tribe, 2025 promises unparalleled excitement and adventure. That part I highly doubt. Join us, dig deep, and conquer the wild as you fight for the finish line.
Stupid question.
Yeah.
Are they going through, like, the Chinese zodiac?
It's like something like that, similar to that, yeah. So this year was the snake, which everyone jokes is like their reputation era. One hopefully good and one not so great.
Conquer the Gauntlet is purchased by John Taylor. John says, CTG lives on.
Yeah, so this was something that we somewhat teased last episode. Evan Prepares kind of let it slip a little bit that when we were talking about Conquer the Gauntlet, he was saying how, this would be their last event as the being run by the main prizes. And what I didn't realize, what he was hinting to, is that someone was going to be buying it, which made sense.
So it's not an official Spartan event. It's kind of a little side event, charitable initiative that was started by Mark Haverland. Last year, he bear crawled a super, and he bear crawled a sprint.
Could you imagine doing that after doing the kids' course?
I could not imagine doing that. But he did it, and in doing so, he raised a lot of attention and money, which he then used to buy teddy bears for kids in children's hospitals.
Yeah.
Spartan Dan McDonald got hold of that and said, we're going to help you. So 7 venues across the country this year.
Yep.
The teddy bear crawl has been happening usually 7 a.m. on Sundays. It has to happen before the official kids races start. Yep. And a bunch of awesome Spartans come out. Registration is free. Just make a donation of any amount and bear crawl the half mile kids course, and you get a kids medal and a kids headband and a kids patch, and you also get to help kids in hospitals.
Yeah.
It's us against everybody else.
Yeah, I'm assuming this is your dad, right?
Yeah, this is my father.
How badass is it to be able to race with your dad out on the course?
It's like I always wanted to when I was younger, and I was running kids race. I'm 15 years old, so now I'm able to run with him. And we had our first shootout in Palmerton, the sprint, and he took me. And then the next week I had to show him what I'm about, and then yesterday he kind of smoked me.
Yeah.
The cool thing, you mentioned Kevin. He at the very end, I was kind of neck and neck with this guy. On the course you meet different people and you start competing, and I was kind of neck and neck with this guy in good fun. And I saw he missed the rig, and I saw him on the penalty loop, and I think they have kettlebells on the penalty loop.
Yes.
So I saw him there, and I was like, all right, he must have fallen on the slick bar. So I approached the bar. I was a little more cautious. I was able to get the rig, and Kevin was right there. He was cheering. He was show him what the Smash Brothers are all about.
Yeah, he's a good hype man.
It's kind of hard to I really didn't want to fall off with him cheering, and then the other guy managed to get the penalty loop and get ahead of me. So congrats to him.
My quote is, the only beach body I'm training for belongs to the future mate. Although older, will still want to climb over sand dunes and walk for miles along the shore and squat down to gather the prettiest shells, and then when it's time to leave, balance on one leg so I can put my shoes back on.
Nice.
While the Sparta venue in Greece remains a viable option for future championships, there is considerations for potentially rotating the venue. Given its history of a large attendance and proven economic impact, West Virginia could be under consideration as a new location for the Trifecta World Championships in 2025.
ORM posted a concerning attendance update. So this is according to their numbers, Caitlin.
This year's World Obstacle OCR World Championship in Costa Rica saw a drop in attendance in individual racing categories from their first year last year in Genk, Belgium.
Yeah, so what do we have for the numbers for the short course?
277 finishers, and the standard course had 209 finishers.
So that is very, very low. I know that they were boasting that they would get they had some outrageous number that everyone knew there's not a chance you're going to hit this. OCRWC doesn't even hit this. And then they kind of fell upon that. But also, they didn't do a good job in building awareness. Costa Rica isn't really known for OCR. Apologies to whatever the governing body is there, but there's no real... I try my best to have a good view of OCR around the world. I'm working on Asia now. But yeah, there's not much going on in Costa Rica down there so that I knew of. So
Due to a miscommunication from race organization, there is an unresolvable difference in the times between all three winners. Consequently, the women winners agreed to accept a share gold. Your 2024 World Championships are Ulrike Everson, Nicole Miracle, and Elisa Petrova. And then there was an update that said podium reversed to the original. Ulrike Everson is the world champ.
Yeah, so I think I did my first toughest 3 years ago in Indiana. So that was 3 years ago I did toughest, and then 2022 I did my first Worlds, and then I did another toughest last year and Worlds last year as well. So Worlds is the fun thing. Like that's what I'm in for sure. So
Favorite event of the year. That's my favorite event of the year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Overall, how did it feel to win Toughest Mudder as well?
It felt good. Like my goal was really to go out there and just move the entire time, and I am proud of that effort, like more than anything. Like I said, I didn't really know. I had a good idea of where I was placement wise, but I didn't know until that like second to last lap whenever I actually asked. So yeah, like it felt really good. I think I part of like what we just talked about, like the mental like toughness of it all and everything, was that I wanted to move the entire time, and I had to kind of make a decision there at the end of do I keep going for one more lap, or do I, I've pretty much secured the win. I don't think that the second place female was going to be able to catch up. So it's like, do I go out for another one? What do I do? I'm like, well, I have the time. You go out for another one.
What is contender status for Worlds? What's like elite contender status for World's Toughest Mudder? What's the mileage for that? Do you know?
I think it's actually 40 for females. So,
okay.
Yeah.
And you ended up with
50.
Okay, that's what I thought. So you crushed that too. How's it feel? I feel like there weren't, looking through the results, I don't think there were many women that got elite contender status so far this year.
Yeah, I think this has been a tough year for qualifying. I don't know what the reason is for that exactly, but I hope it looked like a lot of people got it over the weekend. At least a lot of men for sure got it over the weekend. Those men were blazing fast. I don't know how they did it. It was pretty incredible to see them like flying by, like 10 hours in, still like cruising as fast as possible. It seemed like.
You made the brave choice to step out into the unknown, and though it seems like it will be some time before it starts to feel like home, your courage to be here truly matters. Keep taking this day by day, keep looking for the light in the little things, and let that pave the way for a meaningful life in the present moment, even though so much has changed. To Chicago. I love Chicago. 1,179 in 2023, and then in 2024. Oh, the number went up. 1,438.
That's good.
So then the people who weren't in Boston must have gone to Chicago.
Maybe.
And then in Pennsylvania in 2023, 1,387 people. And in 2024, 1,040. That's only like 400 people.
Yeah, so that's still big. That's a decent fraction of the numbers. But I think it's also important to notice, and I didn't read the full article yet, but these events are furthest from their home base. They started off in Florida earlier than I thought. I think they started in 2012. I didn't do my first one until like 2016. So those are like furthest from their reach. So if numbers aren't good there, the expectation is that they would shrink back. There's more context to it. So
transitioning to DJ Fox News.
Oh my God, yes. So I've been tracking this for
you can
days.
talk about this.
Yeah, so I put it because it's over a bunch of posts. But DJ Fox finished the second FKT attempt of the Colorado Trail, which is 485 miles with 90,000 elevation gain and loss through the Rockies from Durango to Denver, Colorado. So the first attempt, because I said that this was the second attempt, the first attempt, he ended up in the hospital. So he said, hey, let's do this again. And it took him 172 hours, 37 minutes, and 38 seconds. Let's get to what this episode is all about. So we're celebrating 400 episodes with this live Q&A. And then in the middle, we're going to do a compilation of shoutouts that I just finished editing before we went live with this. It's a compilation of shoutouts we've gotten from other podcasts since we've recorded episode 300.
And the next question is there anyone that still starstrucks you?
Ooh, good question.
Lindsay Webster.
Oh, is that your answer?
She complimented me once, and ever since she complimented me, I'm just like, Oh, Lindsay Webster.
That's a good answer. I'm going to say over her, Ryan Atkins, because I don't know if it's so much starstruck, but Lindsay, I know I'm going to have like a good conversation with because she's, not saying that Ryan's not fun, but she's fun. She's easy to talk to, this and that. Ryan's great guy. He's a tough interview. He's a very tough interview. Because he's like a little quiet. I had to like purposely say something that I knew he would disagree with in order to like get more of a conversation going with him. Who else starstruck me? Des Linden, when I had her on the show. That definitely starstruck me.
So what was the question? I
What,
was so distracted by
I know.
balloons.
Doing interviews, like what have you learned from all of this?
That everybody has a story to tell, and you just have to give people like the outlet to tell their story.
Right. And I'm interested in everybody's story, which on one hand makes our job a little bit easier. I know that primarily we focus a lot on the elites and stuff like that too, but there's an upcoming episode that we're planning to do where a woman has run every street in Boston. She's not an elite athlete or anything like that, but that's a cool thing to talk about. So yeah, that's the kind of things that we've learned. Have a conversation, put it out there, have more people learn about awesome people in the community. So I love it. I love you guys, and it's a lot of work. More work than you can imagine. I'm not, curing cancer or anything over here, but I'd like to think that I'm doing good. So that's why I do what I do.
Thank you for everybody that tuned in live and have been supporting us for the last 400 episodes, related episodes.
Only 400 episodes. Gotta get my air quotes there. We have had this is all I have, like collection of people that have said like their full names and all that, 1,037 guests on the show. Let's say that one more time. In 400 episodes, we have had 1,037 guests on. And each one, as Caitlin says, has their own story to tell. You're important to the community. I love it. It's incredible.
It says, advice from a banana. Always be ready when the time is ripe. Friends are better by the bunch. Just because someone calls you
Yella,
it doesn't mean you're a coward. I don't understand that.
It's a Western.
Oh. Ignore all the monkeys. They're just trying to get to you. Sometimes when you're slightly bruised, it's when you're at your very best, and life's little surprises are what make it so appealing.
Nice.
Shield Justice paid for a sponsored Instagram ad that says, did you get sick at Tough Mudder in Sonoma, California in August of 2023? You may qualify for compensation.
Yeah, so that's interesting. I remember that being a thing. We were going to do an episode on it. And then it never really came to fruition.
It's funny because
I wanted to give another shout out to the OCR directory, who put out a newsletter, and we're featured in it. And it says, do you like listening to podcasts? Do you know about Obstacle Running Adventures podcast with Mike Stefano? Mike's been consistently putting out episodes every week for 7+ years. His podcast has a focus on elite athletes, race directors, recaps, and members of the OCR and running community. Well, they just hit podcast episode 400 in August. Consistent AF. Congratulations, Obstacle Running Adventures, on being the Ryan Atkins of OCR podcast. Holy crap.
What a compliment.
That is too much praise, but thank you very much.
Lindsay Webster posted registered Canadian Trail Running Championship. No small comeback race for me. When it was announced at the beginning of the year that this race would take place here in Quebec, only a few hours from my home, I was really bummed I wouldn't get to complete because I was pregnant. But baby Esme arrived 5 weeks early, and the necessity of a C-section has resulted in me being able to run again sooner than if I had a natural birth. So suddenly I'm free to attend.
Yeah, and I stressed over posting a comment on this for a long time, because I wanted to say, so glad that you're going back out there. Don't care how you finish. But I also don't want to say, it doesn't matter how you finish, blah, blah, blah. I hope she does great, but I also don't expect her to do great. And me being excited for her being out there isn't contingent on her being great.
I like that somebody posted, have a blast, but enjoy the process.
That's better worded than what I wanted to. Yeah, good.
I've made some of the best friends I've ever made just by racing, but Boulder Dash for sure. It's my family, so I'm sad to see it go. I understand, it's hard work. It's hard to do, and it's time. Sometimes you move on. But I'm really thankful that the family I've made here at Boulder Dash will stick with me forever. This is family by choice, so.
Absolutely. And do you have any final words for Lynn Hall?
I love you.
Absolutely. And how are you feeling about this being the last Boulder Dash?
It's a bummer. It's a bummer. They really put on not just great obstacle races, but trail races and whatever events they put on. It's always good, always a fun time. So it's always sad to see something really good go away, even though it's good reasons.
Absolutely. Do you have any final words for Lynn Hall, the race director?
Thank you so much, Lynn, for all you've given to the community. It's been a blessing, and you mean a lot to people out here. So thank you.
I'm sad. There's been so many just closing and going away. I'm trying to get to as many as possible before they go away, particularly local ones. So it's bittersweet. I had a wonderful time. It's just like getting together with family. You see the same people over and over again, but it's the last time.
I know, it is sad. Do you have any words that you'd like to say to Lynn Hall, the race director?
Thank you. Thank you for everything. Thank you for having a wonderful race, bringing everyone together. Thank you for giving away a race away at the expo to promote it. Thank you for having a wonderful charity. Just thank you for everything.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
My God, Lynn is amazing. I started Boulder Dash. I started OCR with a Color Me Bold, and fitting that we're ending it with one. 2017, I met Lynn Hall, just an amazing, awesome person, so genuine, cares about the community and literally nothing else. We can't thank her enough for all she's done for OCR in Rhode Island and New England. Just amazing.
Lynn Hall, we love you. You have helped so many people and changed so many lives, and we will never forget this. We will never forget you and your love for everyone.
Yep. We're just very proud of her. She's an amazing, inspiring, strong woman, and I can't imagine our lives without her.
Yes, I would like to say thanks for the memories, and I know a lot of time and energy has been spent behind the scenes, and it shows to the people who are like looking for it and who have been through stuff like this before. It shows. There's a lot of love and effort that went into this event over the years, and it always was obvious to me, so I hope that she feels like it was all worth her while, and then the memories that people will have from this will last forever.
The Find Your Bold team, actually. This is, unfortunately, this is being the last one. Sorry, I'm going to get a little emotional. This team is awesome. Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit more about the Find Your Bold team?
Yeah, so the Find Your Bold team is a team of all abilities. Not disabilities, all abilities. That's why I like to use it. I love that. Actually, that's Lynn. That's not me. Lynn will kill me if I steal her stuff. But it's an all abilities team. Like we had our friend Amy today. She has muscular dystrophy. Basically, only one of her legs works, and we just got her through that course. So it's awesome.
That's incredible. How did you first find Your Bold?
I lived in this area at the time. I was living in Massachusetts and looked online. I was like, I want to help. I want to give back to OCR. So, and that's how I got hooked up with Lynn Hall. So, and rest is history.
That's totally fair. Do you have any words you'd like to say to Lynn Hall as we conclude our final Boulder Dash?
I both love and hate you for this being the last one. Love you, Lynn. You know, everything that you've done for the community, for OCR, for these people is just unbelievable, and you deserve a break.
She put on an amazing race. Unfortunately, it was the final race for Boulder Dash, but I really hope that she keeps the Find Your Bold team. What they were able to do for me and Amy to get through this course, there's no way I could do it on my own. It's a lot of work for me to support her. It's a ton of work for her to do it, and she's all smiles. And with Josh and John there to help us hold her up in the obstacles so she can get grips, and they do that for a lot of people. So to have this team, the Find Your Bold team, to continue on, I really hope that happens.
I hope so too. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
It's the last Boulder Dash OCR. So what does that entail?
So I didn't want to say there's no easy way to say it's the last public. Do you know what I mean? So what we're doing is we're going to work with Find Your Bold for the next year and see whether or not developing a program together to take to schools will work. Okay. So it would be more of a closed event. We would go into the school, set up that morning, run the kids through, come back out, with everything that afternoon. Small trailer, versus what we do here. They're actually selling the property here at Canonicus, and that was one of the catalysts to making the decision. So I do not have any intention of going back to 350-foot trailers and 7-day builds, and it's way too taxing. So I think that this option with Find Your Bold is definitely going to be something that, we're going to give a run and see what happens with that.
Is that similar at all to what you were doing with like Thrive Outside in the Mud, where you had kind of like partnered with something and running courses for them? Is that similar?
It's a little bit different. That was more of a fundraiser, which is also an option. It's still a possibility. I have a 14-foot trailer, and it's what can fit in there in the back of the truck kind of thing. So yes, we could still continue to do fundraisers for smaller events. Again, it wouldn't be our event. It would be their event. We're supplying the knowledge, the obstacles, that kind of thing.
And then just over the years, I guess this is the time to get like emotional, like looking back over the years, like how has it felt to grow? What are some standout moments from the races over the years?
I hate you.
I know.
More than anything else, there's probably two things, and they don't really have to do with the course themselves in any way. It's the people that I've met, the people that I now have. I couldn't imagine my life without them. And it's not just about that they come here and they volunteer or they, give their time. It's the friendships that we have developed, not only with me, but each other. Everyone really just knows each other now, and we'll go out and do outings together. We just did a giant rafting trip, which we've been talking about for 4 years. Yeah. But just if I need a shoulder to cry on, which I've done in the last couple of months quite a bit, they're there. It's a friendship. It's different.
My quote is by Christy Ann Martine. You don't have to be brave. You just have to keep trying. You don't have to be strong. You just have to keep going. Maybe your superpower is refusing to give up even on your weakest days when you feel like you're not enough.
Starting with the whole going back to elite and age group system from last year. So, Caitlin, have you heard about this change?
I saw like a quick post about it, but no preference. I don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, you gotta stop doing it that you share. So basically we're going back to how things were before. As Matthew Davis says, the good old days. As I say, the days of empty elite start lines. So that stinks. I think that he put out a great episode with Gary B. and Scott the Fane Knowles, but I deeply agree with Scott, is that it seemed to be that everyone really liked the new system. It wasn't perfect, but they could have done better with the time gate restrictions and all that stuff, figuring out what waves to be in. That would have fixed a lot of problems, but now we're going back to this. So we'll see. We'll give it a chance, but I think that's not a good move forward. They're going right back to where they were before without even working on a better system. So
it's been a huge change. I got to say, I sound like an old man. I'm like, back in my day, OCR was, but it was. I think we kind of had the golden age, I'd say, of OCR. I got into it, like I said, 2011. I didn't really start peaking, not necessarily peaking, but really start getting to the next level into 2016, which was the heyday of OCR. We had NBC, CBS, all these major outlets were covering races. You had these huge cash prizes. You could make a living off of OCR. But going back to Boulder Dash, we're losing so many of the amazing local OCRs. Just around where we live in the Northeast, we've lost Fit Challenge, we've lost now Boulder Dash,
Viking.
Many other ones, and not even just the small ones. We had Battle Frog, we had Warrior Dash, Bone Frog, all these amazing. Bone Frog was actually that was my first podium.
Oh wow!
Was Bone Frog, and I had another one where I was on a podium with Hobie and Call and Pac. It was a great I was this I'm on the podium with them. Oh, I highly advise anybody, whether you're a lead or not, I highly advise everybody to give back to this amazing sport. It's just like anything else. This sport, if people don't give back, it's going to be gone. Right. It'll be gone. And I get, you talked about, I Find Your Bold team. I get infinitely more out of helping them than they get out of me, infinitely more. I'm just there.
it like I want to see every single person like get that buckle. And I tell them like there's going to be so many times that you're going to want to quit. And I learned this lesson multiple times in the death race when I did the Spartan death race. There was one time where we had to walk for like 8 hours barefoot throughout like all these trails and these gravel rocky roads.
Yeah.
And I remember like I wanted to quit so bad at one point. And I saw somebody quit. And I just looked at his face. I'm like, no, that's not me. And I just kept going. I was like, and eventually we got our shoes back. So, and that's the way I kind of saw this too. I'm like, you know what? My ankle only hurts when it's really steep. This hill's going to be over eventually. So just suck it up. It's not broken. You can still walk on it. Obviously you have to be smart too.
Right.
Like if I honestly thought it was broken, World's Toughest Mudder is my A race. I would have found it out, but it just hurt and that's it.
In addition to like the physical recovery of it, there's also a little mental piece, I imagine, of, say it's back at World's Toughest Mudder this year. It was like Twinkle Toes, right? Like,
yeah.
Do you think you'll have any like apprehension with tackling that obstacle again?
So at Savage Race, I actually had a little bit of PTSD because they have balance beams, but they're not like wobbly like they were like at World's Toughest Mudder. And man, I got to it at first and I was like, okay, you've been working on your balance. It's okay. And I got across it, but it was little. I remember getting to it and immediately had like that flashback of I was like, okay, just run through it. And maybe took it a little bit slower than I probably wanted to, but I got through it. I love World's Toughest Mudder. I want to be there in more of like a either pit or like helping other people type of at this point. But I got unfinished business, so I want to win at the very least, get on the podium, so I can be like, this is my swan song. I'm just coming back to party and help other people.
Yeah, and that's totally fair. I know, Evan, what accomplishment are you the most proud of? You've done a lot of races, done a lot of crazy stuff. What are you most proud of looking back now?
It's winning Iceland.
Yeah.
Winning the Ultra World Championship. Again, like coming from, somebody who didn't play any sports, who, was picked on all throughout like a lot of my childhood. Like from basically being like a quote unquote nobody, to, just winning this like world championship with people, like you said, from all over the world.
Yeah.
That was one of the coolest moments in my life, like minus, like my son being born, like, two greatest things in my life, my son being born and winning that Ultra World Championship. It was definitely one of the greatest moments of my life.
And the Colonial Roadrunners group, they're like, oh, finally, it's about time that they made this easier. And I'm like, no, this made things harder.
People are thinking that it's getting easier, but it's getting harder.
Yes.
So the qualification times got smaller.
Yeah, or shorter in duration. This comes to us from Runner's World mag. And they even posted that, it just got even tougher to get into the Boston Marathon. You're winning all these age group races and all that. Did someone reach out to you, or after having that under your belt, did you reach out to somebody else? How did the qualification work? Because I actually don't know this.
It was, you had to have, there was a certain amount of age group, like podiums you had to have. And of course, depending on your podium spot, you might only have to have, say 2 first place podiums as opposed to 5 third place. So then after that, then you'd have to go on to Spartan's website, and there was an application form that you had to fill out. And then they'd review that and get back to you and tell you if you were in or not and give you a code.
So Spartan's not really known for being quick with anything, really. How long did it take them to respond to your request?
It was actually surprisingly fast.
Oh, really? Okay. Someone that's not good at keeping to what they originally do. Spartan's moving back to the old way, where now there's the elite and the age group waves. I know for at least the events that I've been going to, it makes it so the elite waves seem kind of bare. And then there's the people in age group that don't know, if they bumped up, they could have done better. And what are your thoughts of them kind of going back before they even gave the old system a chance?
Oh, well, I actually didn't even know that they were doing that.
Oh, yes. Okay. So it's fairly recent news that they're going back to how things were before, which is interesting. Yeah.
Okay. I don't really know what to think of it. It was kind of nice having a a more filled out start line
right.
with the having the competitive heat as opposed to elite and age group.
Yeah, and Palmerton especially compared to all the other series races for the 3K, that one was like the most stacked. There were athletes like Thomas Van Tonder came up from South Africa. Like athletes were coming from all over for that race too. So what was it like competing against like some people that I'm sure you've never had the chance to compete against?
No, that was the highlight of the year for me. Like, I mean, aside from going to Abu Dhabi, which was pretty cool, but to get to finally, after, that was my, I guess, going on my second year of OCR, to be in the same race with all these big names from around the world. That was so cool.
I mean, the 99.9% of people don't get to experience that, of like being able to bond with like the elite field. What was it like being approached by the other athletes and like, building rapport and stuff with all of them, all your competitors?
It was so awesome, and everybody's just they're just I can't think of the word for it. Everybody's just like so outgoing.
Yeah.
And it's so cool. It's such an awesome community. And so then you get to the finish line and you have, this like Robert Killian walk up to you and, shake your hand. It's like so surreal. For this entire year really has just been fatigue management, making sure that I don't destroy myself. So it's, my weekly mileage was probably about half of what I was really hoping it to be. But I was still able to get in, the quality workouts that I wanted. I always keep up with my hill training, but then just throw in some speed work and try not to lose my endurance.
Yeah. And real quick on that, I think it's important for a lot of people that are competitive to hear that, and spoiler alert, things worked out well in the end. But the fact that like training didn't go as planned, but like you still showed up in the start line.
Yeah, it went really well. I felt so good. Everything just came together. I got all the obstacles. I didn't fail anything. I did on the vertical cargo. I slipped flipping over that and smashed my shin on the frame.
Fun.
So now I'm in recovery mode with 6 stitches on my shin.
Oh, you really hit it then. Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. I thankfully I didn't realize it at that moment.
Right.
But so it didn't. I was just like I smashed the ground and I'm like, that's gonna be a good bruise, and it definitely hurt in the moment, but just got up and moved on. But no, overall everything went pretty good. I fell twice, tripping on the blackberries, and nearly did a face plant on the first sandbag carry. But overall it went really well. I was super happy.
Yeah. And then what was going through your head as you crossed the finish line as the winner there?
It took me a few minutes to really. I had to, I almost had to slap myself to make sure I wasn't dreaming, because it was not what I expected at all. So to come across the finish line and then just be the only one there was amazing. It felt so good.
My quote is from Desmond Tutu. I think that's how you say it. Hope is being able to see that there is light despite all of the darkness.
Nice. How do you feel about Spartan shirts? Which was a great idea to make that the poll, because that's what we talked about. Only 5 voters, but 20% of people said yay, and 80% of people said nay, to which I agree with the nay. And then I posted, what do you prefer for Spartan waves? So we had a lot of people vote for this one, which was nice. So I said elite and age group separate, which is how it's going to be next year and how it was previously. 33% of people preferred that. Competitive wave combined, which is how it was this year. 63% of people like that one. And then you said, hey, wait, there's 3% unaccounted for. And those were the people that don't care, which is fair.
The language or anything. So I really didn't do any sports, and life went on. I actually started working out, trying to get away from bad things I was doing at the moment. And I got into the world of like bodybuilding. So I'm like, I found, for me, I'm like, that would be really hard because I don't know that I can do those kind of diets and stuff. And I love a challenge. So I'm like, well, I'm gonna do one because I wanna, I want like, well, I wanna prove to myself that I can actually go through the diet because I'm bigger than, what our mindset is. So I did 2 of those. It was not my thing, and I really didn't do anything else until I actually went back home to Puerto Rico. And I got invited to a race, and they were like, just do it for fun. And so I was like, all right, I will do it for fun. So then they were like, yeah, we're all gonna do it for fun. This is just a fun thing, but we're gonna sign up on the first wave because then the obstacles are like clean and everything, so they're not muddy. And I'm like, all right, great, cool, whatever. I have no idea. So, I do this race. This is at the end of 2018. And somehow when they were like calling for podiums, I ended up winning this race. And I was like, what? I'm like, I won it. This was really fun, really fun. So I'm like, I think I could do this a little bit more. And here I am.
About your style of training, whether it be bodybuilding or anything, what do you think led to your success there in your first race?
To be quite honest with you, I think it was my line of work because I was into flooring, and for me, to be honest, when I got into it, I really didn't see a lot of women do it, and most people weren't used to it either. So I had to kind of prove myself that I can hang with the boys.
Yeah.
So it was like they'll put me to demo, and I mean I'm working with people that really they're coming up themselves. So it's like they didn't have a lot of money, so we were not working with the demo machines. We're taking a knife and we're cutting lines through carpet, and I'm talking about glue down hotel that has like the padding underneath it and everything, and we're just pulling and pulling and pulling and I just feel like that's what did it for me because I didn't train for this kind of thing.
How important is it because you touched on it a little bit to like prove it to yourself and for all women that like you can hang with the boys both in sport and for work? How important is that to you?
It is very important, and for me it's like honestly I'm very honored right now that I have been able to do what I've done for the women in Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
I was raised by my great grandmother. We didn't have any men in the picture. So everything was done by really her because I was too young and I was too naive, and there's not a lot of things that I actually paid attention to due to my childhood, that processing things for me was kind of hard. So all I saw was women work very hard. And men aren't really in the picture for me. Where for most people, I think it's the opposite. I've seen it in a lot of different races where like, rather than grabbing onto the actual hold, they'll grab onto, the easy part, the part that's like, if it was meant to be done, yeah. Then why are they putting a grip or on an object? Like, it makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that. And I really loved it. It's like, no, there's no penalty. Your penalty is going to be where you really cannot do it and you have to give it up.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, let's go. I want to do it. I want to check it out. And that's what took me to Midwest OCR. Yeah. Once after the low rig, I was definitely cramping all the way until I got to the finish line. That's why immediately, like I was so hyped and everything. Like I definitely made noise when I knew that I was the first female because the adrenaline kicked in, and I'm like, I didn't think because of the lineup of the women, like, you had Vivian, you had Aaliyah, Kaylee, there was women there that, have the experience and they're Team USA OCR. So I'm like, okay, like, this is not just any race. Like, I really gotta, I gotta find my way through it. So when I actually know I'm in first place, I was just so ecstatic. And but once I got to the finish line, immediately I just went to the ground. I'm like, okay, like, oh, I can rest now.
And you talked about not being able to compete for a while and dealing with like a little bit of depression and stuff. Can you tell me about that? Yeah. What was that like as an athlete?
It was, I want to say it was very hard. I don't feel like I really ever had to deal with that because I can kind of bounce back quickly. And not being able to do that and watching that one course, at least, you know, being 100% honest, at the Latin American Championships, that could have been my race. Just because I know how explosive I can be. You know, I got tired personally of people asking me, when's your next race? When's this? Well, did you win? And I'm like,
right.
Ask me how I am doing personally. Am I okay? Did I suffer? Like, is my body okay after a race? Because some of us are not. And I'm like, why aren't these questions being asked? And it's all like all these expectations about a podium, about winning, about a medal, about a time. Yo, like sometimes we also need a break. We're going to have our good days. We're going to have our bad days. And that's okay.
Yeah. Just because you guys perform like machines doesn't mean you're actually.
Yeah, we're not machines. We're not. And even if you like have a machine and you don't take care of it properly, it's going to crash on you.
Yeah.
It's not easy. We don't have training facilities. We don't have a lot of coaches. We don't have a lot of resources. So for us, it's like we just overcame and we are here and we don't have it as easy as some countries, because I'm not going to say all of them. I know a lot of them also struggle to go there and train and stuff, or language barriers and everything. So we're just very proud people. And we, like, yeah, we're small, but here we are.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you're the vice president, I believe, of Puerto Rico OCR Association. So what has it been like switching hats almost to be athlete Yaris and then, you know, vice president?
I want to say that added a little bit to our discussion like earlier about this whole depression thing, because I just felt overwhelmed and overloaded with a lot of things at one time.
Gotcha.
And, you know, I think sometimes we are our own worst critics. I am my own worst critic. And I'm like, I'm not ready to be a vice president. I can't talk in front of people. Like, no, I can't. Like, And they were like, well, no, like, you're it. And I want you to be this person. And you know, you're also an athlete. You have a voice. And so for me, it was just a lot to process. I'm like, no, we have a lot of potential. Like, this can be great for us. They're having conversations about Olympics. So why not get Puerto Rico there too? Like, why not? You know, like for me, I was very honored and grateful to be able to run for USA OCR. But had I want to run for Puerto Rico in the first world obstacle? Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, I would have loved to. And I was very grateful to Kevin and Ian that when they mentioned USA, they also said USA and Puerto Rico. I was very, grateful for that.
Good.
But I couldn't represent my flag. So that was also a bummer. And one of the things, it was maybe timing. And I do understand that sometimes things can fall, a little behind and whatnot. But I do believe when it comes to, for example, the 15K, and we are at this meeting and we are told be here at 6 a.m. And then I tell my people be there and the buses are not even there. And so, as an athlete, you're fueling yourself. You know, the way that you do things is somehow strategic because you have a plan. Like, my food needs to digest by a certain time. So when I'm running, I don't feel like I want to throw up. Or I don't want to eat at a certain time and start a race 4 hours later because then I'm going to be hungry. You know, things like that. So those are points that I feel when it comes to a big race, like a world championship, these are things that you need to have plan A, plan B, plan C. plan D if you have to.
Yeah.
Because the athlete shouldn't suffer whatever is going on, whether transportation. It doesn't. I just, for me, I don't feel, unless there was like an earthquake happen out of nowhere, something, something like that. There is no excuse. There really isn't. And so, if I talk to the person from Costa Rica, it's like, well, these are things that I'm getting from more obstacle. But then when they're asking people from more obstacle, they're like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
So those things just don't add up.
Yeah, I was hearing a lot of issues about communication, a lot of similar issues to what I was hearing about in Genk, Belgium, too, of communication. More so for this one, too, like some obstacles weren't being built. The ones that were built weren't built well. Just rule issues, all this. And I get it's not easy to put on a world championship event. This is the second time that World Obstacle has backed an event saying this is the World Championships. But we have to hold them to a higher bar, I feel.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. And let's take this for example. And it was Dana and Aaron's first event. How were they able to put, you know what I'm saying, like better obstacles, more secure and safe obstacles than what we had in Costa Rica? Thursday early, we were walking around to get our packages and stuff like that, and these obstacles were not built. And so, we are told that, the obstacles were built, but somebody got drunk at night and they messed up all the obstacles. Then you clearly didn't have these obstacles well put together if a drunk person came and took them down. Come on, like.
Yeah.
It's things like that. Like, there is no, that excuse for me doesn't do it.
Right.
I am a business owner. How do I tell my client my machine broke, I couldn't cut your tire correctly? Or
And my quote is, every challenge is an opportunity for growth. Embrace them with an open mind and a positive attitude.
Now we'll get to the OCRWC news, in that there will not be an OCRWC in 2025. Spartan Race has decided to move the event to the spring. So there's going to be an event we don't know the actual date, May 2026, somewhere on the East Coast of the United States.
Nothing specific. I don't have any phrases I keep throwing through my head, but frequently just think about my family. I got the wife and 2 little kids that after this tough weekend I'll have to come home and tell the story too. So I try to, I guess, just put on my best performance, my best smile. I want to be a good example for them if they see the pictures or any video or something that footage of me. So I think about them and want to have, the best, story to come back to tell them about. So that's probably it. Yeah.
I like that. It's tricky. I feel like that can go both ways too. I think of Trevor Psychos, who consistently hits 100 miles. And then the one year where he had a kid, he's like, what am I doing out here? I could be spending time with my kids too. So I feel like that can go both ways, but I think that's awesome too, to like be an example for two girls, right?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. What's their experience in the sport too? Like, what do they think about all this crazy thing?
Well, my little one is not quite 3, so I don't know if she totally gets, what this whole thing is about, but my bigger one is 6. And she's done a bunch of races already. She's got 4 Spartans under her belt, a couple other small ones. She'll be doing Obstacle Wonderland this weekend.
Awesome.
So she's been to races. She understands, what Daddy does. So yeah, I can talk to her about, I bring home my medal and I tell her about some obstacle and, so I can connect with her a little bit more about this stuff we do. So, I mean, we'll see if she, follows, in my footsteps. She's got a head start. She started when she was 4. I started when I was 32. So maybe she'll have,
it's tough to beat,
more medals and stuff and all that, than I will. But, not that we, pressure our kids to do this stuff. But, Kaya, my 6-year-old, she's definitely taken to it. So far. So we support it, if she likes to do this.
I was looking through some of the pictures, and I think that's great too. I think it's important to not push them in any way, shape, or form, but like also to like, hey, there's this path. Like athletics, I think it's important for all kids to kind of get into sports and build up confidence and everything too. Like, do you find that as a parent too?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so she started use, I guess, their, if you want to say, sort of monopoly type position to scale back or do less or put less effort into putting on a great event. We know races have gotten more expensive. I'm sure COVID had a huge, effect on that, but, everything from, equipment and insurance to payroll and everything else has gone through the roof, as we know, around the world.
Mm-hmm.
And, somebody's got to pay for that. And that's the people that are signing up. So it's harder to do as many, myself included. But if somebody's out there and they're just going to choose to do one race, now it could break the bank. If it was a little bit more expensive, I'll say, when I remember signing up for my first races, 15 years ago, you probably could do a Spartan race for $50, and that got you like a nice t-shirt, medal, and now, get out of here. You can't find anything for that, not even close.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's kind of sad to even think about the answer to that question about, what has it been like, this long tenure, but that's my hope that this just survives and that it's a good quality event, because we're losing people too, whether it is money, whether it is just, things that people have done or gotten from a race that now costs extra. You talk about photos, right? And sometimes now there's races that may not give a shirt away, or who knows if the medals will still be there. So it's hard to have offered those things for a certain price. Now you're paying more and maybe not getting all of it included. But what do you think about that? Not to put you on the spot, but just about that event, though.
Yeah. I mean, Caitlin specifically told me not to talk about this because
no names mentioned. It's okay.
A little bit of an argument last night, but I mean, it's no secret that OCRWC's definitely suffered the past couple of years. The OCR directory put out a good post that said, like, hey, here's the data. By the way, this isn't downplaying how the event was, and I think that's important to say. Like, they're struggling in terms of turnout, depth of field, and all that stuff, like objectively. But they still put on a phenomenal event. I think it's the culmination of a venue that didn't really work out too well, and then they were stuck there for 2 years. I don't know what the deal consisted of, but most of the time it's hey, stay here for 2-3 years. And I think the response to the effort of flying out there and driving to the event wasn't worth the event, unfortunately, and just the cost of everything. So travel, cost of hotels, and everything like that. I think back in the day, if this event was over there, it probably would have done better. But it's also so much further than Europe too, and if Europe is the one doing really well, and we made it further from Europe, well, that's kind of bad too. I think the Spartan acquisition of OCRWC I don't think that killed it. I think it might have altered some people's perception of it negatively in terms of like paying out and quality and I mean, OCRWC has always been like athletes first, and Spartan has always been not usually that. So I think there's a little bit of that too, but I think it's mostly just overall the United States isn't doing too. North America isn't doing too well. It was very difficult venue to get to, and then I think a little bit of the Spartan acquisition sprinkled in, but I think it's going to bounce back. I'd be surprised. I mean, they're taking a year off.
Quote is from Charles Bukowski. And he says, what matters most is how you walk through the fire.
We see this 14,000 foot peak, and these towns are at about 3,500 feet. So we're talking about over 10,000 feet of prominence. I mean, the way this thing loomed over us, I never felt anything like that. And to see it in the eclipse was just, it was, it was unlike anything I ever experienced before, man. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Like I don't even have the words for it, and I was like, do people climb that? I feel like I'm supposed to climb that. I looked into it, and of course, because mountaineering wasn't even on my radar, I didn't know that like it was a real thing. Of course, people climb it all the time. There's probably dozens of people going for it every single day. People ski it. But I went and did it. And I was like, okay, this is what I'm doing for the rest of my life. And that was when I was, that's when I was like 21. And then there's some fun books that you can read. One of them is called Bone Games. And that's essentially the story of this guy trying to rediscover a high that they discovered almost accidentally. He goes into the mountains, a storm rolls in. He kind of loses his way. He doesn't know how to get back the way that he came. Whether it's not a good option now because of the weather. So he tries to take a different route. Gets cliffed out. Now he's stuck up there. It's snowing. He's going to die from hypothermia if he doesn't get out of there. And he ends up down climbing this like crazy route that he had no business down climbing. He doesn't even know how he did it. He just didn't even think. He just did it. And when he got back to the car, he was just in this crazy state of like, I just did that. There's no way I should have been able to do that. And this obviously incredible high and this new feeling like he really pushed his threshold, right?
Yeah.
This threshold has now been raised for what your ability is. And then like the rest of the book, he's just trying to rediscover it again. And funny thing is he's trying to do it like through marathon training on the road, right? Not too risky, there's cars and stuff, but he ends up finding it again in the mountains, perhaps a place where there's more inherent risk. Mountain Creek one in April, that was my first Spartan race. I remember walking into that venue and it was a nice warm day. And the cool thing about that venue is it is so close to the cities that it really brings a huge crowd. So there's always a really good showing at the Mountain Creek venue. I remember coming through the registration, getting to the other side and looking around, just seeing so many shirtless dudes and chicks in sports bras and thinking this is the fittest group of people I've ever seen in my life. 6-packs everywhere. Everyone's trimmed up. I was like, holy shit. As it was mind blowing. Like, there's so many freaking fit people. Because where I grew up, my town is mostly slightly older, middle class, people that worked in tech. There's not really a big athlete community. There's a good amount of overweight people. And so this was like, holy shit, man, look at all this.
Yeah.
And everyone was just like having a great time, being super cool. And then, going through the race, everyone was just cheering. And it just seemed super supportive. And at that point, I hadn't done a lot of races, so I didn't really know the differences between, say, a typical trail race versus like a road race versus obstacle course racing. However, as time's gone by, and I have done plenty of ultras, plenty of local road races, plenty of obstacle course races, I can say that the OCR race community is the least pretentious of all of them. And they're just the most open, like the most fun. I don't know why. Maybe it's because we're on a playground ultimately, right? I ended up filming the day before and the day after my race. And so that was nice to contribute, right? To help bring, I like the idea of bringing the images to people because I get a lot of watching on YouTube. It's inspiring to me. It's fun. Something to watch on the treadmill. I'm like, I want to help provide that image. So I went out and I filmed. And then I did the same thing for Mammoth Trail Fest, which was 2 weeks before OCRWC. I rabbited. And then for what's it called? For OCRWC, I helped out with Woody and Caleb Rounds. I helped them mark the course and kind of make some decisions around the 3K course when we were trying to figure out how to make some corrections on the mountain. And it was cool to see the behind the scenes of how that stuff comes together, to see the passion and the hard work and the crazy hours that the on-site crew actually puts in.
Being there, what are some things that you noticed like firsthand that like you didn't realize were things that were more difficult than you would have expected?
Probably first and foremost is when they put the course together, because ultimately most of the complaints are usually about the course itself, the physical course product. Okay. When, especially on the West Coast, where there's more limitations on the land that you can go on due to land conservation, trying to just, not destroy the ground brush or the trees. Like there's just a lot of forest fires out there, right? So they're even more particular about being able to save the live growth. And, it's good for erosion and all that other stuff. But for whatever other reasons, there's a lot of limitations on where you can actually put a course. And so, for example, on Mammoth Ski Mountain, the places where the actual ski slopes are or the service roads are, those are the spots that they're allowed to go. The non-touched, the undisturbed land between, say, a slope and a mountain bike trail, even if it's only 10 feet wide, it's undisturbed. You can't touch it. So instead of cutting across it and doing 10 feet, now we have to figure out how to go 200 meters plus around it, right? And when you're looking at it on Google Maps, because that's how they kind of create the course ahead of time, is they create on Google Maps, they draw all these lines. That's someone on a computer that's never set foot there. Then the build crew goes there and they set foot and they have to look at it and realize like, okay, here's what's different in person than what we saw on Google Maps. And here are some of the changes that we need to make. And so just seeing how they navigated that was a really big thing, because ultimately, you know, it was supposed to be a 3K, and we either would have had a 3K that would have skipped a couple obstacles and would have had 0 fast running because it would have cut across the slope, or we had an opportunity to increase it up to about 3.7 or 3.8K, you know, obviously a bit longer, adding on several minutes for most of the runners. But by doing that, we were able to incorporate about a kilometer of nicer running, faster running, as well as more obstacles. So trying to understand where those compromises are to be made, and making those decisions and trying to figure out what will the athletes appreciate most.
Do you think there's a little bit of a magic sauce there? I know that it was Tyler Veerman who rabbited for the 3K one year and won the 15K. You know, I know the OCR report put a post on it after I was thinking this, but do you think there's like a little bit of advantage there? Like, is it a good like shakeout run for you, or like?
I think I can share and say yes, because I feel like I have enough of a foot in the door where they'll take me before someone else. But yeah, I think that there is, in the sense that, and now it's not for everybody. I think you need to have a good level of fitness in order for it to not take enough out of you. Obviously, if you want to do the best as possible at the 15K, you should go in pretty gosh darn fresh. For me personally, I do better to do a little bit of intensity the day before. So I kind of get in a little bit of intensity. I get a feel for the inclines of the mountain. I get to produce some lactate and get my heart rate up and just move some blood around. And it gets me feeling a little bit more awake for the next day. Simultaneously, I get to see some of the obstacles, maybe see some of the techniques that some of the guys use on it. Get to feel out their paces for any people that I'm going to be competing with the next day. So yeah, for sure. There's a little bit of tactic there.
Yeah. What was it like? How did you feel in the start line? I guess let's start there.
I was like, I'm going to fucking kill everybody. I was super chill. I was like, yeah, man, this is just a training race, and I didn't really have a lot of pressure on me. I had seen Eugenio run the day before. I had seen all the other guys run the day before, and I'm like, no one's as good at the altitude or as strong of a climber as I am right now, except maybe Eugenio. But I knew that his obstacle game wasn't as great, so I figured I might have a battle with him, but I wasn't sure how things would look over the course of the 15K, because in the 3K he was leading by a pretty good amount, but then he got hung up on Gibbons, and then Leon was able to pass him there and float through the obstacles at a greater speed than him. So I wasn't sure, but yeah, how did I feel? Super good. The only thing that was weird was that morning I peed like a dozen times, and I was like, something feels off. Like something feels a little bit off. I wasn't too nervous about it, but I could kind of tell right off the bat, like, I might have an electrolyte problem today, which did actually end up being the case. And I ended up having some full body cramps. And that's how you know, by the way, if it's an electrolyte thing versus like a local muscle thing. If you're running up a hill real hard and your calf starts to cramp, might be because you don't run up steep hills hard enough, often enough. But if it's your calves, your quads, and your biceps and triceps and lats all at the same time, probably an electrolyte thing, if you're only 30 minutes into a race. So unfortunately that was me, and I just wasn't entirely sure how to rectify it. I'm like, do I need more salt? Do I need more water? Trying to take in both can kind of be tough sometimes. On the starting line, and it's funny when I say I'll kill everybody, it's just like it's a joke that there's this UFC fighter. I don't know if he's Russian or from like Dagestan or whatever, but he grabs the microphone at the end of a fight. And he's been like undefeated and just had a dominant performance. He's like, bring anybody here, I kill everybody. It's funny, but at the same time, it's the attitude of, there's no way anyone's going to defeat me whatsoever. So I think that mindset just has a huge role in your actual performance in a race. Having a positive mindset, it literally like reduces your perceived effort. It makes effort feel good. You're like, oh fuck yeah, not like, oh, this sucks, I just can't wait for it to be over, I hope no one catches me. Right? They're totally, one's very empowering and one's not quite there yet. So most people thought I picked up 2. I was only supposed to pick up 1, and then I was an asshole for just like dropping it and being like, yeah, you take care of it. What actually happened was I had gotten there about 90 seconds after Eugenio, and I grabbed 2 of them and started to run, and then someone said, wait, you're only supposed to have 1. I said, no, you need to have 2. And he's like, well, he only has 1. I'm like, what? Yeah, the guy in front of you only has 1. And I'm like, well, what do you want me to do? And then they're like, well, should we make him do a second lap? I'm like, he doesn't speak any English. He won't understand what you're saying or why you're making him do that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I guess he should have known the rules, but simultaneously, I don't know, like, just make a decision, you know? And they're like, just go. We'll make everyone do one. I was like, okay, you know?
That's a good on the fly decision, yeah.
So, yeah. And so from that point, everyone just carried one to make it fair because I didn't think it was, I don't know, I felt bad making him run an entire second lap and him having no idea because no one can communicate in Spanish. Like, he would have no idea why they're making him do it.
Right.
It's like, I don't know, man.
My quote is from Dumbo. It says, "The very things that held you down are going to lift you up, up, up." Fit events?
Yeah, Rob McCoy posted, "I'm not openly and directly saying that you should save the date April 5th, 2025, but that's what I'm indirectly saying, and if you know me and Fit and past dates and other things, then you may know what I am ostensibly saying." So that's all I will say for that one.
Should we also tell them to save the date April 5th, 2025 for the OCR, New England OCR Expo?
Yes, yep, that'll be starting at noon. Who posted really cool video series featuring one of our favorite ACL Center of Excellent patients, Corinna Coffin. Corinna is an extremely talented multi-sport athlete who came to us from out of town to undergo ACL surgery. She worked exceptionally hard to rehab and get back to high-level sports. I look forward to the full series and seeing continued success for Corinna. Hats off to all the doctors, blah, blah, blah. But that's pretty cool that they have like a video series on it, so I'm interested in checking that out, and I'm sure all athletes who have either already gone through an injury or have yet, I think that's got to be like a good resource to see someone else go through it as well. So I had 3 ideas for episodes this week, and I had time for none of them. So instead I needed to shift to a more selfish episode. So apologies if you're already sick of my voice, because there's going to be a lot more of that. But since the busyness of my weekend was caused by an ultra, I figured I'd make an episode out of it. So a little background, 2 years ago, I was registered for the Fit Challenge 30-hour trail race, but needed to move my registration due to preparing for the wedding, finishing grad school, and Achilles issues. It was not back issues at that time. Fast forward to this year, and I decided to use that registration for the race. Although over time I decided to bump it down to 12 hours instead. So this is some audio of me earning back my title of Ultra Runner, since the last Ultra I really did was World's Toughest Mudder 2019, where I got officially 55 miles.
My quote is from Morgan Harper Nichols. "Keep trusting the process. Keep trusting that even though you do not know what lies ahead, that does not mean that you have to feel directionless. You are allowed to be uncertain while also trusting that even in the uncertainty, light is pouring in and illuminating your path beneath your feet."
You know, a 24-hour race, 24-hour plus race. Like, is this something that you enjoy, or it is exhausting, but do you enjoy it too, or?
Right. Yeah, it's very difficult. It's probably one of my hardest events I shoot all year. Right. Probably like the second or third hardest. Just because it's so creatively draining. Like, I have to set up lights and figure out good lighting. Lenses matter. I have to figure out which lenses I want to use. It's like creatively, it's just like my brain hurts a lot. So I usually try not to think about it until I get there. Ukraine, my first time I went over there was last year, January 2023, and I went back over there in June. So that was like the second time. Then I went back there this year in May, and then I went and I lived there in June through August. So I lived in Ukraine pretty hardcore, June through August. But in between that, I was flying, 2 events around Europe for like the Spartan Ultra thing. I had some other Spartan European thing, and another Spartan thing. And then I had to come back from America for a conference for 1 week. So I was pretty in and out. I probably went in and out of Ukraine like a dozen times.
It's crazy. So, wow. I don't think I realized like how long you were there. I do know that I saw you do something that would make Caitlin's dad jealous. You drove like a tank for a little bit, right?
Yeah, I rode on a tank.
Okay.
Yeah. That was pretty cool. It was only for like 30 seconds, but it changed my life.
That counts, yeah. What is it that drives you to keep returning to Ukraine?
I just really like, helping people. I really like teaching English to the kids. I like the war. I like war photojournalism. I love the aspect of the dangers of it and really enjoy it. Yeah, I just love it.
And then my quote is, you're allowed to have off days. You're allowed to feel completely drained from all that's going on in your life and has been for a while. You're allowed to take breaks from responsibilities to take care of yourself. You're allowed to express your feelings and how you need to. You should not feel guilty for not feeling like or acting like yourself. It is in these times you discover yourself, your strength, you discover meaning and resiliency, and all you need to do to live a good life. You will look back on these times and be proud of the person you fought for. You will be proud of you.
Nice. 2025 Mammoth Spartan Super World Championships weekend. So this is a new World Championship. I had heard murmurings of it before, but this is going to be on October 4th and 5th of 2025. So as you could imagine, probably had a deal with Mammoth Lakes, and they're like, oh yeah, we're going to keep championships there. And then OCRWC had to get the hell out of there because it was not going well whatsoever. And so they're going to have that there instead next year.
The official Sydney Marathon Instagram posted, "We did it, Sydney. We are beyond thrilled to announce that thanks to you, the TCS Sydney Marathon presented by ASICS is now the 7th member of the prestigious Abbott World Marathon Majors, a historic moment for the Australian sport."
Any of these things, I'm like, it's the people in it. Because I saw this underlying tone that people who are really into obstacle course racing, they loved overcoming obstacles for a reason. It's people who were like faced with obstacles in their life, and it doesn't matter if it's like teeny tiny or big, but they were like very insisting on like, no, I want to overcome these obstacles. And I felt that so much. And when I had to like transition into being like, no, I want to compete more, I found that it's really hard to write a master's thesis, have 2 jobs, have a relationship, do charity work, and host training events like every weekend almost for people, and then also be an athlete. And I didn't quite get that in 2018, 2019, when I was trying to ramp up my training and learn more about like what to do for not other people, but for myself. And I definitely burned the candle in too many ways. Those who follow me very closely know that this is the period my mom was like at the final 2 years of her terminal, what do you call it? She had cancer, which was terminal, so terminal diagnosis. And those 2 years were incredibly, of course, really difficult. Like my mom was like the best mom. I loved her for who she was. And she was the kind of person who was like, if you're capable of raising like that much money, you're gonna give it to charity. You're not giving it to me. And like I was just like, that was like, it made me cry. It made me cry real hard because I was like, but me and the other people who would donate to this would want you to have it. Right. And she was like, if any of those money, any penny can go to like helping other people with cancer and other families where they may not have a terminal diagnosis, but they can actually recover and, stay with the family, you're giving all the money there. And throughout the years and still counting to this day, I think we've raised more than $100,000 now. And it's just like, it's amazing. A lot of that work was done like pre-COVID when we had like physical events when mom was there, like as the hero, the fighter of the scene. Mm-hmm. And my mom taught me to dream. I just forgot to like dream when I was struggling with like her being sick, trying to be an athlete and do all these things at the same time. When I picked up Noah Busher, who's this young talent, people may have heard of, like rock star on the track, he does ninja as well, never really gets tired. He has that young dude energy. I like it. When I overtook him, it was on the running part. I was like, if I'm overtaking people who are fundamentally better runners than me on running parts, I'm in a good position. It meant like I distributed my energy really well, which gave me like such a confidence boost. Second place, short course. I'd been there before, 2019 in London, and then I shed the bed on Gibbons and went back to like outside top 3. But I was like, that won't happen now. I had a plan for everything, and Eugenio from Mexico was murdering it up with a super pace in the lead, but I ultimately got him. And this year was like honestly a struggle. But I feel like the dream I set out to like find out the best possible Leon, that dream has come true. And I believe, and I want to say, yes, I won and I became world champ. Yes, that's amazing. I love it. And it's like, nobody can take away I have it here. I just had it for family, my little gold medal, right? Yeah. Nobody can take that away from me. That's amazing. But it's like a much more internal victory for me. Not like the placement. I ran a great race. And I did all the right things, and my body allowed me to do the things I wanted to do. My brain allowed me to do the things I wanted to do. The work I had put in paid off. It's been hard for me to be ego about it because I've been wanting to share these things with people all along. But I did this thing for myself.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, I didn't do it to make my mom proud, like I did with a lot of the charity work and the sports originally. I didn't do it for my followers or fans or friends, or I did it because I wanted to figure this out. And the fact that ended up coming with a gold medal at the event that I look at as the most prestigious and most, at least in the case of course design, best OCR event on the planet. So it starts at there, and then you go to altitude and you respect it. I've gone to altitude a couple of times. It's tough. It's hard on your body. And the athletes that want to push through that, because that's what we do as athletes, right? We push through the pain. You can mess yourself up real bad. And in Mammothify, I was just training on the hills. I knew the 2 hills we were going to run. So I went and did reps. And all the reps I did on the first hill, which was sneakily steep, just left me gassed.
Yeah.
And I was either I'm in shit shape and I'm going to get messed up here, or I'm going to be the guy who goes out conservative because I know the hill and everybody else is going to have a problem on hill 2 or, anything after that. And luckily I wasn't in shit shape. But when you're running on your own, you kind of when you're running uphill alone, you can feel you're in very, very bad shape very easily. For traveling and stipends and show up fees. And all you had to do was blow a fart in social media, and then Spartan would do the rest. If I had that deal and I went to a non-paid and the races don't really pay, and if I show up and they pay, I don't know when I'm getting the money, I'd be really angry as well.
Yeah.
In Europe, we haven't had that. It's very few people that have had deals with the organizers. The deals have come from other brands. It could be brands that also partner with the organizers, but otherwise, most athletes are used to just working. Some are part-time, some are coaches, and you show up and you win. I remember seeing the French series of Spartan is so goddamn competitive. I can't even describe the Swiss as well. It's ridiculously difficult to podium, and you get maybe $500 if you're lucky when you win. It's nothing. It's sure, buy yourself a new jacket, but it's you're not going to pay rent with any of these money. And I think athletes are quite used to having the opportunities of that in North America, and that has had a change.
Right.
So I think that's basically the money thing, and it's not the athletes don't mean it in bad intentions. They've just been presented with something, and then that has been removed, so they don't feel they just feel it's been decreased value for them. And then I get it. It's really hard to stay motivated when your motivation actually was maybe I could be an athlete, I can have a career. And it's well, maybe you can't anyway, because Spartan took that away from you. Whereas me, as what I'm in, the position I am in, I have created that very much on my own. There's very few organizers that reach out to give me an annual stipend. The sponsors I have honed and worked with closely for years. And it's taken a long time. So I have created this, and it's independent of it. If OCR got deleted tomorrow, my sponsors would most likely stay.
Yeah.
Because of the partnership that we have, it extends it extends above and around my performance as an athlete. One of the three best ways to get actual measurable joy out of money is giving. One of the 3 best ways. It's time is one of them, and giving is the other. And I can't actually remember the third. I'll have to look that up. But buying time, making your life easier. You don't have to spend 2 hours a week cleaning your massive house because you spent money on a cleaner. Maybe buy a smaller house, but you could also spend money on a cleaner. Or you don't time is great to have some tasks and food and whatever. If you're not inspired by cooking, okay, I get my food delivered, or money. You could track that as an actual joy. It gives you time, especially if you have too much time. Getting more time is not necessarily going to make you happy. It's going to make you stressed because you're with all this time, do something amazing, dude. Just go do something amazing, volunteer, or meet people, go to work away or something if you got all that time. I'm not saying that it wasn't great in Costa Rica because I don't want to be friends with the federation. I just want to emphasize this. Yeah. I don't want to be like, oh, because then if that's how I felt, I could sign up and be part of the federation and make changes on the inside. I'm saying they had said there would be 50 obstacles, there were 25, all right? They had said it would be a certain way, and it wasn't. There was only one type of this and one type of that. And, you spend a lot of money on going somewhere, and then the advertised product is not there. I think as a consumer of that product, and I did not get anything paid for doing that race. So as a consumer of the product, I think it's okay to say I did not get what I paid for.
we want it to be better. There's nothing wrong with that. We want it to be better.
I want it to be better. And honestly, like Sweden's going to be great. So I have races I want to do. I am beyond thrilled about what 2025 will bring. I think it will be full of amazing opportunities. And yeah, I'm not going to do it big trips in the same way. And I think I'm very okay with that. I still want to come over and race a Savage. I still want to explore opportunities. I'm excited about 2026. OCRWC is coming to the East Coast.
Yep.
And yeah, of course I'm not flying over to race if I have a massive injury, but I'm not too proud to come up and get my ass whooped. I'm okay with that. That's what happened the first 6 years of racing. I was I showed up and I got my ass whooped. I've tried that before and it's not oh my God, I am a bad human being. I lost today. No, 4,500 people lost. Only one person won in each category. I'm come on, guys. Let's we're still going to have fun. So I still want to do those things. And for me, I think the communities are something I want to be involved in still. And I will put on more workshops, I hope. And
quote is, there will be times in your life where everything aligns the way you truly desire and success shines through, but it's going to be challenging before you get there. You're going to want to give up a million times. I hope you never stop trying just because it gets hard. Embrace the hard, and soon enough, success will come for you, and you will be so happy that you didn't give up.
Right. How you feeling about World Surface Moto this year?
Oh man, it looks great. God, it is hot. It is so hot out here now. I know the high is supposed to be 85. It feels like it's 90 with the humidity. It's the main obstacle out here is going to be the heat.
Yeah.
So
hydrate. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just having
impact on the 100-miler that you did last week.
I won't lie. I got slight Achilles, little niggles here and there, and my knee is a little aggravated every now and then. But honestly, to me, it feels like that. When I'm training for 100, it feels like that every single day. So I would say I'm probably 95%, but I've never ran 200s this close back to back. I've done a lot, but I've done 100, 2 weeks later done a 50. But to go, I don't know how my body's going to feel after this first 50 miles. Then it's going to be my legs might remember but on the other hand, I just suffered last 2 weeks. So I'm well equipped to be it's just another day out here, Yep.
This is a world championship event and needs to move. You guys have always been great on coming over here. It's about time we pay it back and we go over there. So what can you tell us about the venue?
So absolutely. We're also looking forward for you guys to come here. The course itself, really nice bit in the middle that's so flat, but then it's kind of got both sides which are hills. So it's not a fast course, some steep hills, but overall relatively flat, a little bit of natural water. We'll see if we can get in there because sometimes it's closed off because of the bacteria and stuff, but you guys will love it. The course itself, it's got the castle in the background. The venue holds a different 24-hour trail race as well, so they're well up for this sort of thing. They know exactly how it's going to work. You guys are going to love it.
And I'm racing again this year for a charity, so that's the main thing, is sort of getting up on my feet, getting out there and trying to get as much money as I can for that.
Tell me about the charity.
So charity's a charity called James's Place. So James is a friend of mine who unfortunately took his own life a few years ago, and his parents set up a charity which has become really successful in it's a suicide awareness prevention facility. So people in England, they've managed to get hold of a building with some specialist people there, so anyone with suicidal thoughts can go and speak to someone and get the support they need, really. So it's a great charity.
That's great, because that hits home with me personally, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, do you know what, the thing is, since doing the work for the charity, especially when I come out here running, there's quite a few guys that quietly have a few personal problems, and being out on the course and they feel like they can open up, it is quite a nice thing just to be able to be someone that they can confide in out there. So, but yeah, I think everyone deep down has got, no one's perfect.
As far as the venue goes, it seems pretty nice. I've never run the Florida venue. A little excited, but I'm not excited that we are on the tail end of a regular day of Tough Mudder.
That has been been brought up enough. That's a good point. I think that's gonna. How do you think it's gonna affect the course? Just wear it down?
I think there's going to be a bit of wear and tear, but it doesn't feel like the worlds that we're used to, where it's obstacles that are special made for us, that are on the more elite side, the more competitive side. So, I'm sure they'll make a few modifications on the fly as we get into it, but I don't think it's going to be the caliber of worlds that some of us that have been doing it for a handful or more of years have expected.
No stacks, no Twin Peaks.
Yeah, there's no big mind-boggling obstacles that we know of yet.
My quote is, "May you travel the earth trusting that for all the unknowns, there will also be moments in music and light that remind you you're not alone."
You put out a post talking about how dialed in you are this year. What makes this year so special about that?
I lost my grandma in May, unexpectedly, and every year coming into Worlds, I really try to find something to focus on to motivate me, and that's kind of a motivating factor for me. And usually a month out from Worlds, I really focus, lock in, you get a lot more disciplined, really structure my daily life a lot more than it usually is. I wanted to put that out and hopefully motivate some people to get a little bit more dialed in as well.
My wife Bree and Kat coming out to support me for it. They came here last year. They were a huge part. So definitely would not be doing this without them. I would be in big trouble. So it's awesome they're out here.
How do you think they're going to be for the mental aspect? Are they going to give you that tough love when you need it?
They did last year, and I had a big argument probably with them last year because they did exactly what I told them to, but I mentally did not have it last year. So I even said to them, one of the biggest priorities I have this year is to treat them with a positive attitude no matter what, because they're there the whole entire for me. So use
they have their own ultra event.
100%. But that's the funny thing is I was all right, every time I see you, I'm gonna make sure I'm positive. Because I was just they were following me on the course. Everyone's like, you have the best pit crew ever, and I was just I almost leave me alone, I'm dying.
Yeah.
But it's a different headspace this year, so I'm excited.
I like that. My friend Javier Escobar, who is one of the few people to get 100 miles. The year that he got 100 miles, one of his goals was every time stop and tell his mom that he loves her. But they put you in a good headspace.
It does. So it is
I made the plan already to be here. I've had a couple people ask me hey, are you sure that this is what you want to do for your race? I'm like, yes.
Yeah.
I got my 50 bibs. I got those years ago in Vegas, so I don't really need those anymore. And the story I told earlier was out in Laughlin, a friend of mine came around the corner and saw me at Dublin for the last 6, 7, 8 hours. I don't know how long it was. And when she saw me, she just burst into tears crying because she saw somebody at the wall that she trusted, that she knew would help them up and over.
Yeah.
Because Dan was saying, this wall can hurt.
Yes.
It can put a hurting on somebody.
Very simple design, but it's a lot.
Exactly, yeah. And to know that she was so relieved to see someone there that she could help, that would help her up and over. I wanted to take that. I wanted to give everyone that sigh of relief.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, when we're doing the check-in for the 24-hour volunteers, a good third or maybe more were actually from the UK.
Yeah, why do you think that is?
I have no idea, to be honest. It's just a case of a lot of the volunteers come over to support runners or people we know, and so it's just because there's a good UK contingent who come over every single year, and just good to help out and volunteer at the events.
Yeah. And the obstacles, I got memories of that too, but I got memories of you guys, the volunteers, right?
Yeah. No, they're always saying, we can't do this without you kind of thing.
Yeah.
And how you doing there, guy?
Doing all right.
Yeah? Come here.
Yep. Making it.
All right.
At least another lap.
All right. I'll be here.
Talk to me about the 100 volunteer sign that you have going on here.
Oh man, that one surprised the hell out of me.
Yeah.
Oh god. Well, so when they were dropping us off, I was in the back of the truck.
Okay.
And by the time when he stopped, I knew this was my obstacle. I got out of the back of the truck, turned around, grabbed a bag, and when I looked up, they were already standing around, and then they all just started applauding, which I thought was cool as hell.
Yeah.
And then when it kind of parted, I saw this sign, and man, that just hit right straight to the heart.
Yeah.
And the tears flow and everything else. It's just, I had no idea that something like that. And then you see all these wonderful people took the time to sign it and everything, and the little messages of love on there.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean,
and I'm sure it's not why you do it, but it's nice to see that people appreciate you that much.
Yeah. I mean, in a lot of ways, I don't think it's shameful to say that it is kind of why I do it.
Okay, yeah.
Because these people are, what they're telling me is, I need that.
Yes.
Yes, I needed that hug at 2:00 in the morning. I needed that high five. I needed those words of encouragement. I needed to know that I could go a little bit further.
Yeah.
And I like being that guy, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Having done 100 Tough Mudders and volunteered, I mean, I couldn't even tell you which one I like better because it's just an incredible experience to be out on a course and also to be volunteering and, giving that advice or that encouragement or whatever else.
Probably the most devastating to your legs.
Yeah. Do you recognize the face on the bouncy ball?
I do. It's Coach.
It's Coach, who's unfortunately not with us this year, and I'm devastated to not have him from 1 to 4 because I partied with him. That got me through last year.
So there was an incident once where a lot of people know me for the hugs because I will hug anybody at any time and be happy to do so, and jokes, yes. But I had a young man who came to my obstacle, which was the second to last obstacle on the course, and he was done. And he held on to me, had to have been 4 minutes, just sobbing. And I found out months later, he came up and admitted to me that he was done. He was quitting.
Yeah.
And he ended up getting 3 more laps because the hug was really all he needed.
Yeah.
So it's amazing to me.
Yeah, and volunteering isn't easy, right?
Not if you do it right.
Yeah. Talk to me about the importance of humor.
Oh, humor's you can really just be stuck in your head. I mean, I've been there so many different times, not even on course. But when you come across something that's funny, something that just catches you off guard, and it for just a few seconds even, changes your entire mood. I mean, that can change your outlook for, a few minutes to a couple of hours.
Absolutely.
So, I'm trying to keep it up. Some people, they don't understand. I'm trying to help them. I don't mind being, funny.
Yeah.
And, they're a little awkward, the whole thing. I'm disabled, but, I'm giving them a chance to, I'm trying to break that ice, let them know that, I'm a person just like them.
Do you feel like you don't have anything left to prove out here? Do you think you'll ever come back and race it yourself, or just onto other things?
I would love to come back. Yeah, there's definitely one more thing to prove, and it's the first person to ever grab that 125-mile bib. But, the stars have to align timing-wise. I've gotten into some really fun trail racing events recently, and if the schedule lines up for me one day, you'll find me here.
Yeah. And then, I guess, briefly, I want to touch on your FKT. How did it feel to complete something that was left incomplete from the year previous?
Yeah, that was amazing. That was a 2-year project for me, right? And after going out there and hiking 420 miles and ending up in a hospital and, having to say, I'm going to go try that again when it ended so badly and finding my way to the finish was a very special moment for me. It was amazing.
Kevin, do you have a joke or a quote?
Yep, my quote is from Jane Goodall. You cannot get through a single day without having an impact on the world around you. What you do makes a difference. You just have to decide what kind of a difference you want to make. Rachel-Ann Schleider posted in the OCR World Championship Facebook post saying, "It is the post I hoped I'd never be posting and swore if I ever did that I would not cry, but here I am doing both. About 11 years ago, I met Adrian Bijanata at a Battle Frog race where he was giving away qualifier shirts for a new event he was working on. We only talked a short while that day, but when I got home, I emailed him straight away. He was looking for help and I wanted in."
Kind of fast forward to the important part. I just read the comments from OCR Buddy then.
After nearly 11 years, November 30th will be my last day in service and in the service of the OCR World Championship. Fran Chirando will stay on and Chirando will stay on. And as you have been ever since the day she joined us, you are in the most wonderful hands with her.
Yeah, so losing one of the few remaining pieces of the original OCRWC, which is a bit of a bummer. And I felt like I was off my A game during this, because on the way to brunch, I found out that my cousin died, which was a bit of a bummer. But she's been dealing with Alzheimer's for 5,
Is she
6
your
years.
cousin? That's not the right relationship.
She's my cousin. We call her Auntie Karen, which is annoying because I have an actual Aunt Karen.
Wait, no, she's your grandmother's cousin.
So she's my cousin, right? I'm related to her somehow.
I
When in
think
doubt,
she's
it's
like your
like a
third
great
cousin.
aunt or something. Anyway, so wicked bummer. She was the one that kind of got me into photography back in the day. Always supported me with video games, and she worked at Blockbuster, and just no longer suffering. So that's good. So that was on the way to that. And then mid-brunch, I think you can hear it a little bit in the audio, I got a call from Caitlin. Well, actually, Carlo said, hey, your wife's trying to call you. Can you call her back? And then you alerted me that Appa was having a stroke or a seizure, in which case, no, he just pinched a nerve. So I had a lot of things on my mind
In
trying to do these
fairness,
interviews.
he had a very dramatic reaction.
Getting them to eat was a struggle. Actually, I will say whoever in the not the orphan tent, the hospitality tent decided to put the little mini packages of graham crackers, the little Nabisco graham crackers, those were really universally well liked by the runners because rather than like a saltine cracker, which is really hard to swallow, those graham crackers were clutch. They were easy to swallow, just a little bit sweet, and gave them at least a little something. There wasn't much, but once they started being able to eat those, they were able to take something else along with them. So.
I don't know if I ever want to do World's Toughest again, but I've felt that way before.
Right.
My wife wants to go. She wants to go and take a it'll be 16 and 13-year-old.
Okay.
And that would be awesome. I don't know.
And not to state the obvious, but like, there's other ways to enjoy it too. You don't always have to run it. Hitting is an experience. Volunteering is an experience. Yeah.
Right. And that's a conversation I want to have people. What do you do when it's over? Right? Like, you haven't competed for the last few years. Like Will and Matt, they haven't competed in the last few years. They had you guys have other things to fall back on. Right? And still be part of the experience. Sure. That's something I have to think about. I know there's guys older than me who do fantastic, but that might not be me.
Yeah.
And
comparison can sometimes.
And I don't know if I'd be okay just going out and get 25 miles. Maybe I would.
Right.
But I love the experience. I love being here. I love the people. I love you. I love seeing you. It's so like that first time I saw you on Friday at Pit Setup was awesome, right? And it's like that for so many people that you see. And the atmosphere is great, and I do like the obstacles.
Yeah.
I would say but what happens when you're done with it, right?
Right. I would say the nice thing is you have a year to think about it, but you have less than a year to think about it because that's in June now.
My wife's been looking for flights already.
Oh, right.
Like the last few weeks, she's been looking for flights.
Yeah.
And I like, and she was here, but then she left, and she's texting me, and I'm like, we have to talk about that trip. Let's talk about that trip in a few days.
Right. And then you talked about being held accountable. Last year, it looked like you mentally checked out a little bit. So how did it feel to kind of get revenge for yourself?
I mean, absolutely fantastic. It's just having that feeling like you don't want to let this person down. You're not doing this like mostly for yourself. Like you want both of you to succeed. I don't really get that kind of experience much in racing. It's usually an individual sport. So just this different format is more exciting, and it's a really good chance to test myself in kind of a different way. And, I'm not thinking just for myself.
Then how did it feel having such an awesome pit crew?
Oh, it's great. On one side, I got my son, 11 years old, making his first appearance in the pits, which is awesome. Just kind of gives you that extra why. And just, exposing him to the community, him getting to see some really tough people do some really tough stuff. It's awesome. And then the team aspect, you have a built-in pit crew and a built-in cheering section when you're racing alongside someone. So Tyler and I, we're looking out for each other, but we also know exactly how the other one's feeling because we're going through the exact same thing. So as we had those discussions at the end of the race of like, hey, do we want to get that extra lap in there to get to 125? I knew it was possible, but it was going to be on Tyler. So, it wasn't like as easy as your pit being like, you need to get back out there and not truly understanding how you felt. Like I knew exactly how he felt. And, I encouraged him, but it was ultimately his call. And, Tyler just showed how tough he is at the end, going out there for that additional 5 miles solo before we did our 2 together. So it was pretty cool to do that alongside Tyler.
I know the format has changed a little bit too, but were we able to figure out, did you tie the record for team miles?
Yeah. It feels pretty good. I didn't know what the record was for a while, and I thought it was like 115 or so.
The previous team, I was talking to Elliot, and they were nervous for a little bit.
Yeah.
Last year, I had the words echoing in my head from Chris Maltby, like, I think you got a prize for like the most productive nap or something like that. And then like, we'll see how you do when you don't take your nap. And we found out you put in some incredible mileage. You tied the men's record, and you're the first man to ever win the sprint lap and win the overall event. So how does that feel?
It's feel okay. I'll say, so yeah, it's feeling fine. It's fun to do. Yeah.
But crybaby thing there. So I went in there. Normally with a Tough Mudder, they'll put that smoke in a little bit. In here, it was pumping all night long.
It was a lot, yeah.
And I went in there. I only had my bib on, so no top. I came out and I was cold. Like that, whatever that stuff was, like the mental thing, made me feel cold. 20 minutes later, and I still felt it. So I thought it was the temperature that had dropped.
Yeah.
Went and put my windbreaker on, and it wasn't. It was just that whatever vapor stuff that was. It was a weird thing. But
I know a lot of people talking about that, but yeah, you're right. They did go above and beyond with that.
My goal was 80 miles to stop it from last year. I had a second and third place and fourth place guy were all on the same lap with me. They weren't far behind me within the same lap, so basically they forced me to keep the pace up every lap. My wife and my biggest supporter, my pit crew, basically was keeping me up to date where they were at, how far back they were, so it forced me to kind of push a little bit harder, knowing I wanted that first place. This is the third year in a row I've gotten first place in the age group. So
congratulations.
So the fact that I had a second, third, and fourth place guy that were on the same lap forced me to keep it up. And as I got closer, I realized that 85 was definitely within reach. So I had to push harder.
I don't generally train like marathons frequently, so the fact that I couldn't get like what was essentially almost 2 marathons, not super surprising to myself, but it's a goal for next time whenever I decide to do another one of these again, because I'm going to get that 50-mile bib at some point. Right. I don't know when, but yeah.
So when it comes to getting 50 miles, speed isn't a factor. It's kind of like perseverance. So did you take a nap? What was it that...
I honestly think the biggest thing for me was just that, because it wasn't speed, you're right. I think it was just my body being physically ready for it, because it's one... Yeah, and it's definitely one thing to be able to run a marathon. It's another thing to be able to run that marathon on uneven terrain. On sand. Oh man, that was miserable. But also just the fact that, this Florida heat was awful. I remember
Another one missing. Your hats reminded me of Coach's Corner. No Coach's Corner this year.
No, that was kind of sad to not have a Coach's Corner. That's why it's kind of an homage to him, because I've got the pants as well.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Yeah, he'll be happy to see that.
Yeah.
I posted a video. I don't remember where it was in the course because everything's a blur. It's in Curtis' view too, but there was a picture of recipes Coach's Corner.
I saw that hanging on a fence.
Yeah, and it was nice that they had that out there. I took a video, I sent it to Coach, and he misses being out here too.
Of course.
Do you ever feel? Do you feel like you're compelled? If you guys don't show up, no one else will?
No, not at all. I know the community will still help each other out because it's kind of what we're ingrained to do. But at the same time, I want people to still run their race. Right. We'll always take extra help up at the top, but I never want people to feel like they have to stay and help. Partially because we enjoy doing what we're doing. And that's why we're there. We are actively signing up for World's Toughest Mudder, knowing that's what we're going to do. We didn't sacrifice our race. We didn't change anything. That's what we came to do. That's what we set out to do. And we feel if we left early that we didn't do all we could. We didn't give all we could.
Leave it all out there.
Exactly. Yeah. So when someone does 100 miles or they felt like they were going to do 100 and they only did 75 and, I didn't have a good race, something happened, we would feel the exact same way if we weren't out there the entire time.
That's a good comparison. I like that.
Yeah.
We talked, I think, we're just realizing, too, it's probably a good thing that Everest is towards the end, too, so you don't have to do that awful trek with all your weight at the end, right?
Yeah, and we've done it 2 different ways. In years past, when Everest has been one of the first few obstacles, we'll actually fully complete the sprint lap, leave our ruck in the pit, pick it up, and then bring it out to Everest. And then when the last participant comes through, usually at 12:30, 12:10, because you can't start a lap after 12 o'clock, we'll then pack up and start being in active pursuit of a lap and get swept off course because we don't care about mileage.
Yeah, exactly.
And to be an actual participant or a completed participant on the event, you needed to complete a lap after or be in active pursuit of a lap. And if you're in active pursuit of a lap, that mileage just doesn't count towards your goal because you didn't finish.
That makes sense. Okay, yeah.
So that's why we say we either do the sprint lap or we complete our sprint lap. One or the other.
If you were wanting to mid Butterhorn, or if you were at Dublin Walls, or if you were at, what else am I missing? What am I missing? Everest. If you guys, one of those guys, you stand up where you are. And if you were at World's Toughest Mudder yesterday and one of those guys helped you over an obstacle, will you stand up real quick? Let's give one more here.
Say something about yoga's athletes here. If you remember last year, you'll remember right to the finish line after racing all night, after sustaining in clothes. Josh Story crossed the finish line, he was in third place. He had a wonderful smile on his face and he looked so happy. And then he looked ahead and saw the man he'd been battling with, Joseph Rocco, already there. And his face dropped. And he looked so sad. It was so heartbreaking. He handled it beautifully. He took a few moments. He was kind to everyone. He congratulated all the winners. And then he took this year and he worked so hard. He worked and trained, and this was his goal. This was his A race. He cancelled other events to make sure he was on the top of his. And even when Ryan Atkins showed up, surprisingly, he still had a smile on his face and knew he was going to go out there and give it his very all. He did. And every time, once again, he passed the booth and we called his name and he ran past like this. It's not from one lap, but we got slightly worried. He kept going and he kept battling and he took second place and he took an incredible 110 miles. Woo! And I just want to give him congratulations.
Yeah, Josh! We love you, Josh! Hey, I just want to give a special shout out to Michael Shaw, our first place man. Where's Michael at? Michael, last year at World's Toughest Mudder, Michael Shaw came out, started like a cannon. And you know, if you start World's Toughest Mudder fast, it's hard to maintain that for the entire race. Every single one of us knows that, and we still run too fast on the sprint lap. I know that. Michael was in first. The first 12 hours of the race, he was crushing. We didn't know his name. We had to look him up. Is this guy going to be able to do this? This is crazy. He's from Denmark. What's he doing? And then about midnight, he stopped going around. And we got boring messages online. Can you go to Michael's tent? Can you check on him? What happened? Which was tent? He was taking a nap. So Michael, you can't win a race when you're sleeping. He needed a nap. He slept for 3 hours. When he woke, and we've seen this before too, people start fast and they stop. And they say, you know what, I didn't respect the race enough. Maybe I thought I was too hot. We've seen it before. And so we weren't like, oh, well, that happens. When Michael woke up, he came like a bullet from a gun. He woke up in like 9th place, kept going around and around, worked himself up into 2nd place last year. I've never seen anything like it. That was 2023. Shout out to Michael Shaw. This year, he did something else I've never seen before. Do you guys remember Rhea Coble? Yeah. Women's winner, back-to-back champion. Rhea Coble did something no one's ever done before. Rhea Coble won the sprint lap, and then she just kept going and won the whole thing. Only time that's ever happened in the history of World's Toughest Mudder, man or woman, Rhea Coble, 2017. We were talking about this on the live stream. Hey, whoever wins the sprint lap, they're not going to win the whole thing. Don't worry about that. Until Michael decided, I'm going to win the sprint lap and I'm going to win the whole race. Michael Shook, he led wire to wire. Never been done on the men's side. Congratulations to Michael Shook.
Moving on to so these gentlemen are additions to our Hall of Fame. And I do want to acknowledge that some of the guys up here to get 100 miles this year are repeat editions. So right now we're going to be handing out the new jackets. So can I please call up Grant Thompson.
As well.
And then not to mention like things that happen on the fly, constantly need to make changes. I know Crusade had to make a bit of a movement. We can talk about that now.
Yeah, we can talk about it now. A combination of the hurricane coming through and the expansion of a few lakes. We saw the local inhabitants decided that we should move to a different area. Alligators are a little different obstacle than the standard stuff we put on course. So we made those changes on the fly. Honestly, this year, the weather gods were kind to us. I couldn't be happier right now. It's been a whirlwind 48 hours, I guess.
It's incredible. We were very excited in the commentating booth about how well you were doing, because that doesn't happen very often for the ladies. That's up there for some of the best performances of all time. So how does it feel to be ranked among the greats in the sport?
I didn't even know what a big deal it was. I know it sounds silly, but yeah, my husband just explained this morning like how it just doesn't happen that often, And yeah, I mean, when I was running, and I knew I had to do 90, that was okay. And then he still said to me if I wanted to win, I'd have to get to 95. Yeah. And I knew time-wise I'd have the time to do it, but I actually just didn't know if I had the legs.
Yeah.
And then, got it done, and it seemed cool, and it seemed okay. And then, when he explained to me this morning how few people have got there, it's mind-blowing. It's really, it's so surreal. It just does, it feels so weird.
I had Kate on already a little bit. They want to, blow it out.
And I think they will.
That's what I'm saying. They want to show us something. So I think it's going to be great.
I think I've already heard that registrations are already more than they were this year.
This was a pretty low year. Yes. I want to say lowest since Atlanta, but I don't even mean that. I just mean in terms of they want to give us really cool obstacles and basically hey, as a team, they're hey, we have a chance to show people something. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay. They want to impress us. They know it's a big task, and they know how much worlds. You out of here?
Quote is, "May you always be the one who notices the little ways light pours through, reminding you within the chaos there is more to life." Ryan Kempson posted, Coda Robin Kempson, 11/25/2024. And he goes, "That's a wrap for week 1. What a blur filled with love from friends and family. He's a lucky dude."
Yeah, congratulations to him and his wife, Courtney.
Oh, somebody's crying meeting them.
Oh, really?
It's so sweet. I can't wait to meet our friends' babies.
I know. We just got all the shots for that, too.
Final thoughts. Why do you love the Tough Mudder community so much?
There's no words for that can really describe it. Firstly, the volunteers, the people who get out there and help us over obstacles. I couldn't have done 100 miles without some of those guys.
Right.
Secondly, the other athletes. I was with Joe and I was with another guy, Brock. We ran together for probably an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours.
Yeah.
And we were all gunning for 100 miles. We were all realistically gunning for a top 10 place. And in no other sport would you find 3 top 10 athletes who are all feeling kind of down in the dumps and go, do you know what we should do? We should get together, create a pity party, move as quickly as is comfortable for the slowest person, and just see if we can figure it out. And when I first saw Brock struggling, he was like, "Oh, Matt, you go ahead. Don't worry about me." I was like, "Matt, I need you as much as you need me." Right. And then Joe caught up with us later on, and it just, that's probably the biggest thing is 100%, yeah.
And it's most races aren't like that. It's a solo thing. This is not a solo event. You cannot do this by yourself. You need your competitors out there.
Yeah.
And it's just a weekend you never want to end. It's an experience you never want to end. People have said, "Are you going to the bar crawl?" And I'm like, yes, hell yes I am. I want to hang out with all these people as long as I can.
It's like a continuation of the event in a way.
Yeah, and it's once a year. So you want it to last as long as it can possibly last.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just doing some simple math, if you get to see all of these people once a year, hopefully more than once a year, you only get to see them so many more times, so hell yeah, I'm going to the bar.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. And then some advice that you got that went well and some advice that didn't really pan out as well.
Get in the miles as much as you can. Miles, work on your grip strength for all the overhead obstacles, and mental preparedness. I think more important than both of those things is your mental grit and your stubbornness, your willpower to push through adversity and pain, because things happen that you don't plan on every single time.
Yeah, completely. I completely agree, because people think of 50 miles, it's a huge physical feat, and it is.
Right.
But anytime your mind can be yeah, I'm done. And you have to keep telling yourself, no, I'm still going. So how was that? Did you think it was heat exhaustion? What do you think got to you?
I'm talking to everybody to try and find out. I think a combination of the heat, possibly overpacing, possibly the wrong drink and nutrition. So all of those factors combined means it didn't work. I'm just lucky I got out there for a finisher lap.
Right.
To round off the 50.
Was it nausea for you?
Absolutely.
Do you know Jason Dupree?
I know the name.
Okay. He was the one that did the live stream. He suffered from something very similar to what you did, and it seemed that he wasn't getting enough salt. And he would be able to explain it better, but he's definitely a resource that I would talk to, because he found out that he was basically putting his body into what's called hyponatremia, where you're drinking too much water but not enough salt, and your body just it just rejects it, and then you can't get any food and this and that, which
my
is
goodness.
annoying, because like your body needs more stuff and it won't accept more stuff. So hopefully it's that, and hopefully we can figure that out in the future.
Hyper.
We were specifically told not to tell you your placement, which I get is a good strategy. You don't want anything like that inside your head. But what was it like when it did come to the chasing, having like super nice guy Josh Fiore in front of you, and then super Danish guy Michael Schott like killing it in front too, who previously had taken naps. So I know we're all about in Tough Mudder building people up too, but how does it feel to both want to cheer people on but also want to cut their throat?
Yeah, so I actually ran with Mike when he lapped me. We ran together a little bit through the stand section, and I just chatted with him. And I know how much of a stud he is, so there was no chance I was catching him. I was just super proud of him. And then Josh, I mean, damn, he went out super hot. I didn't go out as hot as he did. I wanted to conserve my energy. And I was pushing. I knew I was close to him all night, but, I think him and I ran a very similar race where we were so just consistent to where I knew at the very end there wasn't really a shot I was going to catch him. And if I would have ran a little bit faster, I could have gone out for the last lap for 110, but I knew he was going out for it. And, I mean, there was really no way I was going to catch him. So it was kind of like, do I want the 110 or am I happy with 105? And to be honest with you, like I said, my goal was 105 and I hit it. And, I'm super, Josh deserved that, Yeah, so I'm super happy for him.
As long as people stay on top of their hydration and electrolytes, generally they're okay. Not as many cramps as people would expect. And that went really well for everyone. It shows that everyone was on top of their hydration and electrolytes for the most part this race. So everyone knew what to expect regarding the heat and the humidity, so they came prepared. I think otherwise the heat perhaps slowed down people's pace a little bit, just so they didn't overheat. So it was a more controlled start. You didn't have as many people running breakneck during the sprint laps, trying to pass as many obstacles at the start and, blowing up the heat, blowing up their heart rates. And so they took a more controlled approach to the race. And that probably the heat in that respect, helped people elongate their race and run a more efficient race over a longer time.
Yeah.
That's my hypothesis.
Yeah, so it almost tricked them into pacing smart.
Yeah, the heat and humidity definitely, I think, trick people into racing smarter as opposed to harder, especially at the start.
Makes sense to me. And then what are your thoughts? So talk to me about what makes a good pit crew.
God, somebody who's literally you can't sleep. You have to be there for your person at all times. Somebody who is on it and forcing your person to eat things they don't want to eat, and making sure they're warm before they're cold, and checking in on them at every possible. You can't just wait for them to come into the pit. It's too late at that point. So honestly, having a good course where you can run to a point and check on them and be able to make it back before they come in with the obstacles, so you know exactly what they need and how to get them in and out as quick as possible, especially when you're the only person doing it. If you have multiple people and you can radio back and say, I saw them, they need such and such, it makes it so much easier. But I've never had that. So I literally run these courses like halfway out and find out, because you can't ask them on lap before they go out what they're going to need on their next lap, because they don't know. They don't know how that lap is going to go.
I can't tell you how many times I left the pit and I'm like, fuck, I wanted this, but now I'm a mile through and I'm not going to get it for another 4 miles. I hope I remember next time.
Your better option is to find them at least a mile out, or at least a mile and a half out, because then they know, okay, this isn't sitting right with my stomach. Or you know what, I need this lap. So you need to find them, but also like get your butt back to make sure you can make it, whether it's something warm, something cold, something, whatever they need. You need to make it back, clothing change even. Like you got to make it back in time to have all that prep so they have little pit time.
You know what? My opinion at this point, if it means that Worlds can continue to be around for a few more years, then I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Because like everyone's saying goodbye tonight here at the bar call, and some of us are saying I'll see you next year, and we know that, but the people that are saying I don't know if I'm going, I'm literally saying I don't know when I'm going to see you again. And there's tears because you're like, I may be saying goodbye to you forever. It's hard.
It is hard. And what are your thoughts on the fact that it's moving to Europe next year?
Oh, I think it's needed. I mean, Eli Nolan, race directors from many years ago, I remember making a comment around them one time and about how you guys must not make a lot of money off of us when you have these massive obstacles. And they said, if we wanted to make money, we would have World's Toughest in the UK. We would make money. That is a huge community.
About to get that money.
Exactly. So I think it's wonderful. I think it's great to have a new venue. I think it's great to have a different time of the year. I love all of it. And I think it's going to bring the communities together even more so because, we in the America have a great community of helpers on course, and the community in Europe has a great volunteer community.
They really do.
It's very different, so they're going to kind of converge, and I wonder what kind of magic will happen.
Shirt says I work out because my wife is hot. Also, she's a beloved member of the community. How does it feel to see so many people proud to celebrate her accomplishment?
I'm beyond excited that she's getting the recognition that she deserves for all the hard work that she's put in for years. It's no longer we're going to events and she's just kind of in my shadow, people knowing me and thinking, oh, that's James's wife.
Yeah.
Because she's the rock star.
Now you're Melissa's husband.
Exactly. I'm the machine's husband. Yeah. She's the rock star. She's crushing it. And she absolutely 100% deserves every minute of it.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. But back to you. Thoughts on...
We'll see you at Beaver Castle next year.
Will we?
Oh, yeah, I didn't put that in there. Yeah, I should probably put that in there, huh?
There's nothing to tell.
We're not going to say it on here?
I don't know. Do you want to tell the people?
I think you should tell the people. And this is assuming that people listen to all four.
Could you imagine if they don't?
Well, then they don't know. They don't deserve to know.
One of us is running World's Toughest Mudder 2025.
Yes. And it's not me.
It's me!
Yeah.
I signed up.
And if you're thinking, deja vu, she said this before, she has a registration. And the Patreon video that I teased 3-4 weeks ago, that I teased about, was me unwrapping a gift that was her registration and a friendship bracelet that said Pit Crew.
Yes.
So, yeah.
So I'm signed up and ready to go. I got us a treadmill. And let's do this.
Yeah. I'm excited.
And I'm running one, so if anybody has any advice, I'm all ears.
There's lots of advice in these past few episodes, and I'm hoping that the community, it's so cool that you're registered for it now, and it's all the awesomeness that I see out there, people helping each other, and now they could be helping my wife.
And you guys can follow me on the Instagram. I have an Instagram page.
Yeah, but you deleted all the stuff that you had before.
Yeah, I wanted a fresh start.
I think you should have put a post on there that was a fresh start and a blank post or something, and then you wrote about it starting over.
Too late.
Because people start and finish all the time. The story's interesting when it has its bumps, and the bump was you never fucking registered for the event.
Yep. Well, then, and my quote is, love them where they are. If someone is falling behind in life, you don't have to remind them. They already know. If someone is unhealthy, they know. If someone is struggling with relationships, with money, with self-image, they know. It's what consumes their thoughts each day. What you need to do for those who are in that place is not to reprimand them, but to encourage them, to tell them what's good about their lives, to show them the potential within them that you see. What you need to do is love them where they are. When they can't see clearly for ourselves, we need other people to speak greatness over us. People don't need you to tell them what's wrong with their lives. They already know. They need you to reassure them that they can still make it right.
Next up, Jonas Drescher from Denmark did a post that looked like it was being suppressed, so we're going to talk about it more. But he posted, "Fool me twice, I guess. Today at World Obstacle event, our team got a penalty because of me, because a judge made a mistake and I chose to ignore him. The ruling sounded, and there's a little bit of language barrier, always listen to the judge. They may not make the right call, but they make the call we must respect. Last year at FISO World Championships, our team got a penalty because we listened to the judge and the written rules. The penalty was issued with a statement, the judge may not also always be right. You as athletes must always know better."
Oh, jeez.
So just FISO shit show. World Obstacle, get your shit together. It's embarrassing. Hey, what is your role in the footwear industry? Because scrolling through your Instagram is a whole lot of shoes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm featured on a running and endurance and obstacle based podcast now with your listeners, and yeah, my full time job is I'm a footwear and apparel creative. I'll call myself an artist in general.
Yeah.
But I've been a footwear designer for my 10+ year career. I've been able to work with a number of different brands, athletes, celebrities, NASA, the Navy. I mean, you name it, and it's been amazing and a wild ride. And uh, I find myself in a unique position because not all there is a footwear design community that like everybody knows everybody, but you don't have footwear designers who are doing ultra races, and so it's a very like unique thing that I've been able to kind of put my foot into. And getting on stage, teaching people how to paint, there's a background, right?
Mhm.
Okay, once you get the background done, okay, then we'll start doing the main object shape, then we'll do the highlights, we'll do the shadows, and you start like just fundamentally breaking it down into these minimalist, digestible ways. And man, things get so much simpler that way. And when you can like convert your brain to think that way, I mean, I found so much success in that.
You seem like someone that's always hungry to better themselves. I saw that you were very public on how you wanted to be a speaker in front of people, and you do it enough times, and eventually you get good at it. I saw that you took up being a stand-up comic for a little bit too. What drives you to keep pushing yourself out of your comfort zone? Because that's what it is, right?
To me, it's the discovery of like we don't know what we're great at until you try it and then try it enough times, right? And it's like the first time's always gonna suck. Like you wrote stand-up comedy, like you did some digging because that's like that's a few years back.
Yeah.
And like I haven't even thought about that. I only tried it once because it was fucking hard and
But
terrible.
you tried it. That sounds terrifying to me. Yeah.
And let me tell you, it really was. I got a bunch of crickets. I was not funny. And so, but to me, it was like, again, it was the rhythm and the discipline of like learning that craft. Like
The big thing. What made you want to take on this challenge of running across, Massachusetts?
I mean, it's just that is like, like we talked about a little bit earlier, originally the idea was just to run a 5K every single day, right? And for 366 days, as you mapped out, it's a leap year.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, 4 or 5 months into the year, I'm like, this is too easy. And like randomly on one of my runs, which is usually where I get the greatest ideas that I have.
100%.
I'm sure it's very similar to a lot of your listenership.
Yep.
I was just like, I forget what it was. It was just like it was like a what if question that I asked myself. Like, what if I did this? Like, is it possible? Like, can David Fillar do this? I don't know. And then I'm very spontaneous. And so when I have an idea, a big idea like that, I'll text like 2 or 3 people, like my very close circle of friends. And their reaction's always like, that's nuts, but I know you'll do it. And when I get that reaction, then my next phase is like, I don't even like my girlfriend's joked about this, but like I don't even ask her. I just put it out on social media. Like I'll put up an Instagram story of like, hey, I'm gonna fucking do this. And like it's not that I need validation, but it's like it's that commitment piece. It's like I've put it out there now. Now it's out of the brain and it's in the public. And so like now it's real.
Yeah.
And
you're held accountable.
Yeah. And then what can I do to execute that? And so then there was one section in Sturbridge, which this is where we had to reroute in Sturbridge, Mass, where you're climbing a hill. We completely spaced on the mapping when we drove it. We completely forgot that there was no shoulder up this hill, and so I basically had to sprint up it. It was about a half a mile. I clocked like a 8:45 mile, and I was running 11-minute splits, and like so that's really fast. And I'm at mile 120 at that point or whatever it is. and so your legs are fried, and then you have to sprint a half a mile because there's 2-lane oncoming traffic and there's zero space to run, and you're just like, I got my hands out, I'm like just like asking people to shift over until I get to the safe zone, and then we went up north before we went back east. That was real sketch.
Was there ever something on your mind? Like when I go through an ultra, I always have like a short list of like, if this happens, or if this happens, or if this happens, I quit. Anything, if it's not on the list, I'm not quitting. Was there anything on that list for you?
For quitting?
Yeah, like was it
No.
ever? No.
I don't even know what that word means, dude. I
had a feeling.
I
$10,712.33, and still continuing the they said the fundraiser's open until January.
Yeah, it'll run. I think we're gonna leave it open through January just in case somebody discovers the story or sees it. Obviously, we raised funds for UMass Medical here in Worcester, their child life department. So they intake kids from toddlers all the way to teenagers for multiple stints, whether it's days or even weeks. And so we got to do a little bit of shopping together before the run. As we were raising funds, we were like reached like $2,000 or $3,000 pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And so we got to go buy the toys, and that really is a lot of fun because you learn from the nurses who were with me. They're like, oh, teenagers love this type of toy because it keeps them occupied for hours.
Mm-hmm.
And like when you're stuck in a hot, like you can't do anything, right?
Right.
And so and then it's like, okay, well, the younger, youth, like, oh, they love like Play-Doh-esque stuff and like, the maker stuff. And like, oh, we can't buy that because we can't reuse it. And so you learn about what the different toys that like children in a hospital need. And so that part was really fascinating for me too.
Quote is from Morgan Harper Nichols. Hope is not wishful thinking. Hope is the audacity to believe that after everything you've been through, there's more ahead of you. It's the courage to trust that as long as you're still breathing, you have not missed out on what was meant for you.
What was it like training back then when you first found it? And how has your training evolved to where you are now?
Okay. When I started, I was 15, 16 years old, and I was training on my own. So I was just running and go all out. That's it. And 10K all out, just some, and some exercises in the middle. And it was no structure, nothing, only one running all out. That's it.
Yeah.
It was not great. And so my parents helped me to find a coach. It was a running coach, but I still work with him. And I also started to learn about and study about the training and everything, how to prepare. So last 10 years, I dedicated my education also to this role models, let's say. And definitely one of them is John Albon and Ryan Atkins.
Of course.
And they are still my idols because, what they have done is something.
Absolutely. But I will say your name comes up. People can't talk about the Spartan Trifecta Championships without mentioning you. Like, so I know that they're like on we call it the Mount Rushmore of OCR, like the big people, but you're up there too. Do you ever take a step back and think about how you may be a role model for other people too?
Honestly, I've never thought about it, but sometimes I receive very nice messages that I'm a role model for them, and that they change their life because of it, and it's like it feels so good. And I want to be like the best version of myself, and I want to also like to support others. Yeah. So when someone asks me or wants to talk with me, I always try to answer all the messages on the Instagram. Sometimes it takes hours, but I say I have to do it because I want to be positive, be helpful, and help other people and motivate them, like especially when they are starting. Yeah. So I just want to keep this mindset because it's it's part of me. I'm like this.
And real quick on that, what was it like to meet your hero? Like, what was it like to race against him and talk to him at the finish line?
Always always pleasure, let's say. Always that I'm here because 4 years, let's say 3 years ago, I was like, I was only following them on the Instagram. That was it.
Yeah.
And to stand with them on the start line or even talk with them was something like, wow. It took some time to get used to it, and it's still sometimes that when I stay with them on the start line or I talk with them after the finish line and everything, we are chatting and having fun. It's like that's something I did not expect, let's say, 3 years ago or 4 years ago.
It's got to be scary for an athlete such as yourself, where this is your dream, this is what you're all in on, to make the decision to get surgery for this. But I mean, Bracken Crocker says it all the time. It's like it's pay now or pay later. And so it sounds like you did make the good decision and getting the surgery, taking care of yourself, and hopefully you continue to be pain free with your Achilles.
Thank you. And it was really hard to decide because no one could guarantee that I will come back with this, at least with the same shape.
Right.
And I was also like worried about it because it was my first surgery and I have never had a surgery before. So it was my first surgery. And before I was very worried about it. And I also was like, oh, am I doing the right choice or not? And maybe I will never come back. So also my mind has changed that, anything can happen and I can stop like this. It's like this has. So I also enjoy the races more.
Yeah.
But I'm the person that I always, when someone tells you that it's something it's impossible, I want to prove them wrong because it's already, and it was the same this time because they told me that it's not possible to race and they don't think that it's possible to race. And I was like, I want to show them that it's possible to win world championship.
Yeah.
So I didn't do it. I was second twice, but still I'm very happy about it because as I said, my goals are always the sky's the limit.
Gotcha. Yeah. And next year it's going to be in, I believe, West Virginia in the United States. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that I'm coming.
All right.
I would like to go there because no one ever won 3 trifectas, and I would like to be the first. Now it's only me or Gregory. Of course, there can be someone else.
Right.
But me and Gregory, we have 2 victories, and who win? Me or Gregory? He won 3, so I want to become the first. And I was thinking that I will go there because trifecta is definitely I like racing in trifecta. 3 races in a row, anything can happen, and even the first race is bad. Second race can be different. The third, anything can happen in the third race. So I like this, like multi-day events. It depends. Because let's say 4 years ago, 5 years ago, there were still like longer carries. For example, you have to be 30 minutes uphill, downhill with the sandbag or something. So then it was all right. But now I also with penalty loops in the Spartan race,
right?
I think it's getting more easier with the heavy carries, and it's more about running. And more about running. I think it's just getting more about running. So you have to be lighter. And if you are lighter, then you are better. Because sandbag carry took 1 minute, 2 minutes. It's nothing. And I think it's the same in like OCR that there is like all there are obstacles and short, heavy carry. So I still think that if you are lighter athletes, you can benefit from it. So I'm always like, I'm not confident with my weight. But I know that if I go even lower, then I will not be confident at all because I was just built like this.
Right.
It's but yeah, I can still see that there are some races when it's advantage, sometimes it's disadvantage, but as I said, everything is possible. Everything is possible, and I will be still fighting. And but I understand when it's, for example, running in the mountains when it's just long, let's say 40 minutes only uphill downhill, 40 minutes uphill. I'm never good at it. It's just I'm carrying like 20 kilos more, and 20 kilos, it's a lot.
Fair. But yeah, you do think of like Ryan Atkins too, who's like naturally a bigger guy. So there is room for that too.
Yeah, but it's possible. It's, as I said, it's everything is possible, but But when you're asking if it's better to be lighter or heavier, I think now it's more that it's better to be lighter.
Quote is from, "You've just come in from a rainstorm. You can't expect to immediately be dry and warm and comfortable. But you can do the little things, take off the heavy clothing, turn on a coffee pot, wrap yourself in a blanket, one small thing at a time." Welcome back.
Thank you to all of the guests that we've had on the show this year, hoping that 2025 is the best yet. 4 related episodes. Episode 52 was 2017's version of this.
104 was 2018's version of this.
156 was 2019's version.
208 was 2020's version.
260 was for 2021.
312 was for 2022.
And then last year's in 2023 was episode 365.
Subscribe and follow wherever you get your podcasts. We are on the Purple Podcast apps, Spotify, and anywhere else.
Yeah, you can leave a review. More than anything, though, share the show with a friend. Please, we need to get this growing again. That would mean a lot. You can also support us over on Patreon for as little as $2 or as many as $10. We got to get that December Patreon video done.
Follow us on Instagram at Obstacle Running Adventures, as well as Facebook.
Coming up next, the Podcaster Roundtable with Fran Chiorando from OCRWC Podcast, Dave Claxton from OFX, Scott the Fan Knowles from I Am a Spartan, and Jason Dupree from OCR Tech Talk. I'm going to keep calling it that until he finally makes the change. Caitlin, you have a joke or a quote to close us out?
I do. My quote is from Janine Cecilia. "It was a year, wasn't it? There were coffees drank, tears shed, moments around the table with friends, fresh canvas days, sunsets chased, stayed in bed a few minutes more, new hobbies explored, a couple of books checked off your reading list, binge-watched a show or two on Netflix, late-night burger runs, FaceTime conversations with loved ones. It was a year, wasn't it? Not perfect, but a year it was." And then my joke is, what is the Ghostbusters catchphrase in Italian?
What?
"I ain't afraid of no ghost. I ain't Alfredo."
Alfredo, no ghost.
No ghost.
Nice. Well, that just wraps it up. My name is Michael Stefano.
And my name is Caitlin Ritter.
This might have been our longest episode ever, and we'll talk to you next week, next year.
No, we're already in 2025.
Yeah, but they're not. Yeah.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you for listening.
If you enjoyed this episode, please be sure to subscribe to our show and write us a review on your favorite podcast app.
You can also follow us on Instagram and Facebook and connect with us there.
Most importantly, we would appreciate it if you shared an episode with a friend so we can reach more ears
and continue to effectively shine a light on the people in our sport, as well as the events that we are so passionate about.
Our intro song is Streaker by Straight Up, and our outro music is Iron Call by The Best.
Su subito trovi tutto